SEAL Team 4, Book 1, SEAL's Surprise Daughter, by Katie Knight and Leslie North. Chapter 1, Charlotte. Where is she? I took another tub of dirty dishes back to the kitchen and dropped them off to my dishwasher, Mel with a loud clang. Owning the tavern didn't mean I was above working there, too, when needed. Then I jogged to my office to grab my purse and coat, worry gnawing at my insides like a rabid badger. Sure, Alexis could be flaky, especially when it came to getting to work on time, but in the 9 months I'd known her, she'd never been late to pick up her daughter from the sitter. Not once. Of course, Alexis never missed work either, but she'd totally blown off her shift today. My gut did that sick, twisty thing again. 3 hours now, and Alexis still hadn't returned my calls or answered my texts. I handled the orders and tidied the bar, taking on the tasks that Alexis would have done if she'd shown up. It was that weird time of day between happy hour and dinner time when things were slower, thank God. But I still had other things I could have been doing, like inventory or paying the bills to keep the lights on, or figuring out whether I wanted to sell Rhodes Tavern to some out-of-town franchisors who'd made me an offer. I pushed thoughts about the future out of my head as I raced out the back door to my car. I needed to get to the sitter's house. Since she couldn't reach Alexis, she'd been calling me for the past hour. I sort of liked the fact that I was number 2 on the phone chain, despite the stress about why I'd been asked to step up. I couldn't help but smile when I pictured sweet little Savannah. She was seriously the most adorable baby I'd ever seen, and this was coming from someone who wasn't sure they ever wanted kids of their own. But Savannah looked just like her mama. Curly black hair, big green eyes, infectious smile, except for the ears. They were big for her size and had a little crease at the top that made them distinctive. Savannah had gotten those from the dad she had never met, the dad who didn't know about her. Alexis had come to Harper's Ferry alone and 4 months pregnant. She rarely talked about her past, and I didn't press. If anyone understood avoiding what was behind you, it was me. I punched the gas as the light turned green, trying not to worry. Maybe this was nothing more than Alexis needing a break. It was tough being a single mom. I'd watched my own mother go through that growing up, so I knew how much work it was. Except whenever I'd talked to Alexis the past couple of days, she seemed jumpier than usual. So much so that I'd offered to watch Savannah for her, if she needed, so she could have some time to herself to relax. She'd never gotten back to me on that. By the time I got to the sitter's house, the sun had set. It was only 6:30, but in February, that meant it was fully dark outside, the sun having long since set. I rushed through the handoff with the sitter since poor Savannah seemed cranky and overtired. Once I got the baby and her supplies loaded into my car, I headed for Alexis's house. She was renting a place on the edge of town. Nice. Safe. A 1-story ranch that had been converted into a duplex. Alexis had the right side of the place. The other half was vacant at the moment. As I drove, I glanced in the rearview mirror at Savannah dozing in the car seat in the back, finally lulled by the rhythm of the car. Savannah had just turned 4 months last week, and she had just started rolling over. Alexis was getting her started on baby cereal, interspersed with formula, since she'd never been able to breastfeed. I smiled and shook my head as I thought about Savannah's feeding schedule. I'd never been so much as a babysitter back in the day, but thanks to her, I'd recently learned a lot about raising little ones. I made the final turn onto Alexis's street and spotted an explosion of color up ahead, the kind you never want to see. My throat went dry and my pulse pounded in my ears. This was not good. Not at all. There were a bunch of squad cars, red and blue lights blazing in front of the duplex. An ambulance, too. I swallowed hard against the bile rising inside me and parked at the curb a few feet behind one of the police cars. Time warped, slow and too fast at the same time. Should I get out? Yeah, I needed to get out. Find out what was wrong, even though I didn't want to know. I had a horrible feeling that I already did. Something awful had happened to Alexis. I felt it in my bones. I unclipped my seatbelt, the noise too loud in the quiet vehicle, and Savannah stirred in her car seat. Number. If this was going to be as bad as I imagined, I wanted the baby to sleep through it. I wanted to keep her safe, to protect her from whatever was going on here for as long as possible. Thankfully, she fell back to sleep. breathe. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't open the car door at first. Then, once I finally got it open, an officer was there, telling me I had to move, I had to leave. No one was being allowed into the crime scene. Crime scene. Oh, God. But I'm a friend of Alexis Barnes. She works for me at Rhodes Tavern. I have her daughter in the back seat, I said, my words tumbling over each other. I've been trying to reach her for hours. I looked at the duplex, the front door gaping while cops swarmed the front yard. Figures were silhouetted by the gauzy front curtains, and I had to hold on to the car to keep from collapsing. My chest ached as I whispered, "She never showed up for work today." "Ma'am," the officer said, looking concerned, his face ashen in the gathering twilight. "You might want to sit down." He paused to glance at the action, then turned his attention back to me. I'm sorry for your loss." Loss? My knees gave out. Luckily, the car door was still open, and my butt hit the driver's seat instead of the pavement. Just then, a stretcher was wheeled out the front door, a white sheet covering the body atop it. And that's when I knew. Alexis was gone. I remembered from my CPR training at the tavern that when someone was going to pass out, you put their head between their legs and told them to breathe. So that's what I did. Eyes watering, vision tunneling, stomach churning like I was going to vomit any second. Through the roar of anxiety and grief and shock, I heard the officer telling me again how sorry he was. "What happened?" I managed to get out. The officer sighed and crouched next to me, his hand on my shoulder. "I'm not at liberty to discuss the case at this time." He glanced into the back seat, then at me again. "Maybe you and the baby could come to the station with me. We'll need you to make a statement." "A statement?" Right. Okay. Yeah. I'd watched enough cop shows on TV to know the routine, even if all this still felt like an out-of-body experience. I nodded, and the cop stood, saying something into his radio before looking back at me. "Do you want to ride downtown with me?" Transitioning Savannah from my car to his would be a production and probably wake her up. Driving when I was this upset wasn't ideal, but it was better than sitting in the front seat of a patrol car crying my eyes out. "Number I can follow you." "Okay," he said, walking back to his squad car. I got back in and closed the door, moving on autopilot. How is this real? In the back seat, Savannah was still sleeping, unaware her mommy was gone. Oh, God. Sadness threatened to choke me once more, but I staved it off. I couldn't fall apart. Not yet. I needed to keep it together. For her. As I waited for the cop to turn around, I grabbed my phone and scrolled furiously through my notes, hands trembling worse than ever, until I reached the one titled, "Savannah Emergency Contact." Darkness settled heavy as a shroud around me as I stared at it. Alexis had given me the name with an embarrassed laugh, saying that she was being paranoid and ridiculous, but there'd been real fear behind her lighthearted eyes. I'd seen it. Why hadn't I pushed her to open up to me? Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away fast. How do you tell someone you haven't seen in 10 years that he was now the only living parent of a 4-month-old baby he never knew existed?
"Gabe, a train whistle blew in the distance. Eerie and lonesome, piercing the evening air like shrapnel. I'd been standing on this platform for a long time, too long. The people there must have thought I was an idiot, missing first one train, then two. Now the last one to Harper's Ferry was on the way, and I needed to be on it. I paced back and forth in front of the security guard, who was looking more nervous each time I passed. I had a good foot on him, and he was probably worried about my behavior. I'd be on alert if I was watching me. I tried to convince myself that I wanted to do this. It wasn't working out so well. My SEAL team had insisted that I take some time off. "Take some leave," my best friend Nate had said. "Go home and finally get some closure." Whatever. I'd made peace with my family's deaths a decade ago when I enlisted. I hadn't thought about the accident in years. But we were coming up on a year since losing our teammate Kyle in that mission in the Republic of Wathan, and I guess the approaching anniversary had stirred stuff up, leaving me jittery and on edge, with nightmares every night. But was going back home really the way to fix that? Seemed to me like it wouldn't accomplish anything other than stirring more crap up. Screw it. I didn't need closure. I was going back to DC. I grabbed my duffel bag and had made it as far as the exit when my cell phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting to see one of my teammates' names on the screen. I planned to make up some excuse for not going home, then maybe hit a bar tonight, let loose, have some fun. It was my leave time. Why not? Instead, though, my screen showed a number I didn't recognize, with a Harper's Ferry area code. Confused and intrigued, I answered, against my better judgment. If it was spam, I'd just hang up. Hello? A woman on the other end of the line started talking. Her words rushed together like she was in a hurry or in a panic. I'd seen people lose their composure on the battlefield plenty of times and knew the difference. This sounded like the latter. Frowning, I stepped away from the exit so as not to block the way, then concentrated on what the woman was saying. "This is Charlotte Rhodes. Do you remember me?" Charlotte Rhodes. The name sounded familiar. It had been a long time ago, but I ran through the people I'd gone to school with, and yup, there she was. Tall, brown hair, pretty. We hadn't been especially close, but we'd hung around with the same group of people growing up. My gut tightened. Why was she calling now? Quite a coincidence, except I didn't believe in coincidence. Hey. Yeah, I remember you. What's going on? Normally, a call like this might make a person think something had happened to a family member, but I didn't have any, aside from my team. So yeah, I knew it wasn't that kind of call. "I've become friends with a woman you knew," Charlotte continued. "Alexis Barnes." I racked my brain again. Alexis Barnes. That name took longer. I finally remembered a woman I'd hooked up with in DC about a year ago, back in January, not long before we shipped out to be stationed in Eastern Europe. She'd been sweet, had a bad, stalkerish situation going on with her ex or something. I remembered a lot of calls and texts coming into her phone while we'd been trying to get to know each other better at the bar. "Sure, I remember her. What's up?" "She's dead." Oh, that knocked me back a step, literally. My back hit the wall, and my duffel hit the ground at the same time. It wasn't that I'd known her that well or anything, but I still felt the shock of it, maybe all the more so because I'd been wrestling with my ghosts lately. "She gave me this number to contact if anything bad ever happened to her," Charlotte said, a definite wobble in her tone now, like she was trying not to cry. "Okay." I raked a hand through my buzz-cut hair and scowled at the ground. This made no sense at all. We hooked up one time. We barely knew each other than in the biblical sense. We'd spent less than 48 hours together. I shook my head and said the first thing that popped into my head. "Why me?" Charlotte took a deep breath, a beat or two of silence hanging between us. I felt like I lived and died in those seconds. A familiar fight-or-flight instinct kicked up inside me. Like I could sense an electrical storm coming, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The next thing she said changed my life forever. "You have a daughter, Gabe. She's just turned 4 months old, and her name is Savannah." "What?" I said, for lack of anything better. Then, "Oh, crap. Way to be eloquent, dude. Look, I'm sorry to drop it on you like this," she said, though I was only half listening at that point, still reeling from what she'd just told me. "And technically, there's a chance the baby isn't yours. I mean, Alexis didn't do a paternity test or anything. She wasn't sure who the father was when she arrived here in Harper's Ferry, but..." She hesitated. "Well, she's got your ears, Gabe. I'd recognize them anywhere." Crap self-conscious now, I ran my hand over the top of one. They were noticeable. I'd always known that. And they had this weird little fold thing at the top. All the Kellys had them. Mom and Dad used to say they were a marker, the sign of a true Kelly. If the baby had them, then... My heart dropped as I tried to take everything in. Okay, maybe this was that kind of phone call after all, although not the way I'd imagined. I even pulled out our old high school yearbooks one time, Charlotte said, to show Alexis and to double-check myself, and yup, they're the same. She sighed. In the background, I could hear what sounded like sirens. Anyway, Alexis told me she'd come to Harper's Ferry because she was on the run. She said an abusive ex-boyfriend with major jealousy issues had put her in the hospital early in her pregnancy, and she refused to take any more chances with her baby's life. And now she's dead. Her voice did catch on a sob then, and my heart twisted. It was too much to take in all at once. Seems like too much of a coincidence to me, she said after a moment to collect herself. I don't believe in coincidences. Just then the train pulled into the station with another loud blare of the horn and the high-pitched screeching of brakes. I felt overwhelmed, like the earth was rocking beneath my feet, but one thing was certain. I was getting on that last train to Harper's Ferry. Chapter 2. Gabe. I'd pushed memories of this place from my mind for years, but as the Uber traveled through my hometown, they came flooding back. It was small, only about 300 residents, which meant everyone knew everyone else's business. Both a blessing and a curse. We headed down the wide main street, lined on both sides by stone buildings and storefronts. The old hardware store was still there, as was the diner. I remembered they had really good pancakes and hash browns. Some new places, too. A coffee shop, a sporting goods store that seemed to cater to the tourists who stopped here on their way to climb or hike. Beyond town were lots of scenic spots to bike or hike or fish or simply get lost in nature. In fact, the whole area was basically national parks. The red brick exterior of Rhodes Tavern, where I was meeting Charlotte, matched the town's historic feel, but it looked different than I remembered from high school. It had been renovated, and around the side I could see what looked like a large patio. Getting approval for any changes to the old buildings around here practically took an act of Congress. So whoever owned this place obviously knew what they were doing. I went inside and walked up to the bar. "I'm here to see Charlotte Rhodes, please." "Sure," the guy said. "Just a minute. I'll let her know you're here. Can I get you a drink first?" "No, thanks." I propped myself on a stool and dropped my duffel bag at my feet, still trying to process what Charlotte had told me on the phone. The air smelled of alcohol and fried food. My stomach rumbled. I hadn't eaten since lunch, but that could wait until after we figured out what was going on. "She's right over there," the bartender said as he returned. I looked to where he was pointing at the back of the bar, and there stood Charlotte, halfway down a hallway, looking pretty much the same as I remembered. Well, except for the baby carrier over her arm. Same long, sandy brown hair, same hazel green eyes, same tall, lithe, graceful build. Reality slapped me upside the head. This was real. This was happening. That could very well be my kid. Pulse racing like a thoroughbred, I slid off my stool and wove through the crowded bar toward Charlotte, my gaze flicking between her and the baby carrier. I couldn't see the kid yet, but I realized I'd made a mistake about Charlotte. She wasn't the same as I remembered. Back in high school, she'd been cute. Now she was a total knockout. "Gabe." The way her eyes widened slightly as she looked me over told me she must have been surprised at how I'd turned out, too. My gaze flicked down to the beauty mark near the corner of her mouth, then up to the tiny diamond twinkling from her pierced nose. I found both of those things way hotter than I should have. A bit flustered, I nodded and took a step forward, only to stop again at the sound of an infant gurgling. The world narrowed to just that hallway, just that moment. The baby's face was still hidden by the carrier and the blankets. Part of me didn't want to see her. But then a tiny, pink sock-covered foot kicked in the air, and something inside me melted. Oh God. Charlotte gave me a shaky smile, and I realized I was staring, but I couldn't help it. There was too much to process. She could very well be holding my child. Out of nowhere, she burst into tears, and I snapped back into the present, ready to work. I took a deep breath. This was a crisis, an emergency. I was trained to deal with these. I could do this. I walked over and put my arm around her shoulders. "Is there somewhere quiet we can talk?" I asked. She nodded and led me back down the hall to her office, leaning against me for support. It put me closer to the baby and to her, and allowed me to finally get a glimpse inside the carrier. To say I was enchanted at first sight is cliché, but I was. Little Savannah was gorgeous. And, yup, Charlotte was right. She had the Kelly ears. My heart stuttered, pinching hard. I remembered how my dad, who we'd inherited those ears from, always used to try to hide his underhats. Remembered the first time I'd seen my younger brother, Isaac, after they brought him home from the hospital, and running my finger over the top of his ear. Same as mine. A mark of true brothers. A mark of family. God, I miss them so much. Stuffing all those emotions down deep, I got on with it. I managed to get Charlotte into her office and settled at a small table there with the baby before closing the door and taking a seat across from her. "I'm sorry for falling apart on you like that," she said, sniffling into a tissue from a box she pulled out of her desk drawer. "It's been a terrible night." "I understand." In situations like this, I found letting the other person talk, in their own time, was best. So I waited. Finally, after blowing her nose and sipping from a bottle of water, Charlotte gave me a rundown of what had happened earlier. After I tried to get a hold of Alexis for hours, I finally went and picked Savannah up at the sitters myself. When I took her home, I found the cops swarming the place and... She swallowed hard and looked away, pulling another tissue from the box before continuing. "The police said they think she was a victim of a break-in gone wrong, but that doesn't sit right with me. Not after some of the stuff she told me." I started to ask what that stuff was, but the baby started fussing. Charlotte reached over to shush her, soft and sad. "She's going to miss her momma, aren't you, baby girl?" She straightened and met my gaze. "They put Savannah in my care for the time being. I was Alexis's birthing partner, and I'm Savannah's godmother." She cleared her throat. "I'm also a registered foster mother. Alexis encouraged me to do it." She threw her hands up, one still clutching her tissue. God, it's like she'd been setting all this up since she arrived or something, like she knew this was going to happen. Her pretty face dissolved into tears again, and I stared at the floor until she collected herself, not wanting to embarrass her. Then the baby wailed, and Charlotte focused on rocking Savannah in her carrier, easing the awkwardness between us at last. "I need to get her home soon," she said, not looking at me. "So I can feed her. But first, she needs to be changed." Right. That was my cue to leave. I should go too. I need to find a hotel room. I pushed to my feet and picked up my duffel bag, slinging it over my shoulder and giving a self-conscious laugh. To tell you the truth, I wasn't even sure I was going to get on the train and come back here before you called. "Really?" She looked up at me, her hazel eyes bright in the dim room. "Yeah." We looked at each other for a second, and something passed between us before I turned away. "Anyway, I'll call around for a reservation. We can hash the rest of this out in the morning." My hand was on the door handle when she said from behind me, "Don't be silly. You can stay at my place tonight. I've got plenty of room, and that way you can spend some time with Savannah, too." I turned, opening my mouth to decline, but noticed that she was hugging herself tightly and still seemed to be trembling. Then I thought about what it must have been like for her to discover her friend had been killed. As if confirming my thoughts, she said, I'd feel better having someone there, just in case. That did it. She'd uncovered my kryptonite, hinting that she felt like she needed protection. Staying in a virtual stranger's house wasn't my usual MO, but we had known each other as kids, so it wasn't totally random. And it would be nice to have more time to get to know my daughter. Okay then, I agreed. I'll stay with you. Just for tonight. Good. Charlotte smiled, and I felt like I'd done my job. I swallowed hard. Let me get the baby ready, and we can go.
Chapter 3. Charlotte. Poor Savannah was screaming by the time we pulled into my driveway. I'd been chattering on for what felt like forever, trying to fill the conversational void between me and Gabe as we drove toward my house. But now the baby took precedence. Is she hurt? He asked, looking back over his shoulder at Savannah, his expression a mix of worry and wariness. She's screaming like she's hurt. She's fine. It's late and she's hungry and exhausted, that's all, I assured him. I cut the engine, then got out and opened the back driver's side door to get Savannah's car seat. If you could grab the diaper bag and carry it inside for me, that would be great. Sure thing, he said, gathering his duffel bag and her diaper bag. I handed him the keys too, since my hands were full with Savannah's carrier. Gabe led us into the house and I switched on the lights, glad that I'd managed to pick up a little this morning before work, so the place was less messy than usual. Make yourself comfortable, I said, walking toward the makeshift nursery I'd set up in a corner of my bedroom, down the hall. I was glad for the baby care to keep my mind off everything else for a few minutes. Let me get her into a fresh onesie and then we can talk. As I went, I flipped on lights in all the rooms, feeling better when the shadows were gone. I knew it was silly, but after what happened to Alexis, I shuddered. In my room, I tossed my coat on the bed and then lifted Savannah out of her carrier, holding her in front of me. She gave me one of her adorable, wobbly baby smiles, and a tsunami of emotion washed over me again. Holding Savannah close, I walked the perimeter of the room, murmuring to her and telling her it would be okay, as much for myself as for her. We're going to be fine. Yes, we are. Now, if only I could make myself believe it, we'd be all set. I'd never lost anyone like this before. So sudden. So wrong. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Then a hint of the smell of a dirty diaper made that decision for me. It was good. Routine. Stopped me from thinking so much. I quickly got Savannah cleaned and changed, then dressed in a fresh onesie for bed. Now, time for a bottle. I turned to head back out to the kitchen, only to freeze. Gabe stood in the doorway, his gaze fixed on Savannah. How could such a tall, muscular guy look absolutely terrified of a tiny baby? I need to feed her, I said softly. Want to help me give her a bottle? He scrubbed a hand over the top of his short, dark hair, then ducked his head. Everything about the man seemed spring-loaded and made of muscle, but the move was a tell, a hint that maybe beneath the tough guy facade, Gabe wasn't quite the powerhouse he seemed to be. Right now, he had a lost puppy look about him, and I'd always been a sucker for that. So I gestured for him to follow me. We went back to the kitchen, and I pulled the can of formula and an empty bottle from the diaper bag. I would have handed him the baby to hold while I mixed it up, but I was afraid he'd pass out cold on me, and there was no way I could move him myself. He towered over me, and it wasn't like I was petite. He'd taken off his coat, and the way that drab green sweater clung to his cut torso in all the right places was probably illegal in several states. Not overly sculpted like a gym rat, but honest muscle, honed by hard work. Oh God, stop looking, stop looking. I focused instead on mixing up the formula, then heating it in the microwave. Your place is nice, he said, for lack of anything better, I suppose. Thanks. It wasn't that nice. I'd bought it cheap and fixed it up when I could. It was better than when I'd bought it. The kitchen had been redone, and the hardwood floors gleamed. But most importantly, it was mine. The microwave beeped, and I pulled out the bottle, testing a drop on my wrist before turning back to Gabe. Savannah squirmed in my arms, smacking her lips hungrily. She was probably starving, poor thing. Between the police station and the bar, it was way past her usual feeding time. Gabe was still looking at us like we were from another planet, curious and cautious, but enough was enough. If he was going to be Savannah's dad, he needed to get used to her. I hiked my chin toward a stool at the granite-topped breakfast bar. "Take a seat and I'll hand her to you." "Oh, For a second, I thought he might bolt, but then he gave a curt nod and took a seat like I'd given him an order. Good man. I walked over and stood in front of him, setting the bottle on the bar. "Okay, have you held a baby before?" "Yeah, but it's been a while." "Okay, well, pretend she's a football then," I said, falling back on my foster mother training. "You want to cradle her body with your arm, supporting her neck and back, and you'll want to keep her tilted while she eats. Otherwise, it could all come back up, and nobody wants that. Trust me." Gabe gave a nervous chuckle, his eyes locked on Savannah. "Got it. I'm ready." Good. I waited until he'd moved his arms into position, then slowly transferred the baby to him. The look on Gabe's face, the way it shifted from fear to fascination to wonder, nearly made me cry all over again, but in a good way this time. I stepped back and smiled. "Say hi to your baby daughter."
Gabe. I couldn't stop staring at her. This tiny human. I'd made this. Maybe. There was still a slight possibility that she wasn't my daughter, but I looked at those ears again. Nope. No way. Those were Kelly ears. She was definitely mine. Charlotte walked out into the living room and grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa, then returned to shove it under my arm for support. That helped. More comfortable. Not that Savannah weighed a lot. She felt like nothing in my arms. Nothing and everything, all at the same time. A knot of panic clogged my throat again. Oh, God. The baby's survival depended on me right now. In my mind, Savannah suddenly went from being a baby to being a live grenade, just as delicate and prone to explode at my slightest mistake. The bottle popped out of her tiny pink mouth, and her bottom lip quivered in the saddest pout I'd ever seen. A total punch to the heart. "Put the bottle back to her lips," Charlotte said. I did, and the pout disappeared beneath a barrage of noisy sucking. It was so cute, I couldn't help but laugh. "She's a good eater," I said. "Yep." "She is," Charlotte agreed. "Her favorite is cereal in the morning." At my confused look, as far as I could see, there weren't any teeth in that tiny mouth yet. Charlotte chuckled. "The kind you mix with formula. Isn't she a little young for food?" Charlotte shook her head. "It's pretty normal to start infants on cereal at her age. It helps them to feel full and sleep through the night. Some people put it right in their bottle, but Alexis and I both agreed that that didn't sound safe, so we bought all of these teeny baby spoons. Apparently you can stick them in the freezer and use them as a soother for sore gums from teething. Her first one popped through last month, so it seemed like a good purchase." "Ah, right." That answered the teeth question. I nodded and looked back down at Savannah, just in time to see her swallow an air bubble and start to choke. Charlotte and I both moved at the same time, me more on instinct than anything, since I had little to no experience with babies. The last time I'd held one this long had been when Isaac was born. My stomach dropped, and I put Savannah over my shoulder, patting her tiny back to ease her coughing. Finally it stopped, and I looked up at Charlotte, who was watching us closely. "You're a natural," she said. I wasn't. Proved by the fact that, the minute I tried to lower the baby back down to feed her again, I was all thumbs. It was typical of me. Great in a crisis, not always so great at everyday life situations. Logistically, my problem was figuring out how to get Savannah from my shoulder to the crook of my elbow without dropping her. Then there was the fact that I'd set the bottle down and it had rolled out of reach. To top things off, the baby was pouting again, which quickly escalated to a full-blown, ear-splitting wail. I'd been doing this dad stuff for less than an hour, and already I was failing. "Here," Charlotte said, swooping in to my rescue. She reached over and adjusted Savannah in my arms, then handed me the bottle. "You're doing great." It didn't feel that way. I sighed. "Do you want to take her?" "I think you should keep going. I'll do the burping afterward." Bottle done, Charlotte was as good as her word and took Savannah away from me. I sat in the chair, watching her walk the baby around the perimeter of the kitchen and living room, cooing to her and getting her settled to sleep. "Small steps," I said, feeling useless as I watched a pro at work, like I knew what I was talking about. But still, she was my kid, and my instincts hadn't led me wrong so far. Or, at least, it felt like she was my kid. I wanted proof, tangible proof, even if there was a connection there regardless. "I wonder how long DNA test results take," I said, thinking out loud. My original plan had been to come home, visit the cemetery, put flowers on my family's graves, then return to SEAL Team 4, where I belonged. I'd taken a week of leave, but now things had changed. First thing I'd need to do was move back my return date. It shouldn't be a problem. I had plenty of time to take since I never went on leave. No need, with nothing to come back to. A day here and there, sure, to blow off steam, but nothing longer. Not in 10 years. But now... Charlotte gave me a look from across the room. Not angry, exactly, but definitely upset. Had I said some of that out loud too? Apparently. Well, there was nothing I could do about it. I had to make plans. I couldn't just go AWOL.
Chapter 4. Charlotte. "Come on, sleepy girl," I said, carrying Savannah down the hall to my bedroom. "Let's get you into bed." I grabbed one of her sleep sacks from the extra sets of baby clothes Alexis had brought over and zipped her into it. It would keep her nice and warm through the night. Then I lowered her into the pack-and-play Alexis had helped me pick out to use for a crib whenever Savannah spent the night. God, the thought of poor Alexis made my chest clench with grief. I looked up at the ceiling and whispered, "I'll take care of her. I promise. Whatever it takes, I'll do it." Then I gazed back down at the baby, already sleeping soundly. She looked so peaceful and adorable it made my heart ache. I blinked hard, getting myself together. I wouldn't fall apart. I couldn't. Savannah needed me, and there was too much to do. I needed to get more supplies from Alexis's house, or just buy some if the police wouldn't let me back me in. I had enough for a few days, but Savannah needed more clothes, and diapers, and toys. I should write this down so I didn't forget. My brain already filled with things I needed to do for the tavern. At least the baby had a safe place to sleep and me to take care of her. Hopefully that would be enough until we got the rest figured out. I headed back to the living room for paper and a pen and found Gabe at the kitchen table, still sitting exactly where I'd left him earlier, looking about as shell-shocked as I felt. Poor guy. He'd had his entire world rocked in the span of about 3 hours. Taking pity on him, I wandered over and opened the fridge. "Are you hungry? Want something to drink?" It took him a moment to respond. "I have some questions." "Okay." I took a seat across from him and picked up my phone. "Let me order us a pizza first, since I haven't eaten all day." Usually I just popped a frozen one in the oven, but since Gabe was here, I figured I'd splurge on delivery. When I put the phone down, I clasped my hands atop the table, feeling out of sorts. Not defensive exactly, but wary. Yep. Wary was a good word for it. I hadn't seen this guy since high school, and I didn't like the way he made me feel studied. Like he was sizing me up, even though I was the one who'd been here all along. "Okay, you've got 30 minutes. Ask away." "When did Alexis come here?" He shifted in the chair to face me, tiny lines of tension near the corners of his mouth. Strangely enough, it only made him hotter. Not that I was looking, because I wasn't. Nope. I met her last January in D.C. when I was on leave, but she told me she was from Pennsylvania, not West Virginia. Right. Focus, Charlotte. Focus. I coughed, then nodded. Alexis came into Rhodes Tavern in May. already 4 months pregnant, looking for a job. We became friends. I twitched slightly from the sudden stab of grief in my chest at the reminder that she was gone. Best friends. Like sisters, really. She didn't seem to have anyone else. One night, Alexis told me about her ex-boyfriend who beat her up and put her in the hospital, threatened her, stalked her. Describing it now made what happened to her seem even more inevitable. Then, another time, she told me about this sweet Navy SEAL she'd met one night when she and her ex were on a break. She said she hoped you were Savannah's father. Gabe shook his head, then raked a hand through his hair, like he was still having a hard time wrapping his head around it all. I couldn't say I blamed him. I was a mess at the moment, too. I don't know about the sweet part, he said, but I remember that night. We had a great, connection. He blushed, but her phone kept blowing up with calls and texts from her ex. She seemed like she had some stuff she needed to work through, so the next morning I got out of there. Didn't want all that drama on leave, you know? His expression clouded with regret and an incredible sadness. Jesus, why did I walk away? Hey, you didn't know. Without thinking, I reached across the table to take his hand. He looked so distraught that it was easy to sympathize with the guy. My fingertips tingled from the heat of his skin, but I didn't move away. It wasn't your fault. No, he said, staring down at the table. But I feel like I could have done something. And then maybe things would be different. Our eyes locked, but I shook my head. I couldn't let him take the blame. Stop. Don't beat yourself up. I sat back, letting him go and crossing my arms, more in self-defense than anything else. Touching him had been a mistake, since now I seemed to be even more aware of him. I needed to forget this ridiculous zing through my bloodstream. It was distracting, and we had serious things to discuss. We sat for a moment in silence, time stretching as we took in everything that had happened and everything that was left unanswered. I picked at the edge of the wooden table, frowning. The police let me into Alexis's house earlier to grab some stuff for Savannah for the next few days. I've got to admit, I was pretty rattled, so I didn't get as much as I should have. It was just so hard to see. Even though they'd taken her away, I could still see the blood. The place was a mess, but a few things did stand out to me. Considering it was supposed to be a robbery, I thought it was weird that whoever it was, the person who killed her, didn't take her laptop. It was new and expensive and sitting right there on the coffee table. I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering that awful scene. What was even weirder, though, was that right beside the computer were a bunch of smashed picture frames, mainly with pictures of Alexis and Savannah in them. Seemed pretty random for a thief with no connection to the victim, right? I paused a moment before putting words to my darkest fear about all this, the one that had haunted me since I'd pulled up at the crime scene. I whispered it, low and rough from lack of oxygen, because suddenly it was hard to breathe. What if her ex found her? Gabe studied me, then reached over and took my hand, his fingers strong and warm around mine. Hey, it's going to be okay. The way he said it almost made me believe him. I'm going to talk to my CO and see if I can extend my leave, he continued. We'll get this all figured out, I promise.
Gabe. After dinner, Charlotte got me set up in the guest bedroom down the hall from hers. At first I thought it was silly that she locked her bedroom door behind her, since just about anyone could kick the thing in and be done with it, but I understood her need to feel secure. Then I took another look at the door to my own room and realized how solidly the house was built. None of those flimsy locks you can twist open with a table knife. That was good, though I could protect her and the baby better than any lock. I spent more time than necessary unpacking, because the routine of it calmed me and helped me think through things. Besides, I like to stay organized. They'd trained us that way in boot camp, and I'd gotten used to it. Order made sense to me. Once I got my stuff put away, I pulled out my phone to call my CO. It took me a second to remember to call Drake, not Adrian. Adrian had been my CO for years, but after the ROW mission, he hadn't been able to stomach it anymore, and he'd chosen not to re-up. Drake getting the promotion had been something of a surprise, and it took a while for us to adjust to the rank change, but he wore the mantle well. "Shepperton here," Drake answered after 2 rings. He sounded groggy. I forgot how early it would be where the guys were right now, but given the situation, Drake would understand. "Hey man, it's Gabe. I'm sorry to bother you so early in the morning, but I've got a situation here." I filled him in on everything I knew, then said, "I can't leave them like this." "Number, I get that," Drake said. "Stay there and do what you need to do. Help them if you can. But keep me posted. And if you need us for anything, call. I'll put in a request to extend your leave." "Thanks, sir," I said, relieved, and started to end the call. "What are your plans for your little girl?" he asked, getting to the heart of the matter before I could hang up. I wasn't sure what to say. Hadn't really gotten that far yet. "I'm not sure. I knew deployments couldn't accommodate babies, but if I got stationed on a base, maybe I could have a kid with me. The last thing I wanted to do was become part of Savannah's life, only to walk away again. It wouldn't be fair to her. But I also didn't want to leave until things were settled here, which could take days or weeks. It was all still up in the air. God, this was awful. I sank down on the edge of the bed, the past crowding in on my present. Being back here, holding the baby, brought back all my memories of Mom and Dad, of Isaac. I didn't want to deal with any of that right now, not when I was still struggling to heal the wound of losing Kyle. Grief like that was a black hole, and I had done what I could to crawl out of it. I didn't want to go there again, but I couldn't ignore it either. Not anymore. "I do think it's good that I came home to Harper's Ferry," I said eventually. "For a lot of reasons. I've got unfinished business here I need to put to rest." "Well, like I said, we'll be here for you if you need us once you figure it out," Drake said. "Keep us in the loop." The call ended then, and I changed, then shut off the lights and flopped back onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. But the mattress was too soft. It almost made me laugh, the idea that comfort didn't work for me. Yet another part of my life that wouldn't make sense to anyone else. I was used to sleeping on the ground or stealing a few minutes of shut-eye in transit, so I ended up pulling a blanket and pillow off the bed and stretching out on the floor. I closed my eyes and tried to force the tension from my shoulders. I felt like I hadn't rested in days, yet when my thoughts drifted to the sweet baby just down the hall from me, I knew sleep wouldn't come for a long time.
Chapter 5. Charlotte. I tiptoed down the hall, hoping I wouldn't wake either of my house guests. I needed some quiet time alone to work through the chaos that had been thrown in my lap the day before. My heart pinched at the reason for it. Alexis. I was going to make everything right. For her and for her beautiful daughter. Gabe's door was cracked open, and I couldn't stop myself from peeking in. Based on the snoring, it was clear that he'd needed a good night's sleep. My eyes fell on the unmade bed, which was empty. I pushed the door farther open and stepped inside to try to figure out what was going on. I was greeted by the sight of Gabe asleep on his side on the floor, the blanket half off his body. How was it possible that he actually looked comfortable on the hardwood? His face was smashed into the pillow, and his forehead was furrowed, like he was at work even in his dreams. For a second, I imagined slipping closer to him to pull the blanket up over his shoulder and whisper that everything was going to be okay. Not that I could promise any such thing. Nothing made sense to me at the moment. Not the child sleeping a few feet away or the handsome mountain snoring on the ground. As I stood there, Gabe's eyes snapped open abruptly, like he'd felt the weight of my gaze. "Oh," I managed, backing toward the door. The bed. I didn't know where you, So I came in and, Gabe's sleepy face transformed with a smile as I stuttered. "I'm sorry." I turned and jogged down the hall, feeling my cheeks burning. In the kitchen, I made breakfast to distract myself. I brewed coffee, fried eggs, and buttered toast, praying that by the time Gabe appeared, I wouldn't feel like such an idiot. But no such luck. "Hey," he said, walking into the kitchen, looking casually gorgeous in a black t-shirt and faded jeans with his feet bare and hair damp from his shower. About the bedroom. I'm sorry if I scared you or whatever." He did the hair raking thing again, which I found adorable, and irritating because it was adorable. I have trouble sleeping on a soft bed. I'm not used to it anymore. When I'm on missions, we usually sleep on a cot or the ground, so... Well, that made sense then. And now I felt sorry for him on top of everything else. Imagining him sleeping on the cold, hard ground with the bugs and the critters and... Ugh. I grabbed some plates from the cupboard and began serving up the food. I started asking questions, afraid if I didn't, we'd lapse into awkward silence. "What about when you come home on leave?" "Thank you for this," he said, taking the full plates and setting them on the table. I don't come home often, to be honest, since I don't really have a home to come to anymore. I mainly stay in hotels when I do, and yeah, sometimes I end up on the floor. I've got some friends in DC who I sometimes crash with, and they're used to my quirks. I handed him a mug and pointed to the coffee maker. "Grab some and let's eat before Savannah wakes up. She'll sleep off her 4 a.m. bottle anytime now. She's nothing if not a good little eater." "Takes after her daddy then," he said, chuckling. He fixed his coffee, then took a seat across from me at the table to eat. He was right. Savannah did take after him, appetite-wise. He managed to down pretty much all the food I'd made, with the exception of what I had on my plate. I wasn't sure exactly where he put it, since there didn't appear to be any spare fat on him. I concentrated on my food, and we made small talk as he checked his phone. For a little while, everything felt normal. My phone rang as Gabe got up to clear the table. I stared down at the number for the social worker handling Savannah's case on my caller ID, and my heart raced. "Hello?" "Ms. Rhodes," the social worker said. "This is Mrs. Thompson from the Bureau for Children and Families. I'm calling to let you know that a new petition for custody has been made in the Savannah Barnes case, on the grounds that he's her biological father. It's by a man named Elijah Harris. Do you know him?" My fingers went numb, and I nearly dropped my phone. I sank down on the living room couch, lightheaded. Yes, I know him," I managed to say. I know of him. Alexis told me a little about him." The social worker then rattled on about what would happen now that there'd been a paternity claim made, but I only half listened, my thoughts snarled into a knot. Finally, she said goodbye, and I ended the call with shaking fingers. Jesus. Alexis's ex had filed a custody claim for Savannah. But why? He'd have to show reasonable evidence that he was connected to Alexis and could have fathered her baby. And Alexis had told me that she knew in her heart that Gabe was the father, so... Oh, God. "Hey, where do you..." Gabe asked, walking up beside me. My inner turmoil must have shown on my face because next thing I knew, he'd crouched down and covered my shaking, icy hands with his warm, steady ones. "What's wrong?" I swallowed hard, my mouth and throat so dry I could hardly spit out the words. But he needed to know. "It's Alexis's ex," I croaked out. "He's coming for Savannah. The social worker said he petitioned the court for custody." Gabe went silent, his expression hardening until he growled, feral and possessive. Under different circumstances, I would have found it hot. I liked guys who were a bit alpha. Right then, though, I was just thankful for the support. "I won't let him touch a hair on Savannah's head," he said. "I swear. We'll sort this out." A few hours later, after we'd gotten the baby up and fed and bathed, we loaded Savannah into the car and took off for the Jefferson County Courthouse. I did my best to act normal, but inside I was scared to death. There was no way I was letting Alexis's ex take custody of her child. I blinked at the road as I drove, my eyes stinging. Number, we wouldn't let that happen. That was why we were going to the courthouse, so Gabe could put in his own petition for custody. He could prove once and for all that Savannah was his, and no one could ever take her away again. Especially not someone who was capable of... Well, I wasn't ready to go there yet. Gabe sat in the passenger seat, a muscle ticking near his tense jaw. He couldn't seem to sit still, fiddling with the radio, then the window, then his phone. I knew the feeling. I wanted to ask him more about his family, since he never really talked about them, but I didn't feel comfortable enough to do that yet. It had to be hard for him, I supposed, not having anyone else in the world. My mom and I didn't always get along well, but I knew she was there for me all the same. My thoughts went back to high school when Gabe had been Mr. Popular, quarterback, swim team captain, dating a cheerleader. We hadn't really hung out one-on-one, but I still felt like I knew him in a way. Then the accident happened, and it was like he'd changed into a different person overnight. Became more serious and withdrawn. Of course, losing his family and his home would do that. I remembered being in a math class with him. He'd always been the first to answer questions, because he was smart too. But after the accident, he never raised his hand anymore. Just sat there, frowning down at his desk. I'd imagined he was probably dreaming of the day he could leave of Harper's Ferry and away from all the pain the place held for him now. Apparently, I'd been right, since he'd gone away a few days after graduation and never returned. Until now. "Hey," I said, turning down the radio he'd cranked up seconds earlier. "It's going to be all right. Isn't that what you told me?" He shrugged, staring out the window beside him, muttering, "I should have come here yesterday and started the process." I shook my head and sighed. The offices were closed long before you even got to town. Besides, I don't think it would have mattered, Gabe. The court doesn't care who got there first. That's not how it works. And I doubt it would have stopped Alexis's ex from filing. The social worker assured me that she wouldn't remove Savannah from my care until the DNA tests came back. Anyway. There was no way I was letting that abusive jerk take Savannah from me. None. Fear burned inside me like acid. I couldn't even imagine a scenario where Gabe wasn't the baby's father because that would be wrong. I mean, there was no proof her ex had been involved in Alexis's death. But even if he hadn't killed her and it was some random act of violence, he'd frightened and harassed her. And that was unacceptable. I refused to turn over sweet Savannah to him without a fight. I must have sped up as my anger built, because next thing I knew, Gabe was leaning over to peer at the speedometer. You might want to slow down there," he said, giving me some side-eye. "It won't help anyone if we're arrested for reckless driving and endangering a minor. We've got time." "Do we?" I wanted to yell but didn't. He was right. I looked in the rearview mirror at Savannah sleeping peacefully in her car seat and knew I'd do anything for her. Anything. A short time later, we pulled into the courthouse parking lot, and I cut the engine. Gabe and I gave each other nods that seemed to say we were ready to head into battle together. I wasn't the sort of teammate he was used to, but I'd show him that I could hold my own. When it came to the baby, I was ready to go full mama bear. Gabe went over to speak with the clerk, and I stood next to him, cradling Savannah in my arms. The woman's eyes jumped from him to me, then to the baby. I wondered what she thought about us. Did she know the details of the case, or did she think we were involved in some daytime television paternity scandal? Savannah looked like the man I knew was her father, but could the clerk tell that I was nothing more than a glorified babysitter? I shook my head. I was Savannah's godmother. I mattered. The baby sighed and rested her head on my shoulder as if she'd heard my thoughts. I kissed her soft hair, and Gabe glanced at me, his eyes gentle. The clerk looked everything over and stamped a few forms before handing them to Gabe. "You'll need to submit to a DNA test, and it will take a few weeks to get the results," the clerk said, her expression pinched. "I hope you'll react better to that news than the last man who was here. Our lab is backed up at the moment, and there's nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid." Gabe's hands tightened on the documents at the mention of Elijah. I jumped in. "As long as Savannah won't be removed from my care until the results are back, I'm fine with it." I looked at Gabe, and he nodded. "I mean, we're fine with it." The clerk assured me everything would remain the same, so we gathered our things to head out. We walked down the hallway in silence, and when we stepped outside, I felt like I could breathe again.
Chapter 6. Gabe. By the time we left the courthouse, Savannah was fussy and ready for her next bottle, so we headed back to Charlotte's place. Then, the lab was closed for the weekend, so it would be Monday before I could get my blood drawn. "It's just a few days," Charlotte tried to reassure me. It's not like they'd run the test over the weekend anyway, right? I tried to be as optimistic, but despite the assurance that no one would be taking Savannah from Charlotte until after the tests came back, there was this niggling doubt in the back of my mind. Why don't you go take a long shower and try to relax? I'll put Savannah down for a nap. I nodded to her in thanks and went down the hall to my room. My phone buzzed in my jeans. The number wasn't one that I recognized. Gabe Kelly. You answer the phone like customer service, the person on the other end complained. The voice was familiar. Who is this? Whoever it was whistled, exaggerated. You spend 9 years barking orders at a person. You think they'd know you. Adrian? I hadn't heard from Adrian Pierce since he walked away from SEAL Team 4. No one on the team had. Nate thought he was dead. Zach put money on it. Only Drake had been able to make everyone shut up about it. He and I both knew that Adrian was mourning Kyle, blaming himself for not being able to protect everyone, even though the review of the incident had found that, as always, he hadn't done a single thing wrong. If our former CO was anything, he was stubborn. He and I were similar like that. I heard you were stateside, he said casually, as if the last time we'd spoken had been only days ago instead of over a year. You actually took some leave? Nate gave me a little push, I said. I haven't been back to Harper's Ferry in 10 years. Adrian understood without my having to spell it out. I'm in the area, he said instead. Or nearabouts anyway. You should look me up while you're home. You're in D.C.? Adrian hummed over to the line. I'm in Quantico, he said. Quantico? You're training to be a Fed. That's right, he confirmed. Nearly done. It wasn't unusual for SEALs to shift to another position within the government. Plenty of offices in the Pentagon and seats in Congress were filled with former service members. But I never saw that life for Adrian. No doubt the man would be a good agent. It just didn't seem exciting enough for him. Adrian was the kind of CO to run into the danger first. He led from the front. That was why his walking away hit the team so hard. I'm happy for you, man, I said, still unsure as to why he called me after so long. And why me, not Drake? They were, arguably, closer. Sounds like you're doing great. Do you remember that day? He asked. This wasn't what I needed right now. I don't think any of us will ever forget, I said, a little more harshly than I meant to. You call after all this time, and that's what you want to reminisce about. Really. I'm looking into it, and I may need your help. Looking. What is there to look into? I asked gruffly. The whole day was one big foobar, and we lost Kyle and the informant we were supposed to extract. We were ambushed. They were prepared for us. That means someone let slip what the plan was, and I know it wasn't one of us. So what? The informant double-crossed us. It wouldn't be the first time. Just the first time I'd witnessed firsthand that it had ended so spectacularly badly. Look, man, I don't want to talk about this. I just got back from... The informant told me some stuff before he died. He said that this was bigger than us or him, that it went all the way to the top. What? Like someone in leadership knew about it beforehand? Like we were set up? It's not impossible, Adrian insisted. If I found who set us up, I could stop them. I could get justice for Kyle. I sighed. I'd gone through something like this when I lost my family, wanting to look for a reason, for someone to blame, for some way to make sense of it all. But I couldn't. It was awful and senseless and tragic, and I just had to live with that. There's no one to blame, Adrian. We did our jobs, and it didn't work out. There's no grand conspiracy. Life just sucks sometimes. You're wrong. I might be, but I really didn't care. Losing a member of our team was awful, and it had already stirred up so many of the things that I'd been avoiding for the past decade. I didn't want any part of opening those wounds up any further. Look, I need to go, I said. I'm glad to have heard from you. Drake's been worried sick, even if he won't say it. Call him and tell him your theories, all right? He'd love to listen." Before Adrian could respond, I hung up. Skipping the shower, I went to help Charlotte with Savannah. Even if I was more a hindrance than a help at nap time, it was a welcome distraction. Everything was loud. Gunfire and the smell of smoke and explosions. My ears were ringing, and my eyes stung from the blood running into them. I opened my mouth to call to my team and coughed instead. "Walker," I hacked. "Shaw." There was a wet sound beside me, and I managed to turn and look. Cuddy. Kyle Cuddy, age 22, youngest member of our team, everyone's little brother. There was a hole the size of my fist in his chest, and blood was pooling beneath him. "Kel," he tried to say. I crawled to him, ignoring the pain twisting through my muscles. Was I hit? I remember being thrown back, bomb blast. "Cuddy," I wheezed. "Hold on, man, okay? We'll get you out of here." Kyle gurgled something at me. I watched the light drain from eyes. The pain leached from my body, and I was able to sit up. I reached out to touch him, just as I realized that we weren't in the blown-apart safe house in the Republic of Wathan anymore. We were on a street lined with houses that I would recognize anywhere. The one I grew up in was only 3 blocks over. Kyle Cuddy, still and pale in death, became my brother, Isaac. Became Kyle again. Changed to Isaac. Every time I blinked, I was looking down at the body of a brother that I'd lost. I reached out to touch him, and when Isaac's eyes opened, milky and dead but focused, I reared back. "What the?" I jerked back to myself, nearly braining myself on the nightstand. I couldn't take a proper breath. It was like my lungs had seized up and refused to move, despite my brain and diaphragm ordering them to. It took me far too long to realize that I was in Charlotte's house, on the floor of her guest room. The sucking black feeling in the pit of my stomach was not going to kill me or fling me out into space. I just had to breathe. 1, 2, hold for a beat, then exhale. Repeat again and again until I was ready to try breathing normally again. I was going to throttle Adrian Pierce the next time I saw him. If he had never called, spouting his ridiculous theories, my nightmare wouldn't have happened. Ugh. I rubbed my hand over my hair, feeling the prickly fade against my palm. It was enough to anchor myself. Forcing myself to my feet, I stretched for a second, popping my back and hips, before I grabbed my phone to check the time. 2 a.m. Too early for Savannah to need a bottle, but not by much. Maybe I could save Charlotte some sleep tonight. As quietly as I could, I shuffled down the hall to the kitchen and made up a bottle to have at the ready. Charlotte was still locking her door at night, but when I heard her getting up, I made my way to her door and knocked softly. She opened, groggy and rumpled, looking soft in a way that made parts of me tighten in interest. "Down, boy." "I've got her a bottle," I said, motioning to the fussy baby in Charlotte's arms. "Let me feed her. You go back to sleep." If she'd been more awake, Charlotte might have argued with me, but in her dazed, half-asleep state, it was easy to lift the baby from her arms. "Sleep," I told her again. "I've got this." Charlotte didn't shut her door, but she did turn and collapse back into her bed. I chuckled, and that seemed to help shake off the dark grip that my nightmare had on me. I looked down at Savannah, who was smacking her lips. "Come on, baby girl," I murmured. With only minimal fumbling, I changed her diaper and got settled on the couch. As Savannah ate, I watched her. My eyes took in her silky hair, the bridge of her nose, the little fold in her ear. She was such a tiny thing. I barely knew her, but I knew that I would do anything for her. It was intrinsic. Maybe I was just desperate for family. Maybe I needed something to anchor me to the world so that the dark pit inside me wouldn't win. But whatever the reason, I knew I was going to protect her with everything that I had. And the same went for Charlotte. She had lost her best friend. I wasn't going to let her lose Savannah, too. "I don't need a test to know that you're mine," I murmured to Savannah, who was nearing the end of bottle. She would need to be burped and walked around the kitchen a few times. That seemed to work to settle her back to sleep. When she did resettle, tried and true kitchen walk for the win, I carefully slipped back into Charlotte's room and lowered her back into the pack and play. Charlotte was snoring, softly and rhythmically, from the bed. It made me smile and wish that I had my phone to record it. I was sure she would try to deny that she snored come morning. I popped the lock on the door as I went out and closed it behind me. I tried twisting the knob to check. It didn't budge. Good. Let her wake up with her bit of reassurance still intact. Making my way back across the hall, I nearly lowered myself back onto my pallet on the floor, but decided to grab the pillow and blankets and throw them onto the bed. The mattress was still too soft, but maybe if I took myself out of my comfort zone and tried something I wasn't used to, I would find some semblance of rest. It didn't exactly work. The bed was truly too comfortable. Charlotte was the only person that I knew who picked a mattress for a guest room, as if she wanted someone to actually want to stay. I couldn't do more than doze for the next several hours, but I didn't slip back into my nightmare, so that still counted as a win, right? Chapter 7. Gabe. The conversation with Adrian and the nightmare that followed stuck with me like a leech for the rest of the weekend. I wanted to believe that he had lost touch with reality, that he was just obsessing over the mission because he still blamed himself, that he wanted there to be some grand conspiracy because he wanted someone to blame, even though there was no there. But once he'd planted that idea, it was hard to fully let it go. Maybe because I wanted there to be a bigger reason too, or maybe because I'd spent 9 years trusting Adrian right down to my bones. He wasn't the type of guy to make up a monster in the closet. But whether he was right or not, I didn't have time for rabbit holes right now. I had bigger things to worry about, like getting a blood draw. Driving through the Appalachian Mountains back toward Charlestown, I was struck again by how pretty it was here. Even with all of the trees stripped of their leaves, they still looked pretty picturesque, especially with the backdrop of the mountains, lightly dusted with snow. Though my favorite time of year would always be fall, when the leaves would start to turn, I'd always appreciated how you could actually see the change of the seasons here. I'd been to too many places that felt like they never changed, stuck in a rut. The lab was in a brick building a few streets down from the courthouse, and I parallel parked at the curb before going inside. There was a sterile waiting room that smelled faintly of antiseptic and bleach. It reminded me of a military clinic. Going overseas, it seemed like I was constantly getting a shot for something or other. I was more than used to medical waiting rooms. After I checked in with the receptionist, I took a seat and scrolled through my phone. Nothing worked to quiet the noise in my head. What I was about to do could change the course of my life. I felt eyes on me and looked up to see a gray-haired woman staring at me. It took me a second to process why. "Gabe, is that you?" I jumped out of my chair, feeling my face go hot. "Yes, ma'am, it's me. Been a long time. Too long. Mrs. Kepner took me in after my family died so I could finish my senior year at my school. She was a neighbor who had gone far out of her way to help me. She'd been one of my champions back then, but I hadn't seen or spoken to her since I left for the Navy. "Don't you ma'am me. Get over here." She smiled warmly as she took me into an embrace. She felt thinner than I remembered, and smaller. She let me go, then looked me over. "You look great, Gabe," she said, smiling. "I always wondered how you made out after you left Harper's Ferry." I felt guilty for not keeping in touch with her after all she'd done for me, but when I'd left this place behind, I'd left for good. Or so I thought. Now, I was forced to recognize I'd done so at the expense of the people who'd helped me through the darkest period of my life. Heat prickled my cheeks as I apologized. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kepner. Things were rough back then, and I was young and stupid and... Sweetheart, stop, she said, holding up a hand. I understand. Well, thank you for everything you did for me. I wasn't sure I'd ever said those words to her before, but I wanted her to know now. I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for you. Mrs. Kepner patted my cheek. You're very welcome, Gabe, and you could write to me once in a while, you know. My address hasn't changed. Okay, I said, still blushing. I promise I will. Mr. Kelly, the receptionist called. The lab tech is ready for you now. Guess that's me, I said, stating the obvious. See you later. I hope I do, Mrs. Kepner said, holding my gaze. The receptionist pointed me toward a door on the right, and I went through into a small white room with a chair and a table covered in phlebotomy supplies, tubes, needles, rubber tourniquets, alcohol pads, cotton balls. The tech confirmed my name and social security number, then told me to have a seat. Good veins, she said, eyeing the twisty blue lines on the inside of my arm as she tied the rubber tourniquet around my bicep. You look like you work out. I grunted. I wasn't in the mood to get into my background. She was good and got my sample on one stick with the needle. I was done in a snap. Thanks so much, I said, standing to pull my jacket back on. When should the results be in? Looks like they put a stat on these, the tech said, scanning her paperwork again. But we're backed up, so I'd say 2, maybe 3 weeks. Okay, great. Thanks. I went back out into the waiting room, but it was empty now. I was hoping to see Mrs. Kepner, so I could thank her again, but she'd disappeared. I walked out into the sunny day, taking a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling somehow lighter than before as I headed back to Charlotte's place. Maybe there was more to making peace with things here than simply visiting the cemetery.
Charlotte. I'm on my way back now, Gabe said over the phone. Want me to grab something for dinner? No, don't bother. I can throw something together. There wasn't much in the fridge at present since I hadn't made it to the grocery store yet this week. I wasn't used to feeding 2 adults, but I knew how to stretch a meal. A loud knock sounded on the door. I wasn't expecting anybody. Frowning, I said, "Hey, someone's here. I need to go." I heard him start to say something as I ended the call, and for a second I wished I hadn't hung up. Having him there on the other end of the line would have made me feel less alone while facing whoever was outside. To say I was nervous after what happened to Alexis would be putting it mildly. I hit pause on the microwave, where I was heating a bottle for Savannah, and walked over to the front door. Through the peephole, I spotted a state trooper on the porch and released my pent-up breath. Okay. So, not a stalker ex there to kill me and steal the baby. Still, I left the chain on just to be safe as I opened the door. Can I help you? Yes, ma'am, the trooper said, tipping his hat to me. My name's Elijah Harris, and I'd like to see my daughter. I blinked at him a moment, taking the sight of him in as adrenaline flooded my system. It was the stalker ex, dressed as a cop. Or maybe he really was a cop. I didn't know. Didn't care. All I knew was that I was there alone with Savannah, and this jerk would never get his hands on her. Never. My legs felt weak, and if I hadn't had the door frame to help hold me up, I would have collapsed on the floor. Thank God I'd left the chain on. Thank God. I'm sorry. That's not possible, I said, hoping my voice wasn't shaking as badly as my insides. She's not here. Please don't cry, baby. Please don't cry. From what the social worker had told me, foster placements were not made public in cases like this. He shouldn't have known where to find Savannah, which meant he'd either been stalking me too, or he'd used whatever law enforcement connections he might have to get the information. Either way, it was illegal. And terrifying. My chest constricted, and my stomach churned. I did my best to squash down the fear and put on a brave front, to stall him until, hopefully, Gabe got back. How did you find me? He stepped closer, trying to intimidate me with his size and bulk. It worked. He was every bit as tall and broad as Gabe, with a bit more muscle packed on at the gym. Alexis had a type, that was for sure. He didn't answer my question, instead growling through the cracked door, "Go get my baby." The thought of poor Savannah with this man gave me the courage I needed to hold my ground. If the courts order me to turn the baby over to you, I will. Until then. I wanted to say more and tell him off, but bit my tongue. Back off. He exhaled slowly. I'm trying to be nice here. His tone was sharp enough to cut steel. You should keep that in mind. My nails dug into the wood trim of the door frame, and bile rose hot in my throat. But I couldn't back down. Wouldn't back down. For Savannah's sake. For Alexis. I know who you are, I said, the words clawing out of me. I know what you did. Elijah's expression darkened, and he put his hand on the door as if he meant to push his way in. I braced my foot against the bottom of the wood, ready to go to battle for the little girl sleeping a few rooms away. Just then, Gabe pulled into the driveway, and I wanted to cry with relief. Harris glared at the car and stepped back, more cautious now that he had an audience. His face changed too, from angry and hateful to polite and stoic. Jerk. Gabe walked up to the porch, taking in the state trooper uniform and me cowering behind the steel-chain door. Hey, what's going on? Nothing to worry about, Elijah said in a smooth voice, like he hadn't been threatening me seconds earlier. We're through here. Have a good night, sir. He brushed past Gabe and jogged down the stairs to the white SUV parked at the curb. Weird that he was in uniform but driving an unmarked car. I watched until he pulled away, unable to move, unable to breathe. What was that about? Gabe asked, concern written all over his handsome face. I slid the chain free, then hung heavily on the door as I opened it for him, still afraid my knees would give way. You need to tell me what's wrong, he said. He put his arm around my waist to help me over to the sofa. As soon as I was settled, he went back to lock the door before taking a seat beside me, taking my cold hands in his to warm them. Who was that? Why was he here? He's Alexis's ex. His name is Elijah Harris. He's a cop? Gabe shook his head. That complicates things. I can't believe he had the balls to show up here. There's something not right about him, Gabe, I said, staring down at our entwined fingers, drawing strength from him. When I looked into his eyes, they were dead. He nodded and looked like he wanted to say more, but then Savannah wailed for her bottle and reality snapped back to normal. Thank heavens she'd managed to sleep through the confrontation. I have a bottle for her in the microwave, I said, not moving. I'll get it and feed her. Gabe stood. You take a minute to catch your breath, and then I want you to tell me everything you can about that conversation. Every detail. As he walked away down the hall, I went back to the door, double and triple checking to make sure it was secure.
Chapter 8. Gabe. Over the course of a few days, I managed to transition from a clumsy oaf who knew nothing about infants to a pretty competent baby whisperer. I could feed, change, and dress Savannah on my own without any input from Charlotte. Our arrangement was strange, sure, but we were making it work. I never imagined myself in this position, yet here I was with spit up on the front of my shirt and a snuggly little one nestled on my shoulder. And I was comfortable with it. Heck, I was good at it. Charlotte was rushing around, trying to finish getting dressed and eat breakfast at the same time, when her phone rang. I was sitting in the living room, doing my best not to eavesdrop, but it was kind of impossible in such a small area. Hey, Mom, she said, cradling the phone between her cheek and shoulder while she rummaged around in the fridge. Now isn't really a great time. What? Oh. I could tell from Charlotte's tone that whatever her mom had said wasn't good. I shifted on the sofa to look back over my shoulder into the kitchen. Charlotte was leaning her hips against the counter now and rubbing her temple while she frowned. Yep. Definitely not good. Concerned, I stood and walked into the kitchen with Savannah and gave Charlotte an inquiring look, mouthing, "What's wrong?" She waved me off and turned to face the window over the sink. "Okay, well, it can't be helped." "No, Mom, it's fine. I hope you feel better soon. I'll just need to rearrange some stuff on my schedule. Move that franchising meeting again and find someone to cover for me. It's fine. Seriously, you rest and take care of yourself. I'll call you later. Bye." Once Charlotte ended the call, I asked, "What's going on? You've moved that meeting twice already, right?" Charlotte turned back to me, looking defeated. "Yeah, but Mom's got a cold and can't take Savannah today, so I don't really have a choice." "I can take her," I offered. "What?" Charlotte chuckled. No. Thanks for the offer, but no." "Why?" Now it was my turn to frown. "Look, I know it's hard to believe, and that I still sometimes act like I could break her if I hold her the wrong way, but I've learned a lot the past 6 days. I can handle it. You know it's true." She blinked at me a moment, like she was considering it, then shook her head. "Number, I can't ask you to do that. I'll get someone to cover my shifts today. One of my managers is usually willing to pick up some extra hours." "What about the franchising meeting?" Charlotte shrugged, reaching out to take Savannah's tiny hand. "I don't know. I wasn't really sure about that whole deal anyway. It's probably better if I put it off for now." Yeah, I wasn't buying that. "Come on, seriously. I can watch Savannah for a few hours. We'll be fine. Go do what you need to do." At Charlotte's incredulous look, I added, "We've come to an understanding, Savannah and me." To prove my point, I waggled my brows at the kid, and she squealed and gave me a wide, gummy smile. It was the most adorable thing I'd ever seen, and made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Then I leaned in closer and tickled her cute little belly, and just like that, her happy squeal turned into a full-body laugh. Amazing. And I was pretty proud for having caused it. By the time I looked over at Charlotte again, she was smiling too. After a deep breath, she said, "Fine. You can watch her. But you need to promise you'll call me if you need anything at all, okay?" "Okay," I said, hiding my eye roll by kissing Savannah's soft cheek. "We got this. Don't worry. Now finish getting dressed and get out of here. You'll be late." I was feeling pretty good about everything as I gave Savannah a bottle, then changed her diaper before settling in to watch some morning TV while burping her. It couldn't be that hard, right? Feed her, change her, entertain her when needed, put her down for naps. Piece of cake. I'd face down snipers and terrorists and dictators. I could handle one tiny baby girl. Except, it seemed like the minute Charlotte walked out the door, Savannah started getting fussy. And no matter what I did, she wouldn't stop whining and crying and generally being unhappy. Even my trademark eyebrow waggle and tickle didn't help. In fact, it felt like everything I tried only made it worse. I started to worry that maybe she was sick, but when I pressed my fingers to her forehead, her temperature felt normal. So what was the problem? And what had I been thinking, telling Charlotte that I could handle everything? Maybe this hadn't been a good idea after all. I stood and carried the baby around the house, rubbing her back. Number I wasn't a quitter, especially where my own child was concerned. We'd get through this. I just needed to figure it out. The moving seemed to help a little, as Savannah became distracted by the passing scenery. All right then. If walking around the house was good, getting outside in the fresh air would be even better, right? So, a walk it was. I remembered Charlotte mentioning something about Savannah liking to be in her stroller. That was good. I got us both ready to go, and we headed out of the house and into the sunshine. Savannah gave a happy squeal. Good, good. Back on solid ground. Things were improving. My spirits lifted. As I pushed the stroller down the block, I pointed stuff out to Savannah, talking to her like she understood every word I was saying. A short distance from the house was part of the Appalachian Trail that led down to the Shenandoah River. It was a beautiful day, sunny and pleasant, and I had Savannah nicely bundled up, so we went for it. The gurgle of water joined the chorus of songbirds in the air, and I inhaled deeply, catching the scent of leaves and moss and decaying wood. Sunlight, filtered through the leaves above, dappled the path. A memory flashed through my head, walking down here with my mom when I was a kid. I'd forgotten this was her favorite walking path. How could I forget something like that? Man, my family had been gone 10 years, and already the memories were slipping away from me. Stuff like the sound of my dad's voice, or my mom's laugh, or how my brother would always fold his candy wrappers into little squares before flicking them at me across the table. God, I missed them all so much. I'd forgotten how much until I'd come back here. I sighed and stared out at the river beyond the trail. It hurt being back here, in a weird and wonderful way that threatened to pull me under as fast as any rip current in that rushing water before me. That's probably why I'd avoided coming home for so long. Nothing to do about it now, though. I glanced down at the baby again. At least Savannah seemed to love it all, quieting right down and staring up, wide-eyed, at everything from her stroller, occasionally gurgling at something or chewing on her fingers. Several people stopped to talk to her and smile at me. She was adorable, no doubt about it. I felt a swell of fatherly pride. It was hard to believe that less than a week ago, I didn't even know she existed. Now I couldn't imagine life without her. We continued on down the trail, passing people and looking at the scenery. After about an hour or so, we stopped along the riverbank, and I took a seat on an empty bench. I gazed down at Savannah, thinking about my mom and how much she would have loved her granddaughter, about how she would have brought her here for walks too. My chest squeezed with the sweetness and sorrow of it all. Determined not to get caught up in that grief again, I stood and smiled down at the baby. Come on, darling. Time to get you home for a nap, eh?
Charlotte. My day at the bar passed in a blur between getting things ready to open, then the busy lunch shift, and then the meeting with the franchisers. I kept checking my phone, thinking Gabe would call sooner or later with some issue with Savannah, but he never did. In fact, I was starting to worry about it, but then things got busy again, and I never got around to checking on them. He handled dangerous, top-secret missions. He could handle a baby. Of course he could. Couldn't he? As I sat in the dreadfully boring franchise meeting, I couldn't help thinking about how things had changed over the past week. I'd loved Alexis like a sister. I missed her so much it felt like a part of my soul was gone. Having Gabe and Savannah around helped, though. I saw so much of Alexis and her daughter. Saw more and more of Gabe in there, too. He was growing on me, I had to admit. Funny, smart, kind, considerate. Even if he was a complete non-option in the happily ever after department. I snorted to myself and rubbed the bridge of my nose. God, the meeting must be melting my brain for me to even go there. I straightened in my seat and tried to pay attention to the presentation the men in suits sitting around me had put together. So far, from what I could tell, they wanted to take my gorgeous historic pub and turn it into one of those neighborhood-type chain restaurants with a bunch of local crap on the walls and servers running around in striped shirts and suspenders, hawking food and drinks with names like Shenandoah Sliders or Mountaintop Mud Pie. I knew I should at least listen to what they had to say. It made smart business sense. Franchising the pub could certainly make me more money, but I loved the place and hated the idea of it not being mine, so rather than get more anxious about the presentation, I turned my attention to the rest of the bar. It was well past the lunch rush now, but even so, there were still tables filled and food cooking on the grill. The low hum of chatter droned over the country tune playing on the speaker system, and the aroma of seasoned French fries wafted toward me, making my mouth water. God, I love this place. The meeting finally wrapped up a bit after 4, and I managed to shake hands and play nice without letting on that I thought they'd wasted my time. Once they were out the door, I checked in with my evening staff, then headed home to see how Gabe and Savannah had fared. Despite the franchise plans falling through, I was feeling pretty much at peace with everything, until I rounded the corner on my block and saw a cop car in my driveway. Crap. I hurried toward my house, my mind racing. Okay, it was only one squad car. That was good, right? If something horrific had happened, there'd be more. So many more. The night they'd found Alexis, it felt like there'd been hundreds of emergency vehicles filling up the street and the yard, and fear trickled down my neck like ice water. By the time I reached the house, I was all but running, out of breath and sweaty and shaking. I parked near the curb and got out, racing to the porch where Gabe stood talking to a uniformed officer. Savannah was in his arms, looking whole and unhurt, thank God. The minute I stepped onto the porch, Gabe turned and handed the baby to me. Savannah gurgled and grinned, reaching up with her drool-covered hands to pat my cheeks like she could sense I needed reassurance. Through numb lips, I asked, "What's going on?" Gabe took a deep breath. "We had a break-in. I took Savannah for a walk around the neighborhood this afternoon, and when we came back, I found the house trashed." My heart stopped and started again, tumbling over itself with adrenaline. How could this happen? Without waiting or asking the police officer for permission, I pushed past the men and walked into my living room. It looked like a bomb had gone off in there. Debris lay everywhere, the coffee table smashed in half. I peered into the kitchen and wished I hadn't. It was even worse in there. Cabinet doors ripped off or hanging by a single hinge. Dishes shattered all over the floor. Drawers yanked out and tossed, their contents all over the countertops. Anger and the sense of being violated rolled through me in waves. What was happening here? I couldn't look at the rest of the house. Couldn't handle that. Not yet. Savannah started fussing, picking up on my inner turmoil, and I stroked her back as I returned to the front porch, where Gabe and the officer waited. My face felt hot, and my mouth was dry. "How did this happen? Did you see anyone?" Gabe rubbed the back of his neck, scowling. "Number. They smashed a window in your bedroom. That's how they got in." "Ma'am," the officer said. "From the looks of things, I'd say it was a crime of opportunity. Empty house, kids breaking a window, searching for stuff they could steal and sell quickly on the street." I frowned. The TV was still in the living room, as was my computer. If they were looking for quick money, wouldn't those things be the first to go? I glanced at Gabe to see if he was thinking the same thing, but he just shrugged. "I can't tell what's missing," he said. "If anything." "Great. If either of you can think of anyone suspicious who's been hanging around the neighborhood lately, please let us know. We'll check them out," the officer said, putting his tiny notebook back in his pocket. Before I could stop myself, I blurted out, "Elijah Harris." Gabe's gaze snapped to mine. He didn't look happy I'd mentioned it, but I didn't care. It was my house that had been broken into. My life tossed and turned over like nothing but trash. My best friend who was dead. The officer pulled his notepad out again. "Can you say that once more, ma'am?" I did, then gave him the story. "He showed up here yesterday, and he was angry. I think he had something to do with Alexis Barnes's murder, too," I added, then swallowed hard, my heart hammering against my ribcage. She came here to Harper's Ferry to try and get away from him, but somehow he tracked her down. Gabe was wearing that stoic seal expression he got when things were difficult, I noticed. I could tell he was upset, though, by that tiny muscle twitching near his tense jaw. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, but I was scared. "Right," the officer said, scribbling notes on his pad before closing it again. He sighed, then gave me a patronizing look. "I'll give that name to the detective working on the case." I'd seen that look before, too many times. They wouldn't do anything. "Thanks, officer," Gabe said, jumping in again. "Can you keep us updated? Let us know if you find out who did this?" "Yep." The officer started down the stairs to the sidewalk, then looked back at us. "Break-ins happen, though, folks. In fact, the trend is on the rise here in Jefferson County. Can't guarantee anything." "I know," Gabe said, smiling politely. But still, keep us in the loop if you can. Thanks again. I stood there on the porch, seething inside, as the officer got into his car and pulled away.
Chapter 9. Gabe. I hated that this had happened on my watch. Hated even more the look on Charlotte's face. It felt like I'd betrayed her, or at least my vow to keep her and Savannah safe. Cursing under my breath, I walked inside and stood amid the mess. As bad as it looked from the front door, she hadn't seen the worst of it yet. Her bedroom was demolished, like whoever broke in had a personal vendetta against her. The pillows and mattress were sliced and the stuffing strewn everywhere. Bottles had been shattered and their contents smeared or splashed on the walls. Floorboards pried up, even what looked to be fist marks smashed into the drywall. About the only corner not touched was where Savannah's pack and play was. That had immediately made me think about Alexis's abusive ex, the guy claiming to be Savannah's father. Yeah, this felt personal. Whoever did this had been full of rage. About the only positive thing I could say was that nothing of value seemed to be gone. All the electronics and jewelry and other items that could have been sold off for cash were untouched. But knowing the perpetrator hadn't taken anything important didn't make me feel better. Just the opposite, in fact. I steeled my resolve to catch the person responsible and make sure they paid. When I'd shown the police officer Charlotte's bedroom, he had zeroed in on the smashed window and the fist marks in the walls, but it wasn't like he had a CSI team he could call to sweep the place. Small towns like Harper's Ferry didn't have the budget for all that lab stuff, especially for a routine break-in. And as far as he was concerned, that's what this was. That much was clear from his reaction. But my gut told me this was something more. As I stood in what looked like the aftermath of a tornado, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the pacifier I'd found lying on the floor under the window during my initial search. It was shiny and new, not worn and half gummed to death like Savannah's other ones. She was teething and, I'd quickly learned, would gnaw on anything she could get in her mouth, including herself and other people. A gift left for the baby only reinforced the most obvious suspect. Elijah Harris. If he'd done this, that meant he was coming after Charlotte now. I squeezed the pacifier tight in my fist. Charlotte had brought his name up to the police, then cut me a look like she thought I'd be upset about it. I wasn't angry, truthfully, though I wasn't sure it would do much good. After all, Harris had been wearing a West Virginia State Police uniform when he'd come here that day to talk to Charlotte, and everyone knew that law enforcement guys took care of their own. I understood the sentiment. We did the same in the SEALs. Except when one of our own was rotten to the core. In that case, we normally dealt with it internally. The Navy had military courts set up for just such situations. But we weren't in the military now, and this evil jerk wanted to hurt Charlotte and take Savannah from me. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let that happen. The pacifier squeaked as I crushed it in my hand, and I shoved it back into my pocket, then walked down the hall to the living room. Charlotte had cleared a spot on the couch and taken a seat, cooing to Savannah to keep her calm. Even though she was making nonsense noises for the baby, her face looked the way it had the night Elijah Harris had shown up on her doorstep. Terrified. How could I let this happen on my watch? I didn't want to tell her about her bedroom, but I had to. She deserved to know. I pulled out the pacifier and handed it to her. Found this in your room. Is it Savannah's? She shook her head, the color draining from her face. No. Didn't think so. I scrubbed a hand over my face before continuing, rushing the words out before I couldn't say them anymore. If this is Harris, we can't trust the cops to handle it. They refuse to see this as anything other than an ordinary break-in, but given the fact that nothing's missing, I'm convinced it's personal. Until I can get a handle on Harris and what he's up to, I think we need to lay low for a couple of days. I took a deep breath, wanting to tell Charlotte it would all be okay, but knowing I couldn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Concentrate. I cleared my throat, staring the wall instead of her, because it was easier. Can you get someone to cover your shifts at the tavern? Charlotte didn't say anything. She gave a slow nod, like she wasn't taking it all in yet. Good. I don't want you going anywhere alone right now. I headed for the door, needing time and space and fresh air to keep from putting my own fist through a wall in frustration. Maybe I should call Drake. The team was halfway around the world, so it wasn't like I could call my buddies in to help, but he could still be good for advice. I sighed. I'm going to walk the perimeter again. Make sure the officer didn't miss anything.
Charlotte. I knew Gabe was right. Lying low for the time being was a good idea. That didn't keep me from feeling trapped in my own house after 2 days, though. Not that I didn't have enough to keep me busy there. Between getting all new housewares delivered, up to and including a new mattress and bedding, and having a handyman come to repair the damage to my bedroom walls and then another gal in to paint them, it was a lot to deal with. Those delivery people had to be getting sick of seeing my face, and I didn't like thinking about the cost of replacing all that stuff. Even so, I felt like didn't know what to do with myself during the brief downtimes. I was used to the constant go, go, go of working at the tavern, and apart from work, to doing what I wanted when I wanted. But none of that was possible right now. Not with Elijah Harris out there somewhere. I called in, sure, but my staff at the bar were too good at their jobs. Turned out they didn't need me as much as I needed them. I never really knew what being cooped up meant until now. Come on. Gabe stepped in front of me to stop my pacing. Let's take a walk. The air will do us good. Walking for pleasure wasn't something I often did. No time. But now all I had was time, and staying cooped up inside sure wasn't helping my mental state. Maybe getting out for a little while would help. Okay. We got Savannah ready and started walking down the block toward the trail to the river. When I'd first moved into my house, I used to come down here sometimes on Sundays. It was pretty and peaceful. Savannah was content in her stroller, as usual. And even though the day was a bit overcast, the air wasn't too cold. The river was beautiful too, clear and sparkling. We stopped a moment to look at it, and that's when I noticed the funny look on Gabe's face. Not sad, exactly, but close to it. What's wrong? I asked. What? He glanced over at me like he was just then realizing I was there. Oh, nothing. I'm fine. I narrowed my eyes at him. You don't look fine. You look upset. He shrugged. Then it hit me. He'd been gone for ages, and being here must be triggering all sorts of memories. Good and bad. I'm sorry. Without thinking, I reached over and put my hand on his arm. It must be hard for you being back here where your family was, seeing these places again, remembering how things used to be. He shrugged again, then stayed quiet for so long I thought he might not answer. Finally, staring out at the river, he said, It was hard at first. But it's not so bad today. I don't have that sinking feeling in my chest like there's a black hole there or something. Well, that's a start. We walked on, stopping halfway across the bridge to stare down into the water. Gabe sighed, then looked over at me. It's getting easier. Did I tell you I ran into Mrs. Kepner the other day when I went to get my blood work done? I haven't thought about her in forever. How is she? Fine, I guess. Maybe a bit lonely. She asked me to write to her. He shook his head and looked away. Guess I'll need to get better at that once I'm back with my team. Right. I knew he'd be leaving once this whole mess was over, but hearing it felt like an electric shock, jarring and uncomfortable. Truth was, I'd gotten used to having Gabe around, even though it had only been a little over a week. It was nice, knowing I could depend on him. I wasn't used to that from a man. My dad left, for the last time, when I was 7. Now, I doubted I could make the whole stable relationship thing work with anyone, even someone who seemed as wonderful as Gabe. Not that I was considering anything with him, so I did what I always did. Sucked it up and stuffed my emotions down deep. When do you have to go back? Not sure yet. He rested his elbows on the railing and clasped his hands, head lowered. My CO is doing everything he can to keep me here until the paternity test results come back, and they hold the custody hearing. I have 60 leave days banked, so hopefully that will be enough. He sighed. I wish I didn't have to leave the rest of my team in the lurch like this, but I know they'll understand. Sounds like you guys are close, I said. Then, after a brief hesitation, I added, like a family. He gave a curt nod in response, that stoic shield dropping back into place, letting me know I'd gotten too close. We started back toward the house, and despite Gabe shutting me out at the end there, our walk did make me feel better. The combination of fresh air, cooing baby, and strong, silent bodyguard helped. Once we got home, after Gabe did a walkthrough to make sure the house was safe while I put Savannah down for a nap. When I walked back into the family room, he was staring out the window like he was doing surveillance. Hey, thanks for taking me outside. I feel a lot better now. You're welcome, he answered. Getting outside always helps me clear my mind, too. I was reminded of everything he'd admitted during the walk. He'd closed up when I pushed beyond his comfort zone, but I wasn't about to let it go. You know, you can always talk to me when you feel like the black hole is coming back. I'm a good listener. I'd walked up behind him, and he spun around as if startled. We were just a few inches apart, closer than we'd ever been. We stood there, and it felt like there was some invisible cord tying us together, keeping us from moving, from talking, from breathing. His gaze flicked from my eyes down to my lips, then back again, and a sudden burst of warmth ignited inside me like fireworks. This close, I could see the hint of dark stubble along the skin of his tight jaw, hear the catch of his breath, feel the heat of him surrounding me, drawing me closer. Even afterward, I couldn't say which one of us moved first. All I knew was that 1 second we were looking at each other, and the next we were kissing. His strong arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me closer. I placed my hands against his chest to brace myself as his lips found mine, shocked that it was happening and dizzy from the sensations. Gabe wasn't tentative. He seemed to want the kiss as much as I did. And when I arched into him, pressing my breasts against his chest, he made a gruff noise. Which is why it made no sense when he broke the kiss and moved away from me. And if I'd felt awkward before, it was nothing compared to now. What had I been thinking? I hadn't been. And neither had he. That much was clear by the way he strode out of the room without even looking at me. How were we going to play this off? Pretend it hadn't happened? I couldn't imagine that would be possible, considering the fact that my lips were still tingling from his and I could still taste him. Worse yet, I wanted to do it again. Chapter 10. Charlotte. I woke up the next morning at 8 a.m. I couldn't tell you the last time that happened. At first, I panicked, thinking I was late to the bar and I'd missed the delivery guy with the early supplies, and then I'd be short for the weekend. But then I remembered I was staying home with Gabe and Savannah, and I relaxed a bit, staring at the ceiling. It was nice, I realized, having them here. The house didn't seem quite so big or cold with other heartbeats down the hallway. Finally, after a yawn and a stretch, I slipped on my robe, used the bathroom, and headed for the kitchen as happy baby squeals echoed down the hall. I couldn't help smiling myself in response. I found Gabe sitting at the table trying to feed Savannah. It looked like there was more cereal on him than in her mouth, but I had to give him credit for trying. Morning, I said as naturally as I could, considering I couldn't stop thinking about our kiss. Hey, he said, focused solely on Savannah. I poured myself a cup of coffee and tried not to laugh as Gabe negotiated with the baby. Come on, little girl, he pleaded. You've only got a few more mouthfuls to go, and it's so good. I pretended not to watch as he slurped the spoon. See? Yummy. Savannah giggled. I turned just in time to see Gabe bring a heaping spoonful of cereal toward her, only to have Savannah laugh and smack it away, sending it splattering all over him. Seriously? He asked. You're really going to act like that? She seemed to enjoy his displeasure and giggled harder, until his frown cracked and he joined in. Welcome to my world. I laughed with them. Doesn't look like I need to ask how it's going. I'm pretty sure there's more food stuck to the two of you than in her stomach. Gabe gave me a look, cereal crusted on his face, and Savannah burbled happily. You're not helping, I wasn't trying to. I smirked, enjoying my smartassery a moment. Plus the fact that it was someone besides me getting pummeled in the face with cold mush that smelled like spoiled formula. Before I took pity on him and walked over to help. Here, let me help. I grabbed some baby wipes from the container at the center of the table and cleaned Savannah up while Gabe wiped his own face. I'll get her changed and set up in her playpen if you clean up in here. Deal, he said, looking down at his ruined t-shirt. Once Savannah was happily playing with her giraffe toy, I headed back to the kitchen, only to stop in my tracks when I saw Gabe standing at the sink rinsing dishes. I had to admire the view for a second. How had I missed that butt? The muscles of his strong back rippled beneath his white t-shirt, reminding me of how those same muscles had felt beneath my hands the day before when we'd kissed. And whoops, nope, not going there, because wanting him that way was far too slippery a slope. And if I started thinking about that, then I'd start wondering what he looked like with the t-shirt off altogether, and that would lead to what he'd look like completely naked and... My gaze trailed up his body, taking in every detail like I needed to memorize him. My breath came quicker, and I felt myself getting hot and bothered, filled with visions of what I could do to him, with him, what I wanted to do with him. When he turned around and met my gaze, I jumped and coughed, trying to play off the fact that he'd caught me fantasizing about him. Between my awkwardness and my red-hot face, it was pretty obvious what had been going through my head. Gabe looked away quickly. Yup, he knew, and that made it awkward because now we both had to pretend like it didn't happen. Part of me knew it was for the best. We had no business getting involved like that. He'd be leaving as soon as this whole mess with Savannah was taken care of, and I had my hands full with the bar to run and now a baby to raise. So forgetting about it was the best thing for all of us. So why did I feel so disappointed when he stormed off, like something precious and rare between us had been lost? Worse, why did it scare me right down to my soul?
Gabe. I tossed the washcloth I'd been using into the sink, then walked into the living room. Retreat wasn't my usual MO, but sometimes you had to get away from a situation in order to figure out the best way forward. And frankly, I couldn't think straight with Charlotte so close, looking at me like she wanted to gobble me up whole 1 second, her expression turning petrified the next. It was confusing, and I didn't like it one bit. Until I'd returned to Harper's Ferry, my life had been neat and orderly, following a predictable course that I was comfortable with. Now, though, that had all been shot to pieces. I scrubbed a hand over my face, wrinkling my nose at the lingering smell of baby cereal on my skin, far more aware of the weight of Charlotte's stare still tingling on the back of my neck than I should have been. I didn't want to think about that kiss. It had already taken up way more of my time and my brain than it should. I tossed and turned most of the night thinking about it, imagining what would have happened if we hadn't stopped when we did, if I'd carried her to her bedroom, stripped her bare, then made love to every delectable inch of her. Stop it. Truth was, that kiss had been good. Better than good. Great. Amazing. But that didn't make it right. I should have known better. Should have kept my lips to myself and not complicated things between us any more than they already were. Didn't matter that she kissed me back like she was desperate for it too, or that she felt like she belonged in my arms. None of that would help us at all. I'd be leaving as soon as I got things with my daughter sorted out. Charlotte could remain as involved as she wanted in Savannah's life, and she could also get on with running her business and creating a future for herself independent of me. Never mind that all I wanted to do was walk over and kiss her again. It couldn't happen. Except then it did. I wasn't even sure how I ended up back in the kitchen, standing in front of Charlotte, who was looking up at me with her big, hazel eyes wide with wonder. But then she was in my arms and my mouth was on hers, and it was even better than I remembered. This time it was longer and deeper and so much hotter. She gasped and clung to me like she'd never let me go, and I swept my tongue into her mouth, tasting her again. Coffee this time. Still sweet as pie. I felt like I was drowning, but I couldn't get enough. Charlotte had always been tough, even back in high school. But staying with her now, I'd seen her softer side, the way she cared for Savannah, and the kindness she'd shown me the day we walked on the trail. She might be fierce on the outside, but she had a nurturing heart. I pulled her closer, and she looped her leg around my waist, her robe parting so our bodies were pressed together. I growled low in my throat, and she groaned, both of us clinging and clawing and trying to get more. Carefully, I turned and lifted her to sit on the edge of the counter, then spread her legs, moving between them and letting her know in no uncertain terms how badly I wanted her. I would have taken her then, but a squeak from the living room had us pulling apart fast. The sounds of our breathing filled the kitchen as we rested our foreheads together. I was panting, and I could feel Charlotte trembling against me. My blood sang in my veins, urging me to touch her, to bring her back into the moment we'd been about to share. But no, we had more than ourselves to think about. We had Savannah. Finally, Charlotte tightened the belt on her robe, then hopped down, her body brushing mine and making me bite back another groan full of want. "Let me just check on her." I watched her walk to the living room and pick up the baby, knowing it was for the best. We had no business touching each other, wanting each other like that. And yet I did. Maybe it had been too long since I'd been with a woman, or maybe it was simply Charlotte being wonderful. "She okay?" I managed to force out, the words sounding rough and wrecked to my own ears. "Does she need to be changed? I can do it." God, a month ago, I'd never have believed you if you'd told me I'd be standing here offering to diaper a kid. Heck, a month ago I wouldn't have known how. But now, everything was different. Because of the woman in front of me and the baby in her arms. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. I'd always prided myself on my ability to adapt. It was one of my greatest assets as a SEAL. Sure, our team planned ahead of time for our missions, but we knew better than anyone that unexpected things happened in the field. Curveballs that could be absolutely devastating. Well, life had, once again, thrown me one huge curveball, and I was completely mystified as to how to handle it. Think, dude. Think. Except I couldn't think clearly or rationally about any of this, because my emotions were involved now. We hadn't yet gotten the results from my blood test, but I knew in my heart that Savannah was mine. She looked like me, smiled like me. She even laughed like me. There was no doubt she was mine. And where did that leave Charlotte? She obviously loved Savannah as much as I did. How would we handle things once the custody case was settled? An unwanted memory of Elijah Harris and his claim rushed back to my mind, and my hackles went up. Guard dog mode activated. No way did I want that guy anywhere near either of my girls. My girls. The possessive streak inside me knocked me off my feet. Finding myself in the living room again, with no idea how I'd gotten there from the kitchen, I sank down on the sofa and raked my hands through my hair. Since when had I started thinking of them as my girls? Probably about when I'd kissed Charlotte the first time. Or maybe it had been after the break-in. Or maybe the day Harris showed up on Charlotte's doorstep. I didn't know when it had started. All I knew for certain was that this was all getting out of control, and I needed to stop it. We had to keep our heads on straight to get through what was ahead with Harris. But I also knew that at some point we'd have to revisit this issue, no matter how awkward it was or how much both of us wanted to avoid it. Because if life had taught me anything, it was that ignoring things and hoping they would go away on their own never worked. That was why I'd come back here in the first place, after all. To deal with all the stuff with my family that I'd tried to wish away, but that still roiled beneath the surface. The last thing I wanted was to do the same with this thing between me and Charlotte. We had Savannah to think about now. We couldn't mess this up. Which meant we'd talk about it again, sooner rather than later. Just not right now. Because right now I needed to get myself together before I did something stupid, like kiss her again and never let her go. Chapter 11. Gabe. Charlotte took Savannah into her room to give her a bath, since the baby wipes only went so far in removing that spoiled milk smell, and I went back to the kitchen to clean up and get myself back under control. My blood was still slamming through my veins, and my heart felt like a jackhammer in my chest. All over a kiss that could have turned into much, much more. "Hey, Gabe," Charlotte called from down the hall. "Yeah," I said, the word emerging a lot rougher than I wanted. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Yes?" "I think we need to go back to Alexis's house and get the rest of Savannah's things," she said. "The baby's been wearing the same couple of outfits I grabbed that first day, and she needs more. Plus, I want to get more of her toys, so she stays happy and doesn't get bored." "Okay." I scrubbed down the table, hoping the manual labor would calm me down. Maybe an errand and some fresh air was just what I needed. "We can go after you finish giving Savannah her bath if you want." "Sounds good. I'll call my mom and see if she can watch the baby," Charlotte called back. "I know it sounds silly, but I don't want Savannah to see the house. Not with everything that happened." "Good plan." It didn't sound silly to me. Not really. I wanted to spare my daughter all the heartache and pain in life, no matter how young she was and whether or not she'd remember. After I got the kitchen scrubbed clean and myself presentable again, Charlotte and I dropped the baby off at her mom's, with a warning not to open the door to anyone but us, and set off for Alexis's house. We parked at the curb and got out. The crime scene tape was gone from the door, which meant the police department was through gathering evidence. Normally, they'd turn the property back over to the family afterward, but since Alexis didn't have anyone, I assumed the bank would probably take it back. That thought bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not the bank, but Alexis being alone. We'd only had the one night together, but still. Charlotte pulled out her key and let us in. That surprised me. "What?" Charlotte asked over her shoulder. "Well, unless they broke a window to get inside, like what happened at your house, the front door is the obvious entry point. But from what I can see, the door's fine and the locks are the same, since your key worked." She frowned. And that means Alexis probably knew her assailant and let them in." "Oh." Charlotte shuddered. "Right. Let's get this done as quickly as possible. Being here creeps me out." "Don't touch anything you don't have to," I said, closing the door behind us with my hip. "Just pack what you want of Savannah's stuff. I'm going to take a look around while you do that and see if there's anything left behind the police might have missed." She went off to the nursery, and I started scanning the area. I didn't see any signs of forced entry, no busted windows or smashed-in doors. So the assailant must have left the same way they'd come in, through the front door. Once I'd cleared the living room and kitchen, I headed down the hall to the master bedroom. Covering my hand with the hem of my t-shirt, I opened the drawers, then rooted around inside. Nothing out of the ordinary at all, until I opened the nightstand drawer. It seemed to stick a bit, and I wiggled it around until it slid out completely. Wedged between the drawer and the back was a small journal. Bingo! I pulled it out and flipped through it, seeing a blur of entries and some photos stuck in between the pages. I shoved it in my jacket pocket, then replaced the drawer. The book might not give us any useful information, but whatever was in there, Alexis had wanted to keep it hidden. My stomach twisted as I did a quick search of the rest of the rooms before meeting Charlotte back near the front door. After we loaded all the baby stuff into the back of the car, I handed her the journal. "Found this in Alexis's bedroom," I told her. "If you want, I'll drive so you can look at it on the way." Charlotte flipped through the journal as we headed back to her house, her expression growing sadder the longer she read. Wow, I had no idea how much she'd suffered. We were best friends, but she never told me some of this stuff. The abuse. She showed me an entry. This last entry here is from a few days before she died. She says that Elijah made a new Facebook account and messaged her. She didn't reply, But he told her how sorry he was for all the pain he'd caused her and for what he'd put her through. He said he just wanted her and the baby to be a family. Jerk. I gripped the steering wheel harder than necessary. That's what abusers always say, to lure their target out. Then the words registered, and my heart dropped. Wait a minute. I thought you said that Alexis didn't tell Elijah about the baby. She didn't, Charlotte said, her face pale. She said she'd left without telling him. So how'd he find out? We stopped for a red light, and I took a deep breath and tried to think about it objectively. Honestly, it probably wouldn't be that hard. If he had another fake account on Facebook and sent her a friend request, and she accepted not knowing it was him, he could see all the stuff she posted. Did she ever share photos of Savannah? Charlotte swallowed hard, her eyes huge. Oh God, yes she did. She loved taking pictures of the baby. That's probably it then. The light turned green, and I accelerated, raking one hand through my hair, forcing myself to breathe to help dissipate the growing anger and anxiety inside me. The thought of Elijah Harris stalking an innocent woman and her child, my child, online made me want to hurt something, mainly him. He must have checked in on Alexis at some point, might have been months after she left him, when he finally started to care about her again. If he saw Savannah on her profile, that could have been the impetus for him to start digging around to find their address. Between social media and the resources he'd have through the police, it wouldn't have taken him long to track them down. Charlotte closed the journal with trembling hands. That's awful. Awful didn't begin to cover it. After stopping to pick up the baby, we went back to Charlotte's house. She took Savannah back to her room to get her settled in for a nap while I unloaded the stuff from the car. Then I went to the guest room to make a call. Elijah Harris wasn't the only one with contacts. I must have caught my CO before he went to bed this time, because he answered on the first ring. I gave him a quick rundown of the situation and the journal I'd found, then asked him what he thought. I needed perspective. I was too close to be objective, even though my instincts were telling me I was right. Elijah Harris was behind all this. Drake agreed, to some extent. There could be other viable explanations, or other people involved, but I do think Harris is at least involved. It would be too much of a coincidence if he wasn't. What I do know for sure is that that journal and any other evidence you have needs to go to the police. I sighed and sank down onto the edge of the bed. I know. I guess I was hoping to find some answers myself before I gave it to them. You know, Drake said, Adrian is in training to become an FBI agent. I know. You know. He hasn't tried to call you? I asked. Drake was quiet for a moment, and I knew how he felt. It had been a shock to hear Adrian's voice coming from my phone. He'd been a ghost since leaving the Navy. Was he all right? Drake asked. When you spoke to him. He's got some theories about Kyle's death. Thinks it might be more than just a mission gone wrong, but it didn't sound like anything conclusive yet. There was no point in telling Drake how worried I was that Adrian had gotten caught up in a mystery of his own making. We'd all been worried about him from the moment he didn't sign his re-up papers. Maybe he needs a distraction, Drake said. Something to take his mind off whatever spiral it's on. Sir, maybe you should get a hold of him and have him help you do a little digging into this Elijah Harris guy. See if you can put him in Harper's Ferry on the night of the murder. It wasn't the worst idea in the world. 2 birds with 1 stone and all of that. Okay, I will. Thanks. I sat back and rubbed my eyes. Any word on my extended leave yet? I'm working on it right now, actually. Drake's voice rang with the self-confidence that seemed a natural part of him. It was good to hear. The rest of the team is still willing to donate leave if it comes to that, but we'll see what the brass says first. Don't worry about it. You're covered either way. We've got your back. Thank you. The stress of this situation was exhausting, and it was nice to hear that at least there was one piece of it I didn't need to worry about. I started to end the call, but Drake stopped me. "Have you been to the cemetery yet?" he asked. "No." I squeezed my eyes shut. With everything else going on, I haven't had time to even think about it yet. Not a total lie. I had been busy. But I'll go, as soon as I get a chance. Drake sounded skeptical. I couldn't blame him. "I smell BS. Seriously, go. It'll be good for you, I promise." "I will." We'd just finished the call when Charlotte knocked on the doorframe and stuck her head into the guest room. "Savannah's out like a light," she said, smiling. "Being with my mom wore her out, I think." "Having met your mom, that's understandable," I joked, even though I wasn't quite feeling like laughing right then. "Mind if I come in?" she asked. "Sure," I said. "It's your house." She sat down beside me on the bed, and I caught the faintest hint of vanilla. It made me want to lean closer and drink her in, but I forced myself to keep my distance. "What are we going to do now?" she asked. I told her about my conversation with my CO and his suggestion to contact Adrian. "I think he could help us dig up more information on Harris. I really think we need to connect Harris to the night of Alexis's murder before we go to the cops. Otherwise, seeing as he's law enforcement, they might not take us seriously. We need all the pieces to fall into place before we make our case to them." "Agreed. We need everything to be airtight." She sighed. "Let's make the call." I saw the strain on her face. She was doing her best to keep it together, but there was no hiding the haunted look in her eyes. A murder, a baby, a forced entry, and what amounted to a stranger living under the same roof would probably break the average woman. But there was nothing average about Charlotte. The woman could probably run boot camp. Which is why I found it so strange that my protective instinct went into overdrive every time she was near me. Chapter 12. Gabe. I thought she'd scurry away after cementing our plan, but Charlotte never ceased to surprise me. Her tentative perch on the edge of the bed slowly shifted until she was curled up like a cat. I wanted to reach out and pet her, but I knew I shouldn't. It felt so easy talking with her. She caught me up on the town gossip, and before long we were laughing like we didn't have a care in the world. The tension in my shoulders eased a notch every time she smiled at me. We were bantering, like we were on a date, even though we both knew how far from the truth that was. "So," I said, taking off my boots before stretching out my legs on the bed, my back against the headboard. "What's a nice girl like you still doing on the market?" I gave her a quick smile. "I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. She laughed. "It's fine. Honestly, I haven't had time for romance. I figure I'll focus on that later, after the tavern's more profitable." As someone who'd avoided getting tied down for years, I knew the lie when I heard it. Still, it wasn't my place to push, so I didn't. We sat a while in silence before she continued. "I don't know," Charlotte said, running her hand along the comforter and avoiding my gaze, a slight frown knitting her dark brows together. "Sometimes I think my dad screwed me up pretty bad." My chest ached at her words. Harper's Ferry was a small town, so I'd grown up knowing about her family situation. Now, in the soft glow of the lamplight, we were being real with one another. She shrugged, her frown deepening. "I mean, without him around, I never really had a good role model for that stuff, you know. The one time I did fall in love with somebody, it didn't work out so well. He ended up moving to England, and I stayed here. Since then, I haven't put too much effort into it, I guess." I nodded, exhaling slowly, staring down at my hands in my lap. It wasn't like I was some kind of relationship expert either, seeing as how avoidance was my main MO. "What about you?" she asked, scooting down to lay her head on the pillow, glancing up at me through her lashes. Why did she have to be so irresistible? I wanted to cup her cheek, run my fingers through her tousled hair, but I didn't. Because if she gave me that look, the one that told me to keep going, I dropped my mouth toward hers ever so slowly until our lips touched. Her arms would circle my neck and pull me down on top of her, and Gabe, are you okay? I coughed and shifted to cover my crotch, startled out of my pornographic daydream. Yep, fine. I asked about your love life, or are you going to dodge the question? I felt like I owed her an explanation after she'd been so open with me. It's hard to have anything too serious with someone when you're always on the move. I took a deep breath. And after I lost my family in the accident, my SEAL team became like a surrogate one. But that's risky too. How so? That frown was back on her lovely face. I longed to trace the furrow between her brows to soothe it. I lifted a shoulder. Those guys are like brothers to me, but I could lose any of them at any time on a mission. I learned that firsthand last year. Kid named Kyle. He was newer, younger than the rest of us, so we all treated him like our little brother. But the places we go, they're dangerous. It's why we're there. To diffuse the conflicts no one else can. To handle the situation however we need to. Sometimes people get hurt, sometimes worse. I shook my head and stared up at the ceiling. That kind of reinforced the idea that no matter how close you get, you shouldn't go all in, you know. You should hold back a little to protect yourself in case the worst happens. I rubbed at my eyes with the heels of my hands. Or maybe that's just me, afraid to lose more people I care about. Oh, Gabe. She reached over and took my hand. We sat there for a while, not saying anything. The feeling of her soft hand on top of mine soothed me. Finally, I looked over at her, and she'd fallen asleep. For the best, I supposed, since I really didn't want to talk about my feelings anymore. It was hard, and now they felt all knotted and thorny inside me. Uncomfortable. Inviting as it looked to curl up beside her and take a snooze myself, I was too restless to nap. Besides, I had an important phone call to make. I slipped out of the room and dialed Adrian. Adrian Pierce. You answer the phone like customer service, I said by way of greeting. Gabe. He was surprised, I could tell. I didn't expect to hear from you for a while. What's going on? I told you that I'm taking some leave right now, dealing with some family stuff here in Harper's Ferry, I said. I know you haven't finished your training yet, but you know enough to do a little digging, right? Think you've got enough time for an off-the-books investigation? Adrian snorted. That's one way to ask for a favor, dickhead. I chuckled. I deserved that, especially after our last call. What do you need? I'm surprised the lone wolf reached out for help. Could you run a background check for me? I asked, cringing that he'd called me on that. It wasn't that I didn't trust anyone to do their job. When it came to our team, I trusted each one of them with my life. But I tended to take on as many tasks as I could, because I liked keeping busy, liked to keep moving. It kept the ghosts at bay, or at least it had, until I'd come home and stopped running. Now the ghosts were permanent fixtures, and I was learning to live with that. He scoffed. Seriously? Sure I can, yeah, but you could probably run one yourself. It's not a simple background check, I replied, as I pictured the man trying to take my child away from me. Listen, this one's kind of sensitive. He's a state trooper. He's based out of D.C. or Virginia, not sure which. Name's Elijah Harris, and I need to know everything you can find out about him, particularly around September 23rd. Where he was, who he was with, what he ate, when he took a crap. Everything. Nothing's too trivial, understood. Got it, Adrian said. Challenge accepted, and sensitive is my middle name. I laughed. Wait, I thought it was dumbass. Only that one time in Hong Kong. He chuckled. It was kind of nice to feel that camaraderie with him again. I'd always looked up to Adrian. His leaving our team, especially after losing Kyle, was a real blow. I'll get on this and get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks. I appreciate it. We ended the call and I walked into the kitchen. All I could do now was wait. I grabbed a beer and settled in front of the TV, flipping channels and trying not to think about the challenges in front of me. Prioritizing what needed to happen next always helped center me, so I focused on the immediate. Dinner. I was starving. Charlotte padded down the hall looking adorably rumpled, cooing to Savannah. "She's hungry," she said, bouncing the baby in her arms. "She's not the only one," I replied. "After you feed her, do you want to grab dinner in town? I was thinking we could hit the coffee mill." "Sure," Charlotte said, smiling at me over her shoulder as she stood at the microwave. "I haven't been there in a while." She yawned. "Sorry I fell asleep on you. Guess I was more tired than I thought." "No problem. I took care of some stuff, so it's all good. I talked to my friend, and he's going to run the background check for us." "Awesome." The microwave beeped, and she pulled the bottle out, checking the temp on her wrist before taking a seat at the table to feed the baby. "How long will it take?" "Not sure. Probably a couple of days, I think." Once Savannah finished her bottle, we put her in her stroller and started walking toward the diner. It wasn't far, and the weather was nice, not too chilly. As we neared downtown, though, I started regretting my decision. Inside a car, it was easier to not think about my past, my family, to keep the nostalgia at bay and compartmentalize things. But walking, bumping into folks I hadn't seen in ages, brought back memories of the last time I'd been here with my family. There was the arcade, where Isaac and I had fought about that stupid pinball machine and who'd play first. It seemed so ridiculous now, but I remembered being super annoyed at my younger brother, even though now I could see that he'd simply wanted to impress me and show off his skills. He'd wanted me to think he was cool. God, I missed him. "Hey," Charlotte said, nudging me with her shoulder, her expression concerned. "You okay?" "Fine," I said. I was good at covering up my feelings after all this time. Liar. At least I thought I was good at it. "Seriously," Charlotte said, glancing at me out of the corner of her eye. "I can tell when something's bothering you. You get all quiet and twitchy." I do not twitch. My flat stare did little to dim her bright smile. Okay. Maybe I twitched now and then when I was tense. Whatever. She kept watching me, and finally I caved. I shook my head. "It's nothing. I just..." Deep breath. "It's the 10-year anniversary of my family's deaths. My original plan was to come home to go to the cemetery and see their graves. I've never been since the funeral." My shrug felt sheepish. I'm still trying to build up my courage and all, I guess. It's hard. I hated how weak that sounded, but then Charlotte's hand was on my arm, and she was giving me one of those soft looks, and I sort of melted inside. "Gabe, I'm so sorry. Would it help if I went with you?" A lump formed in my throat, and I swallowed hard around it. God, what was wrong with me? I was never like this. I always kept my emotions stuffed down deep. But somehow Charlotte cracked me wide open, with her big, beautiful eyes and sincere heart. I coughed to cover the inappropriate need swelling inside me to pull her into my arms and never let her go. No. Thanks, but I need to do this on my own." Lone wolf, Adrian had called me. He was right. Charlotte's hand dropped away, and I missed her touch immediately. The diner was relatively empty, which was good because I didn't feel like playing catch-up with anyone else. The waitress seated us in a corner booth, and Charlotte busied herself with the menu and the baby. She was right. I was twitching. I couldn't get comfortable on the padded bench, and the words on the menu seemed too small to read, even though my vision was perfect. It felt like Charlotte was plotting something, readying herself for battle by ignoring me. "How about if we go tomorrow?" And there it was, her opening shot, I started to object, but she held up a hand, cutting me off. "Hear me out. The baby and I can sit in the car while you go to their graves. That way you're alone, but not alone." I wanted to say no. I wanted to stand firm behind my decision to do this by myself. But she was right, and having them in the car wouldn't stop me from doing what I needed to do out there. If the tears came, she wouldn't see them. Plus, I could keep an eye on her and the baby, in case Harris tried to pull something more. It wasn't a big deal, but it kind of felt like it was. Finally, I gave a curt nod. "Fine. Tomorrow, then." Chapter 13. Gabe. The next day, I was second-guessing my decision to let Charlotte and Savannah go with me. What if I couldn't get it together by the time I walked back to the car? Or, worse, what if I stood at my family's graves and felt nothing at all? No closure, nothing. Bringing Charlotte and the baby seemed like a bad idea all around, but I'd made the commitment, and I'd follow through on it. As I got ready that morning, I tried to clear my mind. I'd never planned to come back to Harper's Ferry again anyway, let alone for something like this. 10 years. A decade my family had been gone, and I'd been an orphan. Heck of an anniversary. I'd never been an anxious person, but it was hitting me hard today. I was moody and couldn't seem to stand still. Once I was dressed, I went out to the kitchen, where Charlotte was feeding Savannah. Normally, the baby relaxed with me, so I picked her up from her bouncy chair to kiss her. But she immediately started crying, apparently picking up on my swirling emotions. Guess that old wives' tale was correct, huh? Babies were psychic that way. Or else she was upset about leaving the bouncy chair, because my girl really did love bouncing around in that thing. Regardless, I was on edge. On our way into town, we stopped at the local florist because Charlotte had insisted that we get a bouquet. "It's tradition," she said as we walked inside. "What about this one?" I wrinkled my nose at the pink and white carnations. "Number it looks wilted." "It's not wilted," Charlotte said, giving me a look. "And keep your voice down. The owners might hear." "Anything I can help with?" a woman behind the counter asked. Before I could refuse, Charlotte stepped in and explained that we needed cemetery flowers. The owner led us over to a different section, and I ended up choosing a large arrangement of calla lilies. The owner wrapped them up for me, and we headed back to the car, while I tried not to grip the flowers so hard I crushed them. It was a beautiful arrangement, and I wished I was going anywhere but where we were headed. Except it was time. Time to stop running. Time to lay things to rest, literally. What felt like a small eternity later, we got to the cemetery and wove through the maze of small lanes inside until we reached the section where my family was buried. It was near the back, in a quiet spot near some large oak trees. Picturesque, calming. There was a bench and everything. I'd forgotten about that. I parked, then sat there, like an idiot, trying to get my legs to move and my brain to calm. "Are you sure you want us to stay in the car?" Charlotte asked while Savannah gurgled in her car seat in the back. "Yes," I said, staring out the windshield, but I still made no move to leave. The sense of grief sat heavy on my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. My body felt heavy, and my eyes stung. I hung my head, whispering, "I don't know if I can do this." Charlotte reached over and rubbed my back. "I'm here for you. Whatever you need from me. If you want me to go with you to their graves, I will." I shook my head, but several more minutes passed before I opened the door. My movements felt odd, jerky, like I wasn't really in my body. Charlotte didn't say a word as she got out of the car and took Savannah out of the car seat. Suddenly, all I wanted was my daughter in my arms, that connection, that bond. As if she understood, Charlotte handed the baby to me. Savannah's small weight grounded me like nothing else. I moved toward the plot slowly, the baby in one arm, the flowers tucked under the other, Charlotte waiting behind us. I kissed Savannah's cheek, inhaling her sweet baby smell, holding it inside me like a treasure. "We're going to see your Nan and Pops and your Uncle Isaac," I said, my voice catching slightly and my vision blurring. I wanted her to know them, know where she came from. You never got to meet them, baby girl, but they would have loved you so, so much, same as I do. I told her about my parents and my brother, my tears flowing freely, but I didn't care. At the gravesite, I knelt and placed the flowers atop my parents' joint grave and dusted the leaves from the headstones. Then we took a seat on the bench nearby. There was a slight breeze, and the sky was overcast, but it wasn't raining or uncomfortably cold, just quiet and peaceful. The pressure in my chest eased a bit. Savannah became fascinated with a squirrel nearby, and for the first time in a while, I smiled. My family was gone, but I still felt them here, still felt them all over this town. They were in me and always would be, no matter what. I sat there a while, taking it all in, and I realized Drake had been right. Coming here did help me, though there was still more I needed to do to be where I wanted emotionally. Finally, after enough time had passed for me to work through some of my complicated emotions, I stood and walked back to the car. After another hug and kiss for my daughter, I handed her back to Charlotte, feeling about 100 pounds lighter. "We can go now. What I need isn't here." Charlotte watched me, tears in her own eyes despite her sunny smile.
Charlotte. Back at the house, I tried to keep the mood light. It was clear how much that visit to his family's graves had taken out of Gabe. Something major had shifted in him, and even though I could still see glimpses of grief in his eyes, he seemed more grounded. Savannah was the perfect balm for his wrung-out heart. We sat on the ground watching the baby try to crawl, coaxing her to move and then laughing when she slid onto her belly. His phone dinged with an incoming text, and Gabe sat up abruptly. "It's Adrian," he said, once he unlocked his screen. "Looks like the background results are back sooner than expected." "What's it say?" I asked, my own anxiety returning. The thought of that guy still out on the streets, knowing he'd been inside my home, was unnerving, to say the least. Gabe tapped his phone a few times to open the report his friend had sent, then scowled. "So, not good, apparently." "Talk to me," I said while tickling Savannah to make her laugh. "Tell me what it says." Elijah Harris was a beat cop for the D.C. Police Department, Gabe said, his tone edged with anger. "Got suspended for excessive force and put on administrative leave for an arrest that ended with the death of the suspect. That was 2 years ago. Then he joined the Virginia State Troopers, and it looks like he's racked up an impressive list of complaints against him here, too." He squeezed the phone so hard I was afraid it might crack. To try to defuse the situation, I said, "Well, that's good. It proves what Alexis said in her journal about him being violent, right?" "Yeah." He sighed. "But it doesn't prove that Harris killed her. Is there anything else in there we can use?" "Maybe." Gabe frowned and scrolled some more. "Looks like there's a traffic cam picture of Harris in Charlestown the night of the murder. It's close enough to Alexis's place that he could have been there at the time she was killed. But I don't know if it's enough to overcome the police department's inclination to have each other's backs." "Shoot." "Yeah." He sighed and turned the phone off, then sat on the couch. "But you're right. At least it's something. More than we had before, anyway. We can at least show the investigators that he was in the area that night and put him on their radar." "So we go to police headquarters tomorrow?" "Yep." He tucked his phone away. We both gazed at Savannah in silence. Everything was stacked against us. I thought about Elijah Harris, about what he was capable of, and shuddered. We were about to head into battle. The feeling of Gabe's hand on top of mine jolted me. "Hey, stop worrying." So I did my best.
Chapter 14. Gabe. "Wow. Thank you folks for putting in all this work," Detective Anthony Moranto said. I knew how to build a persuasive case, so of course the man was impressed. I'd laid out everything on the table in the interrogation room they'd showed us to. The pictures I'd taken of Alexis's front door, the journal we'd found, the pacifier from the floor beneath Charlotte's bedroom window, the background check stuff Adrian had dug up for me on Elijah Harris. All of it. Unfortunately, it still doesn't amount to a slam dunk, he continued. The restlessness inside me that had been growing since the day before exploded into full-blown impatience. What exactly do you need to make it a slam dunk? I asked, using air quotes because, yeah, I was mad and didn't care anymore about being respectful. Because from where I'm sitting, this is starting to sound like a case of covering up for one of our own. The detective blinked at me a moment while Charlotte stared a hole through the side of my head. Okay, fine. Maybe I'd crossed the line there, but I was sick of spinning my wheels. Tony, a voice from out in the hall called. Take a break. I had no idea who the man filling the doorway was, but from all the stripes on his uniform, he had to be fairly high-ranking. The detective got up and walked out, giving me a final hard look over his shoulder before the door closed behind him. Harper's Ferry Police Chief Ed Wharton, the newcomer said, extending a hand toward me. He looked maybe 60, with gray hair and sharp blue eyes that seemed vaguely familiar. We shook hands, and then he took the seat Tony had vacated, his expression thoughtful. You don't remember me, do you, son? I frowned. Number sorry. Should I? Back when I was a deputy, I was the one who had to tell you about your family. Shoot. Yep. I remembered those eyes now. They'd been so sad the day he'd told me about the accident. And just like that, I was back there again, on that porch, feeling like the earth had vanished beneath my feet and I was in free fall. Reality started to slip away as the past took over my mind. Thankfully, Charlotte slipped her hand into mine and squeezed, anchoring me back in the now. Chief Wharton glanced down at the evidence we'd brought in, then back to me, his tone serious. Look, son, you have my word we'll investigate all of this. I take the Alexis Barnes case very seriously, and I will personally make sure that there's no stone unturned here, no cover-ups of any kind. He cleared his throat and picked up the photo of Alexis and Elijah together. Law enforcement officer or not, we've been looking for leads in that case, and this one seems as plausible as anything else we've come up with so far. It was all too much. The flashback to the worst day of my life, the suspicion that I was up against the thin blue line despite what the chief said. The room was suddenly 20 degrees hotter than when we'd first come in. I needed to get out of there so I could breathe again. With less grace than I would have liked, I stood and shook the chief's hand, muttering my thanks before tugging Charlotte down the hall and out of the police station. The ride home was tense. I was still trying to sort through all the emotions seeing Wharton again had brought up inside me, and, well, I wasn't the most touchy-feely guy in the world when it came to my feelings anyway. Fine, I sucked at feelings. I'd been so overwhelmed after my family died that I found the best way to cope, the only way, really, was to ignore them until they went away. I did the same thing after Kyle died, but that came back to bite me, because now sometimes I found it hard to feel anything at all. Except now, back here in Harper's Ferry with Charlotte. Lately I felt all sorts of emotions, feelings, some good, some bad, and it was driving me up a wall, like an itch beneath my skin I couldn't scratch. I wanted it to go away. I wanted to be numb again. But I feared that now those emotions were out of the bottle, I'd never be able to stuff them back inside. When we stopped at Charlotte's mom's house to pick up Savannah, I waited in the car because I wasn't in the mood to make nice with anyone. Charlotte didn't argue, maybe sensing how on edge I was. She was good at that. Reading me. Knowing what I needed before I knew myself. My chest squeezed a little tighter, not because I couldn't breathe, but because of something else. Something I didn't want to examine too closely right then. Soon, Charlotte was back with Savannah, and we were on our way home. I wasn't sure when I'd started thinking of Charlotte's place as home, but it didn't mean anything. Nope. It had started raining, the weather matching my mood. I pulled into her driveway and cut the engine, then got out to unlock the front door and check inside while Charlotte got Savannah out of her car seat. Everything was clear, but I still felt uneasy, like it was just a matter of time until something exploded. Sometimes when we were out on missions, I'd get this way, prowling around, looking for a fight, needing a release for all the tension inside me. At those times, I'd go out and do some shooting practice if I could, or I'd take a run to burn off my excess energy. Thunder rolled outside, and I sighed. Looked like a run was out. Charlotte hurried in with the baby, and I closed and locked the door behind them. "I'm going to get her down for her nap," she said, heading down the hall, and I stalked into the kitchen to grab a beer. I needed to blot everything out, to forget about what I'd been through. Each time I closed my eyes, all I could see was the cemetery. The lilies and the manicured grass atop the graves, and the memories of my family's faces blurring like watercolors, swimming around in my head until it was a muddy mess. Now I could add Chief Wharton to that picture, his sad blue eyes that day. The hole in my chest where my heart had been, now hollow and empty and black as night. Would I ever be normal again? Would I ever feel human? Would I ever be able to put all this behind me and move on and... "Savannah's already asleep," Charlotte said from beside me. I hadn't even heard her come into the kitchen. She watched me warily, like she wasn't sure if she should get any closer, probably for the best. I was a mess, and one touch from her could make me do something I'd regret in the morning. "Thirsty?" she asked, hiking her chin toward the now empty beer bottle in my hand. I didn't even remember drinking it. Not good. I set the bottle aside and stared out the window instead of answering, because what could I say? She watched me a second, then said, "You can talk to me, you know. About anything. I'm here for you, Gabe." I opened my mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Part of me wanted to take her up on her offer, tell her about what was happening inside me, see if she could help. But the rest of me was still stuck in the past, stuck in the old lies that men didn't have feelings, and if they did, they never talked about them. I ended up shrugging. Charlotte sighed and moved away, tidying the counters and table. From the corner of my eye, I watched her hips sway. That body, those legs, what I wouldn't do to feel them wrapped around me. And what was I doing thinking about that right now? I was only here long enough to deal with this paternity stuff, and then I'd be gone. Charlotte was grieving the loss of her friend, and we were working together to make sure the guy who killed Alexis paid for his crime. That was all. My body had other ideas when Charlotte bent over to load the dishwasher. The woman made chores look sexy. Overseas, there'd been plenty of times when getting laid had been an acceptable substitute for a good run or a stint at the firing range. But sleeping with Charlotte was a complication I didn't need, on top of all the others I had to deal with here. Sex wouldn't help anything, even if my stupid brain couldn't seem to stop imagining it. The way she'd feel in my arms, the sound of her breath catching when I kissed her and stroked her, the scent of her arousal. Unaware of the direction of my thoughts, she moved in beside me at the sink, her arm brushing mine and sending zings of awareness through me. My throat dried, and the air evaporated from my lungs. "It's really coming down out there," she said, leaning over the sink to peer out the window. And boy, if that superb butt of hers wasn't right there, like it was begging me to touch it. I swallowed hard enough for it to make a clicking noise, and turned away from temptation, away from what would certainly be a mistake. "Can we talk about this, please?" she said from behind me, her voice sounding as impatient as I felt. "What?" I asked, the word cracking before I cleared my throat and tried again. My pulse was hammering now, and my ears rang from the blood rushing through my veins. I was in a bad way, horny, hot, and hurting. My best bet was either jacking off or a cold shower, but I couldn't seem to get my feet to move. Before I knew what I was doing, I turned back to face her, and that was a major error, because she looked like my every fantasy come to life. All long lines and soft curves, and her cheeks were pink. Was she blushing, or was she as turned on as I was? I gripped the chair next to me to keep myself from reaching for her. She moved closer, like she didn't care if I scorched her. She had to know she was playing with fire. Her cheeks were definitely flushed now, and her eyes glittered with heat. She was feeling this too, no matter how ill-advised it might be. A tiny rational part of my brain yelled for me to run, to get out of there, to keep things between us strictly platonic, but the rest of my body was having none of it, because I stayed right where I was, even as she got closer and closer, until her heat and the sweet scent of her perfume surrounded me. Her breath was warm against my temple as she cupped my cheek and whispered, "I know you're upset, Gabe. I'm upset too. Maybe we can make each other feel better." My eyes closed, and I held my breath, struggling for the last shreds of my self-control. If this was happening, I needed to be sure we were both on the same page. "I want you." "Yes, please." For a second, I wasn't sure if I'd heard her correctly, but then she kissed me. Our last kiss had been out of this world, but this one blew my universe apart. Neither of us seemed able to get enough, hands and tongues and bodies all straining for more. We stumbled down the hall, mouths locked together, and fell through my bedroom door before I bumped it closed behind us, careful not to wake the baby in the room down the hall. Then her hands were tugging my shirt off, and my fingers were fumbling on the zipper of her jeans, and our breaths were ragged, as the storm outside rivaled the one brewing between us. I pinned her beneath me, and began kissing and licking and nuzzling her all over. It had been so long, too long, since I'd been with anyone this way. But there was more to my overwhelming need for her. There was just something about Charlotte, like she was made for me, and I intended to enjoy every second. "You are so gorgeous," I whispered against her cheek, loving how she shivered against me, sleepy and sated now. I loved everything about her, really, but I wasn't going there. The look in her eyes as she gave me a once-over made me feel like the luckiest man on earth. Maybe we'd regret this tomorrow, but I was all here for it tonight. After all, another day was never guaranteed. I'd learned that the hard way. Sorrow swelled in my chest again, but I shoved it aside. Nothing was going to get in the way of what was happening between us. Grinning, I climbed back on the bed and straddled her, bending down to kiss her once more. "Are you ready for me?" "Oh, yeah." Charlotte smiled up at me, then pulled me down for another kiss. Next thing I knew, my head was nestled on her chest, between her beautiful breasts. Her fingers were in my hair, stroking my scalp. I wanted to say something, knew I should say something, but my brain felt muddled, and I didn't want to ruin this moment of peace and tranquility after so many hours of emotional torment. Charlotte must have felt the same, because soon her breath evened out into sleep, and I followed her close behind.
Chapter 15. Charlotte. The doorbell rang while I was making lunch, startling me out of my distracted thoughts. Things with Gabe were good. Maybe too good. I kept waiting for the inevitable shoe to drop. I cared for him. A lot. I hesitated to use the L word because, well, it wasn't something I'd ever thought I'd want or need in my life. Then Gabe had shown up and everything had changed. Since we'd made love, it was like he was a part of me now. There were reminders of him everywhere, and it was getting harder and harder to keep focused on a future without him in it. We'd still see each other because of Savannah, of course. But I needed to remember that he was leaving soon, and I'd be on my own again, with the baby. Being alone had never bothered me before. I knew I could do it. But the question was, did I want to? The fact that I was questioning the plans I'd made for the future troubled me almost as much as the fact that Elijah was stalking us. Ring. Gabe and I exchanged a look, then glanced at the door. Savannah seized the opportunity to bang her hand atop the tray on her high chair, sending the bowl with the cereal flying. Mushy food splattered everywhere, mainly all over Gabe. I bit my lip and looked at the door. Should I get it? He cursed under his breath and stood to grab a towel from the counter. Be sure to check the peephole first. If it's someone you don't know, don't open it. My heart hammered as I peeked out. On the porch, I saw the social worker who'd been handling Savannah's case. It's Mrs. Thompson, I called to him, then opened the door. Hi. I wasn't expecting you. I'm sorry, she said, smiling. I did try to call earlier, and I left several messages. Then I decided to stop by and see if you were here. Oh. I'd silenced my phone earlier when I'd put Savannah down for a nap so it wouldn't wake her, and I'd forgotten to turn the ringer back on again. Sorry, busy day. No problem. I'm just glad you're here. I normally hate doing random visits because people tend to freak out a bit when a caseworker shows up on their doorstep, but yeah, like I was starting to freak out now. My bottom lip trembled slightly, and I bit it to keep it still, then asked, So, what's up? May I come in, Ms. Rhodes? Mrs. Thompson said, giving me another warm smile that helped take the edge off my anxiety. I have news on the DNA results. Is Mr. Kelly here too? Please come in. We've been anxious to hear the results. And yes, he's here, I said, stepping back, then glancing over my shoulder to where Gabe was in the kitchen, feeding the baby. I gave him a pointed stare, and the second he saw the social worker, he froze, then stood and picked up Savannah to join us in the living room. Blood rushed through my ears, making it hard to hear and even harder to act normal, but I did my best. I led Mrs. Thompson into the living room. Please have a seat. Thank you. Mrs. Thompson sat, putting her leather bag down by her feet. Gabe and I sat on the sofa across from her, sudden tension curdling the air. Unaware of the significance of the moment, Savannah continued gurgling happily on Gabe's lap, gnawing and drooling on the fingers of one hand while beating his leg with a stuffed toy with the other, a flaky patch of drying formula on one of her little cheeks. I licked my thumb and reached over to clean it off her skin, then cleared my throat and whispered to Gabe, She has the paternity test results. Oh, he said, frowning down at the top of the baby's head like it took him a second to register that. Then he looked up at me, his eyes wide. Oh. Luckily, Mrs. Thompson seemed like an old hand at this, and she put us out of our misery fast. Normally, the lab calls directly, but after everything that's happened, I wanted to deliver the news myself. I hope that's okay. Congratulations, Mr. Kelly. According to our test results, you are the biological father of Savannah Barnes. For a second, we both blinked at her. Then Gabe's scowl transformed into a grin so wide, I thought his face might split in two. He stood and whooped so loud that Savannah squeaked with surprise, while I sat there trying to take it all in. Gabe was Savannah's father. That was good. Better than good. That was everything. Next thing I knew, Gabe had pulled me up too. He had Savannah in one arm and me in the other, and he was twirling us around and laughing with pure joy. It was like something out of a corny cable movie. But man, it felt good and real and true. On top of that, I'd thought Gabe was gorgeous before, but seeing him so open and happy after what we'd shared the other night about closing ourselves off, well, it was a sight to behold. His mood was contagious, and soon I was grinning like a fool too. Even Mrs. Thompson was on her feet, clapping and smiling. Maybe there was something to be said for letting people close after all. So what happens next? Gabe asked, once we'd all sat down again. Well, there'll be a custody hearing, Mrs. Thompson said, smoothing a hand down her skirt. But it shouldn't be any more than a formality. A new thought burst my happiness bubble. What about the other petition? From Elijah Harris? His name stuck in my throat like a cancerous lump. He dropped his petition this morning after the lab called him with his results. Mrs. Thompson's smile faded. Your custody is basically a done deal, Mr. Kelly. Blood relations are typically given custody unless there's powerful evidence to show that the child might be harmed if placed with them. Those test results will therefore factor heavily into any decision made by the courts. Right. Gabe reached over and took my hand, squeezing it reassuringly. Well, that's good then. It's excellent, Mrs. Thompson agreed. Can I get you some coffee or tea? I offered, realizing I was being a horrible host. We should have champagne or something to celebrate. Then I remembered, crap, except I don't have any here. There's some at the tavern, though, if you want to wait. I can run down and pick up a bottle. Oh no. Number Mrs. Thompson checked her watch, then stood, her smile warm. Thank you for offering, Ms. Rhodes, but I really need to get back to my office. Busy day. Besides, drinking on the clock is frowned upon, so… Right, sorry. I waited while she gathered her bag and said goodbye to Gabe and Savannah before following her to the door. Well, thank you for coming over to let us know in person. It's wonderful news, and we really appreciate all you've done for us during this process. It's not easy. Number, it's not, but it's very much worth it. And you're welcome, Ms. Rhodes. Congratulations again, Mrs. Thompson said before leaving. I kept myself together until I locked the door. This is fantastic, Gabe said from behind me, dancing Savannah around the living room again. I can't believe how wonderful it feels, knowing I'm her dad. I never wanted to be a father, but I've never felt so relieved in my life. We did it, sweetheart, he said to Savannah, who was obliviously cooing and squeaking in response. You're mine, and I'm never letting you go. He then blew a raspberry on her tummy, which made her giggle. I leaned back against the door, watching them, smiling. It was fantastic. Perfect, even. But in the recesses of my brain, a spot of darkness spread, blotting out the light. Our conversation from the other night crept back in, about how he kept everyone at bay so it wouldn't hurt too much if he lost them. And yes, he seemed happy and content now, here with the baby and me. But what happened when it was time for him to rejoin his SEAL team? He was still in the military, which meant he'd have to go when they called him back on deployment. Sure, we'd opened up to each other while he'd been here. Shared things, more than just our bodies, our thoughts, our feelings, our hopes, our dreams. Even so, I had the feeling that he was holding something back from me. Maybe he always would. Maybe it was his way of getting one step closer to goodbye. But I didn't want to ruin the moment, so I kept those shadows to myself for now. I changed subjects entirely, trying to keep the light mood going. We need to go to the grocery store this afternoon. Savannah's nearly out of formula and baby cereal, and the pantry's almost empty. Savannah squealed again, waving her little arms around, all but vibrating with energy. It was clear that all the excitement had overstimulated her, which meant strapping her into a car seat would not go well for anyone. I winced. Or maybe I'll go by myself, and you can stay here with her, I said, heading for the kitchen to make a list. Anything in particular you want me to pick up? Snacks you like? A certain kind of cereal? When he didn't answer, I turned to find he'd followed me into the kitchen. He put Savannah back into her seat before giving me a look. What? I frowned, checking the fridge and scribbling down things we needed. From his concerned expression, I knew he was thinking about Elijah Harris. I scowled. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Nothing's happened since the break-in. And we reported everything to the police, so they're looking into him. Besides, I refuse to let that man affect my life any more than he already has. When he still didn't respond, simply stood there with his arms crossed, watching me, I threw up my hands in exasperation. So what? I let him make me afraid all the time? Because that's what's happening here. I can't… I turned away to face the sink, blinking hard against the sting in my eyes. It was frustrating. I was so tired of looking over my shoulder all the time, expecting to see the boogeyman there. Gabe came up behind me and placed his hands on my shoulders, kneading gently, his lips resting against my scalp, his breath stirring my hair. He didn't say anything, simply let me know he had my back. Okay, yes, he was right. Once I'd calmed down a bit, forced that haunted feeling down deeper again, I could admit it. I hung my head and took a deep breath. Fine. From behind us, Savannah squeaked again, banging her tiny fists on the tray of her carrier seat, and I smiled. Besides, it's better not to drag the baby through a grocery store when it's clear she won't be happy about it. Let's stay home. We'll go another time. Except we were down to the last can of formula, and it wouldn't last more than a day. What about delivery? Gabe asked. I know it's not perfect, but they haven't started that here yet. I sighed. There's been talk over the past year, but things move slow in small towns. I'll go, he said. I won't have my daughter running out of things she needs. I turned around to face him, frowning. Wait a minute. Are you saying that because you don't want to stay here with a fussy baby? Maybe, he conceded, having the decency to look sheepish. I crossed my arms and narrowed my gaze, and he grinned. Okay, fine. Guilty. Now finish making your list so I know what to get. I wanted to argue on principle, but in the end I couldn't. I hated grocery shopping. That's why I waited until basically everything ran out before going. Fussy or not, Savannah beat a trip to the Piggly Wiggly any day. Fine. I slipped the keys off the hook on the wall and tossed them to him. You can go, but you better get everything I tell you to. And make sure you check the produce. Don't just grab the first ones you see. Half an hour later, I was sitting at the table with Savannah, and Gabe was tugging on his jacket. He bent and gave me a kiss, then kissed the top of his daughter's head before heading out the door. Keep the house locked up while I'm gone. Yes, sir, I said, giving him a faux military salute, then called behind him, almost as an afterthought. You be careful, too.
Chapter 16. Gabe. Careful was my middle name, or at least it felt like it most days. I backed out of Charlotte's driveway and headed into town. The day was overcast, the brisk fall air a hint of what was to come. The 2-lane highway into Harper's Ferry had been repaved recently, by the looks of it, making the yellow and red leaves stand out even more against the black asphalt. The radio in the SUV was tuned to a country station, and while the singer crooned on about the man who'd done her wrong, I let my mind drift to the news I'd just learned. I was a dad. Savannah was my daughter. I still couldn't stop grinning about it, even if it did complicate things even more. I needed to call my CO when I got back from the store and tell him. Drake would be happy for me, I thought. None of the other guys had kids yet, but it was one of those topics that came up from time to time. For a moment, a weird ache filled my chest. In other circumstances, in other lifetimes, now would be the time people would call their parents, their families, to share the happy news. But my family was gone. I'd figured I'd put that to rest, finally come to terms with the loss, when I'd gone to the graveyard, yet it kept cropping up at the weirdest, most inopportune times, like when I heard a certain song, or when I passed a sign along the road for a place I'd once gone to with my mom and dad and Isaac. Or now, when one of the most momentous occasions of life had happened, and the most important people weren't there to share it with me. That feeling had only happened a few times before. My high school graduation, the day I'd passed SEAL training, which brought me back to my present dilemma. Now that I knew for certain Savannah was mine, there were decisions to be made. Things I needed to figure out. I'd been with the SEALs for 10 years now, and it was pretty much my life. I'd eaten, drunk, and breathed that life for so long, I really didn't know anything else. Everything was regimented. Everything had a timeline, a purpose, rules and regulations associated with it. I liked that. Liked knowing exactly what I'd be doing that day when I woke, even if what I'd be doing was a completely unpredictable extraction or other mission. Even then, it still had the framework I'd been trained in, and I had the rest of my team around me. Not having to worry about making major decisions, because that all came down to me through the chain of command. They told me where to go, what to do, who to be. Now, though, that was gone, at least while I was home. And it felt weird, disconcerting, and more than a little scary, truth be told. Being a civilian meant making all those choices yourself, meant forging ahead, not knowing what the future held or how you'd get there. All those rules and regulations, gone. Charlotte seemed to do fine with it. Most people did. But I'd spent my whole adult life with the other scenario, so how was I going to proceed going forward? Could I adjust to civilian life? I rounded a curve in the road and glanced in the rearview mirror. Oh. My stomach sank as my instincts went on high alert. It being early afternoon on a Wednesday, there wasn't much traffic, so the fact that the same truck had been following me since I left Charlotte's house did not go unnoticed. Black, nondescript, with tinted windows that prevented me from easily seeing the driver. Because of course. Frowning, I straightened in my seat and increased my speed, just to see what would happen. Sure enough, the truck behind me sped up too, not right on my bumper, but close enough to see where I was going and act accordingly. I picked up a tail. As I wound through the road's curves and hairpin turns, the vehicle behind me gradually crept closer and closer until it was now right on my bumper. Other vehicles passed in the opposite direction, semis and cars, and even a few motorcycles. And pretty soon, the other driver was crowding me on the tight roadway. To my left was the other lane of traffic, then a guardrail to keep motorists from plunging off the sheer drop to nowhere. To my right was mountain, which basically meant I had nowhere to go. Time for evasive maneuvers. We went around another tight curve. By then, I was going faster than I should have been, but I needed to get out of there, and the only way was through. And that's when the driver behind me made his move. I was fairly certain it was a he, because come on, it had to be Harris, right? He honked his horn, then nudged my back bumper with his front one. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel to stay on the road. Thank God, nothing was coming the other direction. I managed to keep in my lane and press the accelerator to put some distance between us again, heart slamming against my rib cage and lungs tight. Unfortunately, it didn't help much, since Harris sped up too and rammed me again, this time harder, sending me screeching across the other lane, still amazingly empty, and careening toward the guardrail. Time seemed to slow, and it all felt like it was happening to someone else. I'd had this happen before, usually on the battlefield, when adrenaline seared through my veins and my vision tunneled to just the here, just the now, just survival. Through sheer force of will, I managed to avoid smashing through the guardrail and plummeting to my death. I sucked in a huge gulp of oxygen and dug my heels into the floorboards, my mind racing along with the car's engine. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Memories flashed before my eyes, blending with the scene unfolding before me. This was exactly how my family had died. My dad had lost control during a rainstorm and gone off the road, killing them all. I couldn't die like that. I'd had nightmares for years that I'd been in the car with them that day, tumbling and tumbling and tumbling as the world shattered, and their screams sliced into my brain like a scalpel. Chest constricted and eyes scratchy, I squinted out the windshield and spotted a hiking trail parking lot up ahead. Thank God it was also empty, meaning I could swerve into it fast. I did, then slammed on the brakes, praying it would be enough to get this guy off my tail. It was. Harris didn't have time to react, and there wasn't enough room for him to turn around. With a squeal of rubber, he sped onward toward town. I sat there for a while, getting myself together again and letting the adrenaline burn out of my system so my hands weren't shaking so badly. Several minutes and more than a few deep breaths later, I was relatively under control again. I pulled out and continued into town, keeping an eye out for the other vehicle. I figured Harris was smart enough not to try that again, but maybe he was cocky. Maybe he thought being law enforcement put him above the law himself. Maybe he'd mess up. Sure enough, once I'd crossed into the town limits, I spotted his truck parked along a side street. I slowed enough to snap a picture of his license plate with my phone. I didn't want to confront him, not yet, seeing as I was unarmed. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I circled the block, clearing my head and calming my raging pulse, before looping back to the grocery store, keeping an eye out behind me to make sure he wasn't about to try anything else. If Harris was stupid enough to come back for a second try, though, at least I'd be mentally prepared for battle. I walked through the store in a daze, trying to focus on the list when all I wanted to do was go into battle mode. I didn't want Charlotte to see that side of me, at least not yet, and by the time I pulled into the driveway again, I thought I had myself pretty well under control. But then I walked inside, and Charlotte stopped in the middle of the living room, her eyes wide. "What's wrong?" she asked, walking over to where I stood at the door, my arms laden down with bags. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I took the bags to the kitchen, trying to figure out what to tell her, but the words wouldn't come. So instead, I gestured for her to follow me outside. We walked down to the SUV to grab the last of the groceries, and I pointed at the damaged back bumper. "What happened?" she asked, staring down at the caved-in tailgate. "Did someone hit you in the parking lot?" Charlotte straightened, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with anger. "This is exactly why I hate going to that place. People don't look where they're going and drive like jackasses. I'm going to call them and have them check their security cam." "No," I managed. I needed to keep it together. "It didn't happen at the store. Someone tried to run me off the road on my way there." "What?" Charlotte froze then, all the color draining from her face. "Oh, God." "Elijah." "Yep. Don't know anyone else who'd do it," I said, looping the last bag over my arm, then closing the back hatch with a loud thump. I was used to war zones, sniper fire, night raids where the odds were stacked against us, and one wrong move could take out an entire unit. What I wasn't used to was coming close to dying the same way I'd lost my entire family. I never wanted Savannah to feel that sort of pain. I cursed Elijah Harris. My earlier fear had given way to fury. I got a picture of his license plate, but he's not stupid, and I'd bet good money if we ran it, it wouldn't come back to him. Charlotte shook her head, then hugged me, squeezing me tight for a second before letting me go. I savored that warmth, fleeting though it was. She looked around before following me inside, like she was checking for an interloper. "We need to call the police anyway. Let them know what happened. Even if they say it was just a hit and run, they can add it to his file." "Yep." I took off my jacket, then kissed Savannah's head before dialing the chief's number. I filled him in on what happened, then sent him the photo of the license plate, along with a couple more of the damage to the bumper that I took in the driveway while on the call with him. We were silent as we put the groceries away. I could tell Charlotte was scared and was probably thinking about all the ways Elijah Harris could harm us. Me? I was mapping out my battle strategy. No way was he going to get close to us again.
Chapter 17. Charlotte. We sat down to our dinner of spaghetti with bolognese sauce and garlic bread, the air heavy with what was to come. Gabe was quieter than usual. He was doing his best to act like nothing was wrong, but I could tell that he was still working through the incident on the road. The parallels to what had happened to his family weren't lost on me. I couldn't blame him for needing some time to process it. Plus, the custody hearing was tomorrow morning. It should be a simple formality, but on top of everything else that was going on, Savannah seemed to have found her outside voice and let out a screech that cut through some of the tension. Gabe chuckled and reached over to fluff the dark curls on her head before twirling some spaghetti on his fork. "So, about tomorrow." He chewed and swallowed, then frowned into his bottle of beer. "I have something to ask you." My nerves flared. I wasn't sure why, but I had the feeling that whatever he was going to say would change my life forever. There'd been a lot of that lately, it seemed. "Sure," I said, wiping my mouth with a napkin. "What do you need?" He didn't answer right away, taking more interest than was necessary in his food. Finally, he took a deep breath and met my gaze, his own intense enough to make my pulse kick higher. "I want to ask if you'll be Savannah's legal guardian. Just until she's old enough to be in school. Then I can have her with me on base." I must have given him a strange look because he added, They're very safe places for kids, but I'm not exactly in a position career-wise to take her with me now. I mean, the places I'm sent on missions aren't exactly spots where you can have family with you. In a few years, maybe I can get a promotion, a desk job at the Pentagon or something, but right now it's not feasible. I blinked at him as my mind worked through it all. I know you love her, he said when I didn't respond right away. And I can't imagine anyone I'd trust more to keep her safe. Honored, shocked, terrified, thrilled. Emotions flooded through me as I tried to figure out how to answer him. I absolutely loved Savannah like she was my own child. I'd do anything for her. But being her guardian felt an awful lot like being her mom, and no, don't go there. Gabe was asking me to raise Savannah for him, not with him. As much as it pained me to recognize that fact, I couldn't say no to him. He watched me from across the table. Still intense, still gorgeous, still Gabe in all his earnest, heartfelt glory. How could I turn him down? I couldn't. Okay, yes. I exhaled slowly. I'd be honored to be Savannah's guardian. His smile, slow and sweet, made my breath catch. Thank you. Then he was leaning across the table and kissing me, and that was all that mattered.
Gabe. I arrived at the Jefferson County Courthouse at 8:45 a.m. sharp the next morning, with Charlotte by my side. Having her agree to be Savannah's guardian had been a huge relief and supplied the final piece of the plan I'd been constructing for weeks to present to the judge. My pulse was racing, and I was already sweating from nerves, despite the cool day outside. The social worker, Mrs. Thompson, had assured us that this should be nothing more than a formality, since Alexis was dead and the DNA results proved I was Savannah's father, but I was still afraid I'd screw it up somehow. Relax, Charlotte said, nudging me with her shoulder. You look like a dead man walking. Faking a smile, I let go of her hand to carry Savannah through the metal detector at the entrance to the courthouse lobby, then waited while Charlotte was screened. On top of the stress of the hearing, being in that courthouse was bringing back memories I'd thought I'd locked away a long time ago. Memories of being a grieving teenager, dealing with the court system in the aftermath of the accident. There'd been wills and probate, and judges deciding the best place for me to live until I turned 18. Some of it was a blur. Some of it lived on in the sick twisting my gut was doing right now. At least Savannah was young enough that she wouldn't remember any of this stuff. I kissed her hair and adjusted her in my right arm, the file of paperwork I'd completed tucked under the left. Come on. I waited as Charlotte grabbed the diaper bag off the X-ray conveyor belt and slung it over her shoulder. I was so grateful to have her with me today, and not merely because she was an extra set of hands to help care for Savannah during all this. I'd only been home a short time, a few weeks, and yet somehow in that time, Charlotte had become my rock, the person I looked forward to seeing first thing in the morning and the last person I wanted to see at night. We talked, laughed, and comforted each other, and the sex was amazing. I didn't want to read too much into any of that, but I couldn't imagine going through any of this without her. We walked through the lobby, past office doors lining either side of the space, our footsteps echoing off the marble floor. The murmur of voices filled the air, and in the distance, through a set of open double doors, I saw the grand courtroom, a huge, airy space with a large circular chandelier hanging over the center and the judge's bench at the end of it all. Thankfully, my hearing wasn't going to be in there. We were going to the judge's chambers, since I was the only one presenting a case, with Elijah Harris having dropped his petition. The thought of that jerk had my blood pressure rising. I had no proof that he'd been the one trying to run me off the road yesterday. The cops hadn't found anything yet, but it would be a huge coincidence if Harris wasn't involved somehow. And I didn't believe in coincidences. Out of habit, I scanned the faces of the people around us as we headed for the elevators to the second floor. I was always aware of my surroundings right off, the exits, the entrances, any potential threats. And Elijah Harris was definitely a threat. Even though I had no evidence he'd been following us, with his law enforcement background, it was a good possibility. If I'd been in his position, that's what I'd do. And while the courthouse had good security, I wasn't taking any chances with Savannah's or Charlotte's life. Luckily, I didn't see any sign of Harris. I jammed the elevator button, then bounced my daughter in my arms while we waited. A few minutes later, we stood outside a door marked with the name Judge Franklin Mayhew, and my chest squeezed tight. "This is it," I said, a trickle of perspiration running down the back of my neck. "Hey." Charlotte gave me a reassuring smile as she rubbed my back. "You'll be fine. Just breathe. You got this." "Thanks." Savannah gurgled and gnawed on the ear of the stuffed toy in her hand, oblivious to everything else. After a deep, calming breath, I opened the door for Charlotte, then followed her inside to stand before a reception desk. An older woman finished typing something on her computer, then looked up at us over the rims of her glasses. "May I help you?" she asked, her expression pure schoolmarm. "Yes," I said, then cleared my throat. "My name's Gabe Kelly, and I have a custody hearing with Judge Mayhew at 9. The woman gave a curt nod, then gestured toward some empty chairs along the wall. "Please have a seat. I'll let him know you've arrived." In here, it was hard to tell you weren't in some normal office, with the beige walls and beige carpet and beige furniture. Beige forever. While the assistant phoned the judge and spoke in muted tones, I took a seat next to a potted plant and did my best to keep Savannah from tearing all its leaves off. I hated these places. It was one of the reasons I joined the military, to avoid getting stuck behind a desk somewhere like this. What felt like a small eternity passed, with me still trying to get my thundering heart under control, before the woman behind the desk led us into the judge's office. I know I shouldn't have been so nervous. I'd faced down military brass and unsavory characters a lot more threatening than the gray-haired man across the desk from me. But this was about my daughter, about her future. This was about the rest of my life. Our lives, hopefully together. "Mr. Kelly," the judge said, standing to shake my hand. Charlotte took the folder from me so I could free up a hand. "Judge Mayhew, nice to meet you. I remember your parents. Shame what happened." "Thanks," I said, adjusting Savannah in my arms and ignoring the clench in my heart at the reminder of my past. I should be used to it by now, after being back here for several weeks, but it still got me every time. "And Charlotte, always great to see you," the judge said, smiling at her. It seemed everyone in Harper's Ferry knew who she was too. Then again, with the tavern, I guess that made sense. And well, Charlotte had never left town like I did, so I passed the folder of paperwork across the desk to the judge, hoping the slight tremor in my hands didn't show. Jesus, me, always rock solid during any tense situation, losing it over a simple court hearing. Except this didn't seem simple. Not at all. It felt like the biggest moment in my life. Because yeah, I'd helped conceive Savannah, but the outcome of this hearing would determine whether I'd finally become her legal father. "And this must be Savannah," the judge said, grinning at my daughter, then reaching out to take her hand. "I've got grandkids about your age, sweetheart. What a good girl." "She is," Charlotte and I said together, then gave each other some side-eye. "Right," Judge Mayhew said. We all took our seats, and then he opened the folder and frowned down at my paperwork. "Let's get this started." While he read through everything, I looked around, trying to distract myself. The office was small, maybe 10 by 15, with 2 of the walls lined with bookcases. Leather-bound books with gold lettering on the spines crowded together, mainly law-related from what I could tell. There were a few pictures of the judge, and a woman I presumed was his wife. A few more with what were probably adult children, and those grandkids he'd mentioned. Charlotte reached over and put her hand on my knee to stop me from bouncing my heel on the floor. I did that when I was nervous. I hadn't realized I was doing it now. For her part, she looked serene and cool. I felt hot and buzzing, like I'd swallowed a hive of bees. I see here that you're an active-duty Navy SEAL. Is that correct? The judge looked up at me over his wire-rimmed glasses. Yes, sir. I swallowed hard. Well, first off, thank you for your service. I gave a curt nod. And second, while, as I understand it, you weren't in the picture until recently, I'm sorry for your loss of the child's mother. Nasty business, that, and I hope the police wrap up the investigation soon to give you all some closure. Thanks. The word croaked out of my constricted throat. He glanced down at the paperwork again, then gave me a concerned look. I suppose the biggest question I need answered, Mr. Kelly, is how you plan to provide for your daughter while you're away on missions. From what I see of your financial records here, it seems money won't be an issue, but what about your daughter's emotional and physical needs? I looked at Charlotte again, and she nodded. As you'll see in the paperwork, sir, Charlotte has agreed to be Savannah's legal guardian in my absence. The baby's mother chose Charlotte to be her godmother, and she's already an important part of my daughter's life. She'll take care of Savannah while I'm away on missions. The baby has already spent time in her home and is used to her, so I don't think it will be a problem. Judge Mayhew flipped through more pages before focusing on me and asking somberly, "And what happens if you don't come back?" I blinked at him for a second, then felt Charlotte squeeze my knee. Well, sir, then I'd want Charlotte to get custody of the baby. She's got a stable income, a stable home, and I love Savannah like she's my own, Charlotte said, her tone impassioned. Alexis was my best friend, sir, and there's nothing I wouldn't do to make sure Savannah has the absolute best life possible. I'd do anything to make her happy. I've also qualified to be a foster mother, so there should be no concern about Savannah's safety. Judge Mayhew looked between the two of us, then stared at Savannah a moment before nodding. Yes, I can see that this little girl is much loved. He sighed and closed the folder. Based on what I've seen in the paperwork, it all looks in order. My primary concern in these cases is the best interests of the child, and you seem like a fine young man, Mr. Kelly. And I've known Charlotte all her life, and know she'll make a great mother. So, he sat back and clasped his hands atop the folder. Given that the DNA results conclusively prove your paternity of Savannah, I hereby grant you sole legal custody of your daughter, Mr. Kelly, along with guardianship rights to Charlotte. Congratulations to you both. And just like that, I became a dad. For real. Charlotte was standing and shaking the judge's hand, and then someone clapped me on the shoulder. But all I could do was kiss my daughter's head and breathe in her sweet baby smell, closing my eyes and thanking God and everyone else that this was over and we could move on with our lives.
Chapter 18. Charlotte. We'd been home for a few hours, relaxing after the stressful hearing, when my doorbell rang. I left Savannah and Gabe playing on the floor in the living room and went to answer the door. It was my mom holding a bakery box in her hands. "Congratulations," she said, hugging me awkwardly around the large box. "I just wanted to stop by and see the new parents." She held out the box with a wink. "And I worked for hours making this for you guys." "Thanks," I said, returning her smile. Even if the box hadn't had a sticker from Delicious Delights on it, I'd know the cake came from the bakery in Charlestown. My mom had never baked anything in her life. After opening the box to show off the cake inside, fluffy white icing with Happy Custody Day written on top in pink frosting, I took it into the kitchen and served up slices for each of us. Back in the living room, I took a seat on the sofa, while Gabe stayed on the floor with Savannah and my mom sat in one of the armchairs. Gabe downed half his slice of cake in 2 bites, grinning at my mom. "This is fantastic, Mrs. Rhodes." "Thanks." My mom beamed at him. We chatted as we ate our cake, and then I carried the plates to the kitchen. "Gabe, are you okay with the baby? I need to go get ready for work." "Oh, He gave me a wounded puppy look before quickly covering it behind his usual stoic facade. Yeah, sure. I'm good. I can watch the baby if you want, my mom offered. And Charlotte, why don't you call in sick tonight? You two deserve to celebrate on your own. To say I was surprised was an understatement. My mom loved Savannah, but didn't usually volunteer to watch her in the evenings since she was already looking after her every weekday. My thoughts must have shown on my face because next thing I knew, my mom had gotten up and joined me in the kitchen. Seriously, honey, I don't mind. Savannah might be the closest thing to a granddaughter that I'll get. Ouch. I did not want to go there, so I turned away, staring down at the plates as I rinsed them off before shoving them in the dishwasher. It's fine, Mom, I said, probably more harshly than I should have, but I was hurt and a little annoyed that she'd come at me like that. I really need to go in tonight to check on things and take care of some paperwork. Gabe's got it handled here. I didn't mean to upset you, honey, Mom said, lowering her voice to a whisper. It's just that... She sighed. I want more for you. You know that. More than running a tavern in a small town. You have a college degree. You're smart. You could do so much more than this. She waved a hand toward the living room. And now with Gabe here, and the baby, I thought you might... Might what? I gave her a look. It's not like that, okay? I didn't want it to be like that. Did I? That was ridiculous. Sure, Gabe and I were sleeping together. The sex was hot. Amazing. And we both loved Savannah so much. But that didn't mean we could build a life together. Didn't mean we should even try. I need to get ready. I went back to my room, trying to look as normal and casual as possible despite feeling like a robot. To distract myself from the ache in my heart, I closed the door and concentrated on getting ready. Mom knew I was interested in having a career, not having kids. It had never been an issue between us before. And especially after what I'd seen her go through when I was young, she'd raised me essentially alone, my own dad popping in and out of our lives whenever he felt like it until he disappeared for good. I couldn't believe she'd put me on the spot like that. She had to see how much I'd accomplished on my own, how I didn't need anyone to make me feel like a success. I owned my own business, was in charge of my own life. What more could a woman want? With a sigh, I stripped and put on my robe, then headed into the bathroom, turning on the old shower to let the water heat up while I scrubbed my face in the sink. Fine. Maybe I did feel lonely sometimes. Maybe more so since Gabe had been here to show me what it could be like with a partner around. That didn't mean I was going to give everything up to be with him. Not with him going back out with his SEAL team soon and me left behind to pick up the pieces. Nope. Not doing that. Been there. Watched my mom go through that with me. The one time I'd tried to have a relationship back in high school, it had fallen apart, just like I knew it would. I'd fallen completely in love with Dustin. We'd planned to spend the rest of our lives together. Then he got accepted into a college in England and boom, he was gone. He'd asked me to wait for him. But no. I wasn't about to put my life on hold for anyone. Not my dad. Not Dustin. Not even Gabe now. Steam filled the bathroom, and I turned to check the shower temperature before getting in. That's when I felt the hand on my shoulder, and I screamed. Or I would have, if not for the hand over my mouth. Eyes wide with fear and heartbeat thumping in my temples, I spun to find Gabe behind me, grinning like an idiot. My terror turned to outrage in 1 second flat.
Gabe, you scared the crap out of me, Charlotte whispered, eyes sparkling with rage. I chuckled, pulling her closer. Man, she felt good, all soft and curvy, even when she was mad. I thought maybe I could help you get ready after we celebrate. She looked so cute glaring up at me that I couldn't resist bending down to kiss her. She dodged my lips, though, hissing, "My mom is out there." So? I nibbled her tense jaw before kissing my way over to her earlobe, where I nibbled some more, loving the way she shivered and shuddered against me. Charlotte couldn't resist me, and I loved it. "Are you sure you have to go to work tonight?" Her response this time was a bit less stern and far breathier. Yes, I'm sure. I've already asked my staff to cover for me more than I should the past couple of weeks, and I can't expect them to do it forever. Well, as the boss, there's no reason you can't invite a guest to come along, right? Charlotte pulled back, giving me an inquiring look. You want to come to work with me? I shrugged. If you're game. Her smile took my breath away. Actually, I'd really like that. Good. I let her go to tug off my shirt, winking. Me too. But let's go ahead and shower first, eh? By the time we got out and got dressed, her mom had settled into the sofa in the living room with Savannah on her lap. She'd put on a movie, and they were watching it together. Some cartoon with talking cars. Are you sure you don't mind staying tonight? Charlotte asked once more as she pulled on her coat. A bit of the tension around her lips had returned, I noticed, and I couldn't help wondering what this thing was between her and her mom. I knew a bit about Charlotte's past, but there seemed to be more that she wasn't telling me. I felt closer to her than to anyone else on the planet, but there still seemed to be a wall between us that I wasn't sure how to breach. I said, "It's fine, honey," her mom answered with an edge of tension in her voice. Yup, definitely something going on there. I need to ask Charlotte about it later. For now, we needed to get to the tavern. I kissed Savannah goodbye, waved to Charlotte's mom, and thanked her again, then followed Charlotte out the door.
Chapter 19. Charlotte. Rhodes Tavern was jamming. It was Friday night and the place was loud and busy, just how I liked it. Of course, having Gabe there didn't hurt either. He was currently sitting at the end of the bar, sipping his drink and giving me the kind of stare that made me shiver. I had to fight myself to keep from dragging him into the storeroom. I'd been busy, filling in where needed, directing traffic at the door, bussing tables, mopping up messes, generally doing whatever would help most at any given time. Now I was bartending while one of the guys took their break. It was fun, hearing all the chatter and talking with patrons. I'd always liked bartending. Something about mixing drinks was interesting to me, sort of like cooking without the food. Music thumped through the overhead speakers from the jukebox in the corner. It played everything from rock to pop to syrupy country ballads. Right now, a bunch of people were on the dance floor in the corner doing the electric slide. I couldn't help tapping my toes as I worked behind the bar. Gabe and I had even managed to sneak in a dance or two over the course of the night. It was nice getting out of the house for once and letting loose, even if I was working most of the time. Speaking of letting loose, our first dance had been a fast, Macarena-style thing where I had no idea what I was doing, but that he seemed to handle pretty well. The dance floor had been packed, so at least I didn't stand out too badly, but I hadn't missed the fact Gabe had caught the attention of quite a few ladies. The man had moves. Heat crept up my cheeks as I thought about what he could do between the sheets. But back off, ladies. He's mine. I shook my head and grabbed another glass to start a new drink order. Our second dance tonight was a slow song, a croon-eye ballad about love and how it changed a person, sometimes without them even knowing. While I wasn't ready to go quite that far and put the L word to what I felt toward Gabe, I had to admit what was between us was pretty great. I glanced down the bar and met his gaze again, and my internal temperature went up a few notches. Yeah, great indeed. We'd swayed to the music, our bodies brushing, our breath mingled, our hearts beating in time, and for a moment I got lost in the magic. Of course, then one of the servers had interrupted us and we'd had to cut our dance short. It was a nice memory, though. Now it was nearing last call, and I wanted to wring those last few dollars out of my customers before sending them on their way. I set 2 fuzzy nipples on a tray for a server, then turned to the next ticket. 4 shots of tequila and a couple long necks. Easy peasy. As I worked, I enjoyed the tingle of Gabe's stare on me. It made me feel wanted and wild. Made me feel protected, too. Like as long as he was watching me, nothing else could touch me. Memories of us earlier in the shower kept flashing into my head, making me even warmer all over. Maybe after we closed, I'd pull him down the hall to my office and we could have a repeat performance. The desk was old and wooden, but if we broke it, I'd just have to get a new one. Ha! Hey, boss, one of the servers called from the other end of the bar. Can I get a couple more specials, please? Sure thing. I finished with the shots and bottles, then moved on to his order. Time flew by after that, and before I knew it, the last hour was gone and we were closed. Rather than making the staff stay, I told them to go home and I'd handle the cleanup and resetting myself. I figured it was the least I could do after all they'd done for me the last few weeks. A few servers gave me knowing looks as they walked out, their eyes flicking from me to Gabe and back again like they knew exactly what I was thinking. But I didn't care. I wanted more time alone with him. Once they were gone, he and I went around clearing tables and filling up bins with dishes to take to the kitchen to wash and sterilize. It was nice having his help. We stood side by side at the sink, rinsing and loading glasses into the huge dishwasher I'd bought for the bar a few years back. It was kind of complicated, but once you understood it, not hard. I can tell you how to work it, I offered, glancing over at Gabe. I'd like that, he said, bending down to kiss me. But first, he untied the apron he'd put on, then pulled it over his head before holding out his arms to me. I gave him a confused look. What are you doing? He waggled his brows. We need to finish our dance. Chuckling, I shut off the water and grabbed a towel to dry my hands, my own apron splotched with water and soap suds. Sorry, but there's no music. That's when the singing started. Gabe was a lot of things, but a good singer wasn't one of them. I clamped a hand over his mouth. Please stop that. You'll scare the mice. His laugh rang through the kitchen. Fine. How about if I hum then? Humming is good. Honestly, I didn't need any music. Didn't need an excuse to get back in his arms either. I pulled off my own apron and stepped into his embrace, shivering as he pulled me close and nuzzled the spot beneath my ear that drove me wild with need. He hummed softly, something low and sweet, and the world reduced to only the two of us. Only that moment. All my fears and doubts melted away, and I allowed myself to simply be. I rested my head on his chest, my hand clasped in his, over his heart, and I closed my eyes, picturing what life could be like if things were different. Maybe we'd buy a bigger house here in Harper's Ferry. Gabe could start his own security business like his friend had, or he could help me run the bar. Maybe we'd have a kid of our own, a brother or sister for little Savannah. We might not have much, but we had everything we needed. Penny for your thoughts, he whispered against my temple, his breath warm and minty with a hint of the rum he'd had earlier. You look happy. I am happy, I said, smiling. I had Gabe. I had Savannah. I had the tavern. Usually moments like this were a red flag that everything was about to come crashing down, but here, tonight, I felt nothing but gratitude and grace. Standing on tiptoe, I rose until our mouths were even, and I met his gaze. I believe, sir, that you owe me another kiss. His slow smile turned me into a puddle of gooey desire. Well then, best pay up, huh? Our lips had just met when the fire alarm blared.
Gabe. What the? I pulled back from Charlotte, scowling and trying to figure out what was happening. It took a second for the lust haze in my brain to wear off and for reality to snap back into place. It's the fire alarm. I took Charlotte by the arm and pushed her toward the door to the front of house. Get outside and call 911, now. But I think it's a false alarm, she yelled above the noise. Either way, we need to let the fire department know. Go. She turned toward the door, but the minute it swung open to the main bar area, it was clear this wasn't a false alarm. A blast of heat rushed in, and a flickering orange-red glow danced up the walls. I couldn't see any actual flames yet from where I was standing, but they were there. I was sure of it. Especially since the sinister black smoke creeping along the ceiling like a phantom was a dead giveaway. How? Think, dude. Think. I squinted through the increasingly acrid air, searching for a fire extinguisher. They were required by code in all public buildings. There it was, on the wall closest to the bar. I tugged my shirt up to cover my mouth and nose and ran over to grab it, but it was too hot to touch, and the smoke was too bad now anyway. When we'd finished cleaning up out there, maybe an hour ago, everything had been fine. Charlotte had double-checked the front doors, and they'd been locked. But sometime between when we'd come back here to do the dishes and now, a raging inferno had started. I shifted into response mode. The smoke was building quickly. Charlotte was coughing and looked pale and shaken. I couldn't blame her. Watching the life you'd built evaporate in front of your eyes did that to a person. I should know. But we couldn't worry about the tavern now. We had to focus on getting out of the place alive. I shook her gently to jar her out of her daze, then shouted, gesturing in case she couldn't hear me. "We can't get out the front. Let's use the back exit into the alley and call the fire department from there." She nodded, and we struggled back through the kitchen, coughing and wheezing. Reaching the back door, I shoved hard with my shoulder. Nothing. I tried again, but it didn't budge. I glanced over at Charlotte, who gave me a wild-eyed look. I knew that look. I felt the same fear, but I couldn't let it take over. I had to stay calm for us to have any hope of getting out of here. "I think it's blocked," I yelled over the rush of the flames growing ever closer and the still blaring fire alarms. "I can't get the door open." She just nodded, an eerily vacant look on her face, like she'd already given up. No giving up. Not now, not ever. Furious, I hauled off and kicked the door as hard as I could, but it still didn't move. Wisps of black smoke curled down from the ceiling and inched closer to our faces like tentacles. The temperature had to be well over 100 in there now, and my skin felt sticky and hot and too tight for my body. If we didn't get out soon, we were both going to die. Chapter 20. Gabe. From the terror in Charlotte's eyes, I knew she was seconds away from full-blown panic. She was already breathing faster and deeper than she should have been under the current conditions, and the last thing I wanted was for her to succumb to smoke inhalation. Spotting a stack of clean towels on the counter near the sink, I ran over and soaked a couple with cool water before handing her one. "Here, tie this around your face like a mask. It'll help you breathe easier and will filter out some of the smoke." She blinked at me a moment, then took the towel. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but considering we were trapped in a kitchen while her life's work burned to the ground, I could only imagine what she must be going through. I got my towel secured, then moved behind Charlotte and brushed aside her shaking fingers to knot hers behind her head as well. Then I took her shoulders and turned her to face me, holding her gaze. Her breathing had gotten even more erratic, and I was afraid she was hyperventilating. "We're going to be all right," I said, slowly and calmly. "I promise you I'll get you out of here, okay?" Tears gathered in her eyes, and I wanted nothing more than to gather her close and hold her until all her fears went away. But that had to come later. First, I needed to figure out how I was going to keep my promise. A loud groan issued from the front of the bar, followed by a huge crash. The whole building shuddered. My pulse kicked into overdrive. The roar of the flames drowned out everything now, even the alarms, and while the sprinkler system had kicked in, the fire was too big to douse at that point. All I could do was pray the fire department would get here soon. I had to keep us alive until then. Think, dude. Think. Right. I looked over Charlotte's shoulder to the window behind the sink. It was small and faced the brick wall on the other side of the alley, but it was better than nothing. It was also reinforced security glass with wires embedded in it, which meant I'd need more than my fist to smash through it. I squeezed Charlotte's shoulders a little bit tighter and shouted, "Is there a hammer around here?" Charlotte began digging around, rifling through all the utensil drawers, searching for something, anything I could use to smash through that glass. My skin felt puckered now from the heat, and there had to be a good foot of smoke hovering near the ceiling. If we didn't get out of there soon, we'd be cooked alive. At least we were in the kitchen. I swallowed a bubble of inappropriate laughter down my scratchy throat. Humor was my go-to release when stuff got too real. It was kind of an occupational hazard on a SEAL team. Halfway through another drawer, she found a steel meat tenderizing mallet and held it up. "Will this work?" "Yes." "That would work just fine." I took the mallet from her, then climbed up on the counter, putting all my strength behind my swings. It still took 3 hits to even crack the glass, and another 2 to finally bust through it. Shattered glass sparkled in the moonlight now streaming in from outside, and the blast of fresh air was the sweetest I'd ever smelled. I couldn't resist lowering the towel and inhaling deeply before using the hammer to knock out any remaining shards in the window frame and laying another towel across the ledge to keep us from being cut to ribbons as we crawled through. I got down and took Charlotte's shoulders again, shaking her slightly to make sure she paid attention to me as I shouted, "I've got the window open. We need to crawl through. If I get you up there, can you do that for me?" Her eyes looked dazed and glassy now, and I worried she'd gone into shock on me, but she had enough wherewithal to nod. "Good girl." "Okay." I climbed up on the counter, then helped her up as well. "Be careful on your hands. I got the glass off as much as I could, but it might still be sharp." Another nod, and I boosted her up to the window. I felt her stiffen as she placed her palms on the window ledge, then saw the telltale spread of crimson on the white towel. My heart hurt, but a few scrapes would be better than burning to death. She scrambled through the small opening, wiggling slightly when her hips got stuck, and then she was out. I followed close behind her, cursing up a blue streak when I cut myself too on that ledge. But outside I could hear Charlotte coughing and gagging, and I knew we'd be okay. That was all that mattered. After dropping down to the alley, I yanked off the towel over my mouth and rushed to her side, pulling her tight to me and holding her close. We were alive. At first, she hugged me back. Then her arms went slack, and I drew back to see that she'd fainted. Crap. I bent to lay her gently on the ground, then checked her pulse and breathing. Behind me, at the end of the alley, were shouts from the fire department. Soon, searchlights and sirens filled the air. 2 EMTs rushed forward to check on me and Charlotte, but all I could see was her pale face as she sprawled on the ground, looking for all the world like she was dead. I knew she wasn't. Had felt her pulse flutter against my fingertips, had seen the rise and fall of her chest. But in all my years as a SEAL, on all those missions in the worst of the worst parts of the world, fighting the most hellacious battles, I'd never been as shaken as I was at that moment. "You can ride along if you want," one of the EMTs said to me a short time later, as I watched Charlotte's stretcher being loaded into the back of an ambulance. "If you agree to get checked out too." "Fine." I didn't hesitate, though I felt okay. No broken bones, no permanent damage, just some cuts and bruises. But I would have agreed to walk across a field of spikes barefoot if it meant staying with Charlotte. Of course, the guy looked me over, then declared what I already knew. I was okay. I climbed into the back of the rig and took a seat next to Charlotte's stretcher, while a second paramedic gave her oxygen. I held her hand, grateful for the warmth of her touch. By the time we got to the hospital, she was awake again. They wheeled us into the ER, and we sat in an exam room while the nurses and techs checked her vitals and hooked her up to more monitors to check her oxygen stats. "What happened?" she asked me during a break in the action, her voice croaking like a bullfrog because of the smoke. "I remember climbing out the window and hugging you. Then, nothing." I kissed her hand, then held it close. "You passed out, probably from all the adrenaline and the shock, on top of the smoke inhalation. The tavern." Her words cracked, and my heart broke. I swallowed hard, my own throat achy from the fire. "I don't know yet. There was a lot of smoke damage, and those flames were vicious. The fire department is still there, working, but I'm not sure what they'll be able to save. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and I felt gutted. I wanted to make it all better for her, but knew I couldn't. "I'm glad you were there with me," she said, low and rough. "You saved me, Gabe." Now my eyes stung. I wanted to tell her that she'd saved me too, but the words wouldn't come. So I just shook my head, then leaned in to kiss her forehead, glad she was okay. We stayed like that for a while, until more nurses and techs came in to check on her. "You need to get Savannah so my mom can go home," she said to me in between blood pressure checks and a quick blood draw. "I don't want the baby left without us overnight." Much as I hated to leave her side, I agreed. The ER doc came in then, and I took that as my sign to go. "I'll get Savannah then, and be back shortly."
Chapter 21. Charlotte. They released me from the hospital the next day. Apparently, I'd inhaled more smoke than I'd realized when I'd panicked in the tavern kitchen. Thankfully, the doctor said there was no permanent damage done to my lungs, though I'd have to go in for regular rechecks for the next several months to be sure. They'd bandaged up my hands where the broken glass from the window had cut them, but thankfully the wounds were superficial and didn't even need stitches. They also wouldn't cause issues taking care of Savannah, which was good too. There was no way the tavern had survived that mess of a fire. I'd asked Gabe several times how bad it was, but he'd kind of blown me off in the hospital, giving me vague answers or suddenly needing to run to the bathroom or the vending machine. Well, today I was going to see for myself. I had to. That bar was my life, my livelihood. And no matter what shape it was in, I needed to assess the damage and figure out a way forward. So, once I'd gotten the all clear from the doctor and the nurses had unhooked me from the monitors, I got up and got dressed, then waited for Gabe to come pick me up. He walked in a short time later, grinning. "How are you feeling?" "Better," I said, giving him a quick kiss, then heading for the door. "I want to see the tavern." "Oh." He stopped. Maybe that's not such a good idea." I turned back in the doorway to look at him. "Doesn't matter. I have to see it." "Ms. Rhodes?" a nurse said, appearing in front of me with a wheelchair. "Have a seat and I'll take you downstairs." I shook my head. "I don't need that. I just breathed in a little smoke. I'm fine." "Hospital policy," the nurse said, not budging. "If you're admitted, you get a ride in one of these down to the exit." "You've got no choice," Gabe said, using the nurse's arrival as another distraction to avoid what was clearly becoming a problem between us. He sidled out into the hall, then said over his shoulder as he headed for the elevators, "I'll bring the car around." Grumbling, I plopped down into the wheelchair, feeling like an idiot. I was perfectly capable of walking myself out of this place. I was sure there were others who needed this thing more than me. Still, I didn't want to be rude to the nurse, so I sighed and tried to make small talk with her as we rode down to the first floor. "I'm so sorry to hear about Rhodes Tavern," she said as we boarded the elevator. "My family and I used to go in there every Thursday night for the nacho special." "Thank you," I said, forcing a smile I didn't feel, my gut cramping with tension and loss. "I'm glad to know you enjoyed it." "Will you rebuild?" she asked as the elevator lurched into motion. "That's the plan," I said, clutching my hands in my lap. I didn't remember a lot from after I passed out, but I did remember Gabe telling me not to worry, that the fire department had notified my insurance company. Now all I had to do was wait for an adjuster to contact me so we could go through the damage and put in a claim. "It'll probably take a few months," I said, trying to sound more upbeat than I felt. "But I hope to reopen before too long." My optimism took a hit, though, once Gabe and I reached the site where Rhodes Tavern used to stand. It had taken some serious cajoling and a few heated glares, but I'd convinced him to bring me here. Now that I saw what little was left of my beloved bar, I felt the panic and fear from the night before rush back in nauseating waves. I realized I was gripping the dashboard so tightly my knuckles were white. Gabe reached over and placed his hand atop mine. "We don't have to do this now. Let me take you home." "No." I pulled away and climbed out of the car. My knees shook. Whether from the shock of seeing the carnage or from what I'd gone through the night before, it was hard to say. Leaning on the car at first, I made my way around to stand on the sidewalk. Lips numb, I mumbled, "I need to do this now." I knew waiting would only make it worse, and it was so bad already. I inhaled, squashing down the urge to cough again, and blinked at the ruins in front of me. Luckily, I supposed, Rhodes Tavern had been a freestanding structure on a corner lot, so no other buildings were damaged. Still, from the look of things, it was a complete loss. Wisps of black vapor still rose from piles of debris, and the remnants of tables and booths stood like charred, ashy monoliths in the otherwise empty space. Like a zombie, I wandered the area, careful not to step on anything that was sharp, barely aware of Gabe behind me. He hadn't said anything since we'd left the car, but I appreciated his steady strength. "It's gone," I whispered, looking around at what had been my life. "It's all gone." "I'm so sorry," he said, taking my hand. "I'm so sorry." Suddenly, it was all too much. I turned to him, sobbing against his shoulder as it all came bursting out. The loss, the sorrow, the anger, the frustration, the love. He held me, stroking my back and whispering into my hair as we stood in the center of my burned-out bar, the world a pile of still-smoking rubble around us. Finally, when I had nothing more to give, I eased away from him and swiped the back of a shaky hand across my salt-stung cheeks. God, I loved this place. "I know," he said, squeezing my hand. "But it'll be okay, no matter what happens." Sniffling, I gave a curt nod. It would be okay, because it had to be okay. I didn't only have myself to think about anymore. I had Savannah too. She was my responsibility now, just as much as Gabe's. When he left, I'd be her legal guardian, and while he'd provide financial support, I'd be doing all the hands-on parenting while he was gone. It would take a lot of time and effort, which I was happy to do, but it also meant I needed to get this place back in operation as quickly as possible. "They'll have to demo all this and clear it out before we can rebuild," I said, looking around before moving forward again to where the actual bar had been. There was nothing left there except a hulking piece of blackened wood. I bent down to pick through the piles of ash near the base and discovered one of the old metal taps. I stifled a sob as I picked it up and I kept digging. I found another, then another. It wasn't much, but it was something. Something of the past to take into the future, whatever it might hold. Straightening, I held out my hand for Gabe to see. He frowned down at the slightly twisted objects. "What are those?" "Taps," I smiled. "I'm going to keep them." "Why?" He scrunched his nose, obviously not seeing the significance I did. "As a reminder of what's left." I gripped them tighter, my determination growing stronger. "I'll have them made into a memorial to the original Rhodes Tavern, a symbol that good things can come out of bad." Gabe shook his head, then leaned in and kissed me, slow and sweet. "You're amazing. You know that? Even after all that happened last night, you're still the most resilient woman I've ever known." We spent another hour or so picking through the debris, searching for clues or anything I might be able to salvage. There wasn't much. I did manage to snap some pictures for the insurance company, which was good. I was just about finished when Gabe's phone rang, and he stepped away to answer. I glanced at him, watching as his handsome face shifted from strained to relieved in about 2 seconds flat. Whoever was on the line must have had good news. About time. Once he hung up, I waited, heart in my throat with anticipation as he walked over to me. "That was Police Chief Wharton," Gabe said, smiling. "They picked up Elijah Harris." Oh, God. For a second, I couldn't respond. Then I found myself smiling too, relief washing over me despite the mess at my feet. At last, something was going right. I held on to the burned edge of the bar to keep from collapsing as the tension oozed out of my body. "Where? How?" Gabe leaned an elbow on the bar. It was surprisingly sturdy, despite what it had been through. Kind of like the man himself. Wharton said that while the fire gutted this place, it left the back wall largely untouched. He pointed to it. The CSI team was able to lift a print from the 2x4 used to block the back exit door, and it matched Harris's. At my frown, he added, Harris had to get printed when he applied to become a police officer. I'm guessing he thought the board would be destroyed in the fire, so he didn't bother wiping it down. But lucky for us, it survived. Wow. I took all that in for a moment. So they've arrested him? Yep. Wharton said they're bringing him up on a bunch of preliminary charges, including assault and arson, pending the results of the investigation here. Given the maximum sentences for each of those and the evidence they found last night, Wharton doubts he'll walk away anytime soon. I was shaking again, but this time from joy. He'd been caught. My happiness was short-lived, however, as another thought popped into my brain. What about Alexis? Will they charge him with her murder too? I'm not sure about that. Gabe frowned down at his phone. Wharton said those charges would be tougher to prove. He said they'll keep working on it, but without something tying him to her death, more than the circumstantial stuff we presented, it'll be harder to convict him for that. He took a deep breath, then looked up at me again. But even if they can never officially get him for killing her, Wharton said they'll do everything they can to make sure the prosecutor nails Elijah Harris's butt to the wall for what he's done. I blinked at him a minute, letting it all sink in. The murder, the fire, the break-in, the attack in the car, the fact that even though all this was horrible, it had also brought Gabe and Savannah into my life. Finally, I whispered, "It's over." Gabe's smile grew as he stepped forward and took me into his arms. Yes, it's over. We embraced and I felt torn. I was so happy that Elijah Harris would get what he deserved, but in the back of my mind, sadness resurfaced. With the danger over and the custody case settled, there wasn't anything holding Gabe back from rejoining his SEAL team. And while I would never begrudge him his career, I wasn't sure what I'd do without him once he was gone, even temporarily. Chapter 22. Charlotte. The following week, I was back at the lot where the tavern had been, alone this time. The fire department had finished up, and the arson investigators had cordoned off several sections for evidence. I checked my watch for the umpteenth time, wondering where the insurance adjuster was. They'd offered me a settlement, but the amount was much lower than I'd expected, and I'd asked them to reconsider their decision. I'd updated my coverage the previous year, and I hadn't paid that extra money for nothing, so they were sending someone out again to take another look. He was 10 minutes late already. Gabe and Savannah were waiting at home for me, packing for a trip to the National Aquarium in Baltimore. It was a last-minute trip, something we thought might be fun and a way to relax after the stress of the last few weeks. After a small eternity, a white sedan with my insurance company's logo on the door pulled up to the curb and a portly man in his mid-50s got out. He walked over and held out his hand to me. "Walter Murphy. So sorry I'm late. Got caught in a meeting with my superiors and just now got away." We shook hands, then took a quick tour of the burned-out building. I showed him the pictures I'd taken the morning after the fire on my phone, and we went over the preliminary reports from the fire department. "Let me start off by extending our condolences for the loss of your business," Walter said, scratching his head as he stared at the area that had once been the kitchen. "This is such a shame. I'm so sorry this happened to you." "Thanks." I inhaled deeply, summoning all my patience, and tried to lighten the mood with a bit of humor. "It's awful, no doubt about it. 0 stars. Do not recommend." He snorted, scribbling something down on the pad of paper he had with him. He was old school, he'd said. It helped him remember details better. I honestly didn't care if he carved notes on stone tablets as long as we moved things along and I got my insurance check in a timely manner. "You know, I used to come in here on Tuesday nights. Man, those chicken wings you served were a thing of beauty." Walter wore such an expression of ecstasy, I had to choke back a laugh. "Yes, thanks. Those were really popular." I swallowed hard and steered the conversation back to the reason we were here. "So, how are things looking settlement-wise?" "Well, having seen the place again, Ms. Rhodes, I think we can increase the amount," he said, and it felt like a heavy burden lifted off my shoulders. "In fact, I was meeting with my superiors earlier about your claim, and between that and what I'm seeing right now, I'm authorized to approve the full $500,000, your policy maximum." That was... My ears rang slightly as my mind raced. It was better than the first offer, but it wouldn't be enough to cover everything. Not by a long shot. Not with cleanup and construction and all new equipment and furniture and supplies. Not to mention food and beverage orders from my wholesale partners and the taxes that were coming due soon, and payroll to keep my displaced employees taken care of in the interim and… Shoot. It was a good thing I'd increased my coverage, but apparently I should have gone with a higher limit. I leaned a shoulder against one of the charred walls and put my head in my hands. If only I hadn't blown off that franchising deal, I might not have been in this position. But now… Well, now there was no franchising deal and never would be, because who would want to franchise a burned-out shell of a building? Nobody. That's who. I scrubbed my face and stared down the decision before me. Try to raise the additional funds somewhere else, or move on. Except this tavern was all I'd ever known, work-wise. It was my life. If I didn't have it, what else was there? And how would I be able to care for Savannah without a source of steady income? I know it's a lot to take in, Walter said, patting my shoulder. I'd forgotten he was even there. I'll put in the requisition for the check right now, as soon as I'm back in my car. That way you should have the money as quickly as possible. Do you have any other questions for me today? Thoughts whirling, I shook my head. I took the card he handed me, then watched him walk out of the ruins of my bar, my life, then get in his pristine white sedan and drive away. In the end, I went back to my car, because what else was I going to do? 500 grand was what I'd be given, and it was what I'd have to work with. As I headed home, I tried to work out how exactly I could save my tavern on so much less than what I needed. I was still deep in thought about it all when I walked into the house a short while later. Gabe was full of excitement and adrenaline over a day out with his girls, as he called us. Savannah had picked up on his mood, squealing with joy from her playpen. Hey there, you ready for some fun? And how was I supposed to stay down in the dumps with the two of them smiling at me? Yes, my future had taken a serious turn for the worst, but that didn't mean I needed to let it ruin the day. We'd planned this wonderful family outing at the aquarium, and we'd have it, even if it killed me. Gabe breezed by, dropping a quick kiss on my lips as he passed, shoving baby supplies into a diaper bag. I booked us tickets on the train in an hour. If you're going to change, you want to do it now. Right. I plastered on my best smile and headed down the hall to wash up and get ready, determined to have the best day ever. It was pretty good, too, in the end. Savannah slept all the way on the train, the gentle sway of the cars rocking her better than any chair ever could. Gabe and I sat shoulder to shoulder, holding hands and chatting about nothing in particular, just enjoying each other's company. I'd already decided not to say anything to him about the meeting with the insurance adjuster, and when he asked, I deflected, saying the money would be in my account at the end of the week and I'd start planning then. Not a lie. Not completely, anyway. The National Aquarium almost made me forget the challenges I was facing. There was something calming about the space, and seeing Savannah's delight filled my heart with joy. She was amazed, her little mouth hanging open in wonder as she tried to take it all in. A couple of special exhibits were going on, and we checked out one geared toward younger children. A huge pool contained what appeared to be hundreds of stingrays swimming around, diving and swooping through the water like graceful ballerinas. Savannah squeaked and clapped with delight. Gabe carefully brought her to the edge of the tank, where you could reach in and stroke the animals' backs. At first, Savannah seemed delighted. Then she gagged loudly at the rubbery texture against her skin, making everyone around her laugh, including Gabe and me. She was such a treasure. Next up, we visited the Jellies Invasion. Brainless and beautiful, the sign said, and I chuckled. Just like some people I know. Gabe snorted. Me too. Honestly, jellyfish had always kind of creeped me out, but seeing them floating around in huge tanks beneath the glimmering lights, all lacy and ghost-like and shimmering with colors, was enchanting. Gabe held my hand as we listened to the guide talk about the various species on display, including the Atlantic Bay and Pacific sea nettles, the lion's mane jelly, and a short, squat little one called a blue blubber. That one's my favorite, I said, kissing Gabe's cheek. The blue one. You're my favorite, he whispered back before kissing me. We walked around some more, checking out an exhibit on Australia and another called Blacktip Reef, where sharks zoomed everywhere, before breaking for an early dinner. We walked to a nearby chain restaurant and got a table, and I started feeding Savannah while Gabe ordered our food. By the time the server brought our meals, I'd finished giving our girl the last of her bottle before putting the empty bottle back into the diaper bag. Man, those tropical fish and corals at the Australian exhibit were amazing, weren't they? Gabe asked as he put his napkin on his lap. I remember going snorkeling at the Great Barrier Reef when I vacationed down there one time. It was unbelievable. I mean, seeing the fish here was great, but seeing them in the wild is something else. I bet, I said, smiling as I unwrapped my burger, doing my best to hide the gnarled thoughts about the insurance situation that still haunted my mind. We were having a lovely day. No way was I going to ruin that, especially when there was no way of knowing how much longer we'd have before Gabe left again. It sounds wonderful. Oh, it is. He jammed his paper straw into his chocolate shake cup, then took a sip before reaching over to stroke Savannah's cheek. Maybe one day I'll take my girls to see it for themselves. I nodded and chewed my food without really tasting it, my heart thudding sickly against my ribcage. Those words should have made me so happy. I wanted them to make me happy. But I was worried. Worried about the tavern. Worried about my future. Worried about whether any of this between Gabe and me would last once he was back with his team, traveling the world while I stayed here in Little Harper's Ferry with Savannah. Everything okay? Gabe asked, apparently more intuitive than I'd given him credit for. Of course, I lied, shoving more fries into my mouth, chewing and swallowing to buy some time. Why wouldn't it be? He watched me for a second, then exhaled slowly before pulling his wallet out to settle the bill. No idea, but I'm wondering if we should try to squeeze in one more exhibit or head to the train station early for Savannah's sake. He checked his watch. Our train heads back in 3 hours. Savannah was sleeping again, so I slipped her into the carrier on Gabe's back before taking his hand again as we walked out of the restaurant and back toward the aquarium. It was less crowded now and a bit quieter. I think as long as she's sleeping, we can fit in one more. He agreed, and we started toward our final exhibit, my mind running through everything we'd just discussed. Rebuilding had been my first choice, but maybe it wasn't worth the headache. But if I didn't rebuild, what was I going to do? Running a bar was basically my only life skill. I supposed I could work for someone else, but after being my own boss for years, that idea chafed. Gabe leaned in and kissed my temple, giving another long look, curious yet confident, and I forced myself to concentrate on the day. Whatever happened, I'd deal with it and keep going, because that's who I was. What I did. Talk about surviving through adaptation. Those octopuses had nothing on me.
Chapter 23. Gabe. I wasn't stupid. I could tell something was bothering Charlotte. Something had gone wrong somewhere, but I didn't want to push, not after everything she'd been through. So I waited until after our great day was over and we were home safe and sound that night. We got Savannah bathed and in bed, and then we settled on the sofa to watch some TV. I put my arm around Charlotte's shoulders and cuddled her into my side, kissing the top of her head before asking, "Want to tell me what's going on with you?" She stiffened for a moment, and I knew she was thinking about whether to deny anything was wrong again, but then she finally relaxed against me. Or maybe collapsed would be a better description. Being strong all the time was hard work. I knew that all too well. Charlotte sighed, resting her head on my shoulder. I'm not sure what to do about the tavern. I frowned, a bit confused, my chin atop her head. What about it? Didn't your meeting with the insurance guy go well? Yes. Another sigh. I don't know. I'm probably just thinking about it too hard. Frankly, it's giving me a headache. I tucked her a bit closer into my side and kissed her head again. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I can't imagine how hard all this is for you. I meant it. I'd lost my family, and that was a pain I'd always carry with me. But this was different. Losing her business, her livelihood, all the dreams she had wrapped up in that. She'd lost herself in a way. If I'd woken up one day to find out my team was gone, I'm not sure what I'd do. I'd kind of built my whole world around that. To have it be taken away overnight would be devastating. Part of me wanted to share those thoughts with her, but another part kept getting distracted by how good she felt at my side. I forced myself to focus on the problem at hand, how to navigate this new normal for Charlotte and still find a way that we could be together in the future. An idea resurfaced, one that had started earlier today at the aquarium, when I'd mentioned taking her and Savannah with me to Australia next time. I'd never really considered it before, but it wasn't impossible. In fact, I knew some guys from other teams who brought their families with them a lot, and the wives and kids stayed on the bases closest to wherever we were deployed. I'd met another officer while we were stationed in Germany, whose family had traveled the world with him. His kids knew 5 languages already. Imagine a life like that for my Savannah. My pulse kicked up a notch at the possibility that maybe I could have both my SEAL team and a family. What if you came with me? Charlotte's posture went rigid again, and she pushed away to look up at me, frowning. What? What if you and Savannah came with me when I go back to my deployment? There are usually military bases close by, and the housing is decent. You two can explore the culture, meet new people, see the sights while I'm working. When she didn't say anything else, I continued. My growing excitement was morphing into irritation at her lack of enthusiasm, but I forced that down. She was still hurting over her loss. She just needed time and the right nudge to get on board. Look, your tavern is gone, and you know I'm sorry about that. But there's no going back to the way things were, so why not start new? Build a new life. Together. With me. What's holding you here in Harper's Ferry now? I'd expected her to at least embrace the possibility. She didn't. In fact, she pulled farther away from me, like I'd insulted her. I was well and truly baffled, because all I'd wanted to do was help. Everything. Charlotte's expression was hardly joyful or even appreciative. In fact, she looked annoyed. An ache grew around my heart, and I resisted the urge to rub the sore area with the side of my fist. She stood and began to pace the small living room. I can't leave Harper's Ferry. This place is my home, Gabe. I have roots here. Why would I leave to chase you halfway around the world? You wouldn't be chasing me, Charlotte. I sat forward, scrubbing a hand over my face. You'd be getting a chance to see things, travel, experience life outside this small-town box you're in. Okay. Maybe that didn't come out the way I'd intended. I was messing this up. I didn't want to fight about this. I just mean that there's more out there to see and do and learn and be than what's here in Harper's Ferry. I pushed to my feet as well, too frustrated to sit on my butt anymore. I don't understand why the idea of leaving upsets you so much. Yes, your mom is here, but it's not like we can't come back and visit her. Other than that, what else is there for you in this town? You don't have a load of friends because you're working all the time. Or you were. I don't understand why you aren't excited about the possibility of us traveling the world together with Savannah. Think of the sights she'll see. A lot of soldiers have families, and they make it work. I could be a SEAL and a dad to my daughter. You could make new friends on the base, have a whole new life. I don't want a new life, Gabe. She stopped and stared at me across the coffee table, and from the look in her eyes, I almost wished she'd kept walking. My life is here, even if the tavern is gone. I'm not interested in leaving. I guess you can't understand that, and I can't explain it, but I shouldn't have to. It's what I want, and that's it. But why? Can't you at least give me a reason? I think I deserve that. The plans I'd started to make in my head were all falling apart, and I wasn't sure why or how to fix them. Fixing things was what I did, who I was. The idea that I couldn't repair the most important relationship in my life right now was eating me up inside. Frustration squeezed my chest tight, and I dragged my hand through my hair. Maybe I didn't say it right. Maybe I need to describe it better. But seriously, you could live anywhere, Charlotte. Even if you didn't want to be with me, or live on a military base, or be my wife, you could still get out of this nothing place. Why would you want to stay here? Charlotte went stone still, never a good sign. Because, Gabe, that's just it. This place isn't nothing to me. This place is everything. It's my home. It was your home too once. Don't you miss Harper's Ferry at all? When I didn't say anything, she shook her head. I love this town. I love the mountains and the changing seasons. I love being close to DC and Baltimore, but removed from them. I love all the nature and the national parks and the history. She sighed. All that means something to me. I've built a life for myself here, even if the tavern is gone. And I know being back here is painful for you, even if you're still denying that. I started to protest that I'd worked through it, but she held up a hand, stopping me. I'm sure every time you turn a corner here, it reminds you of losing your family. But I thought part of the reason you returned was to make peace with that, to put it to rest at last. I know you went to the graveyard and all, but these things take time, Gabe. Her voice trailed off and she turned away. She walked over to the window to peer out, leaning a shoulder against the wall, her face in shadow now. I thought it was getting better for you, Gabe. You've been getting out here, going places, and talking to people you knew as a kid. I thought maybe you'd see that you could make a life here for yourself again, after you're done with the seals. That this town holds more than grief and memories. Okay. This was not going the way I'd wanted at all. I knew Charlotte had deep roots in Harper's Ferry, but there was no way I was moving back here. She was right. There was too much baggage attached, and it was all still too painful. Even though I'd visited my family's resting place and paid my respects to them, there were still moments when it felt raw. With everything else going on, I couldn't deal with this too. So I did what I always did to cope these days. I grabbed my coat off the hook by the door and tugged it on. I'm going out for a walk. A walk? Really? She straightened and moved toward me, her expression hurt. You're running again. You're not even going to stand here and fight for what you want? Grow up, Gabe. I am grown, and I've done more than enough fighting in my life to know when a battle is hopeless, I hissed, doing my best to keep my voice down so as not to wake Savannah. It's clear to me that this conversation is going nowhere. I was trying not to make this a my life choices versus your life choices kind of thing, but you took it there. And clearly that's how you see it, so I turned away and opened the door, needing some time and space and fresh air. The black hole I'd been trying to avoid now yawned open inside me, sucking all my happiness down into it. You said you know how hard it is for me to be here, but I don't really think you do, I continued. You're right. Every time I go out, someone in this town brings up my family, brings up a person I can't be anymore. I stopped being that guy when I left here at 18, and he's not coming back. I can't be him anymore. I can't, okay? I'm a different person now. I have different goals and dreams and ideas, and I can't go back, Charlotte. I sighed and hung my head. Look, forget I brought it up. I'm sorry. It was just an idea. I was thinking out loud, really. I don't want to fight anymore. I walked out onto the porch. I'll be back later. Don't wait up.
Chapter 24. Charlotte. The next 24 hours were about the most awkward ones of my life. Gabe and I pretended nothing had happened. We talked about the weather, about meals, about who was going to feed or change Savannah or take her for a walk, but not a word about anything important. Not a word about our fight. So, yeah, not good. For my part, I wasn't sure what else I had to say on the subject. I'd put it all out there. I loved my town, and I loved living here. And while I might have fallen for Gabe too, harder than I'd ever thought possible in such a short time, I wasn't ready to leave Harper's Ferry behind. Sure, Things were kind of a mess right now where the tavern was concerned, but I'd work through it, like I always did. I wasn't a runner, and Gabe was. Okay, maybe that wasn't fair. He'd been through things I couldn't even imagine, and maybe in his place I'd have wanted to get out too. But nothing was really solved by leaving, not when the truth and answers you needed were left behind. I was still mulling all this over as I kissed a sleeping Savannah's forehead, then headed back out into the hall, closing the door silently behind me so I didn't wake her. I could hear the low murmur of Gabe's voice as he spoke on the phone in the living room. From his tone, I suspected he was on a work call. I didn't want to eavesdrop, but I needed something from the kitchen and it was my house, so... When I reached the kitchen with its open doorway to the living room, my heart sank. It was a work call, all right. Gabe was on the phone with his commanding officer. I fiddled around at the counter, fixing myself a cup of coffee, then rearranging the plates in the dishwasher before starting it, pretending I couldn't hear what was plainly echoing all around me. "Yes, sir," Gabe said at last. "I'll call you by the end of the day tomorrow about my return. Goodbye." My shoulders tensed at the sound of his deep sigh, my stomach threatening to return the dinner we ate earlier. Then the sofa creaked as he got up, and his footsteps moved closer to where I stood near the sink, stopping behind me. He wasn't close enough for me to feel his body heat, but my skin tingled just the same. As it always did in his company. Old habits die hard. I kept my head down, though I could see our reflections in the dark glass of the window in front of me. I should have expected this. With Elijah Harris behind bars and Savannah settled here with me, there was nothing holding Gabe here. Nothing to keep him from going back to his SEAL team. "That was my CO," he said, confirming what I already knew. Dread bubbled like sludge in my veins. "Don't say it. Don't say it. They want me back on mission as soon as possible." "Oh," I managed to force out. "Keep it together. Be supportive." I really wanted to do both of those things, but damn it, I hated this so much. It was bringing up a bunch of stuff that I hadn't thought about in a long, long time. I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep breath, and then turned to face him, rubbing my arms against the sudden chill in my blood. "Did I ever tell you about when my dad left?" Gabe blinked at me, then shook his head, uncertainty shining in his eyes. I guess I should clarify by saying when he left for the last time, since he did it so often. I managed a joyless laugh, trying to be funny even though there was nothing funny about it. Not at all. The memories flowed through me again after so many years of tamping them down and pretending everything was fine. Like tiny razors, they cut me deep. One night when I was 7, I went to bed. He was there then, but when I woke up, he was gone. I never saw him again. Not one word in 21 years. Throat tight, I swallowed hard and battled the anger and hurt and betrayal threatening to overwhelm me. This situation was different. I knew that. And yet it seemed all too similar. Gabe was leaving Savannah, like my father left me. Like every other man in my life had always left me. As if I wasn't important, wasn't worth staying for. I was sick of it. "I think it's great that you're getting on with your life, Gabe," I said, my tone sharp. "Really. And I'm sure your team is eager to have you back." He gave me a wary look, the kind animal keepers got around dangerous, spooked predators. "Look, Charlotte, You what?" I shoved away from the counter, taking a step toward him, my face hot. "You're going to walk out on your daughter when she's just found you?" "Hey." He frowned, holding his hands up in front of him like a shield. "That's not fair." "Screw fair." My rage-filled words rang off the kitchen walls, and I winced. Angry as I was, I didn't want to wake Savannah. Gabe tried again to reason with me. "You knew what my life was like, Charlotte. You knew eventually I'd need to go back to my team." He inhaled deeply. "But it's not forever, okay? I'll keep in touch with both of you, I promise. And I get 30 days of leave a year, so I can come back here to visit. Or I can fly Savannah out for visits if she wants to come and if it's safe for her to be there. We'll work it out."
Gabe, I had to admit that the comparison to Charlotte's father had thrown me at first. but the longer I thought about it, the more it annoyed me. I was leaving because I was doing something important. I was defending my country, not running away to avoid my responsibilities. Jaw tight, I tried to keep my temper in check when it became clear that she wasn't going to back down from what she'd said, despite my offers and pleas. Look, I can see that you're upset, and that this is bringing up a lot of baggage for you, Charlotte. But I'm not your dad. I'm not walking away because I'm an addict or a loser or a piece of crap liar. I'm going overseas because I have a duty to my country and my team. I gave an oath to serve and protect when I enlisted, and I intend to fulfill it. I see. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes flashed with fury. What she lacked in size, she more than made up for in attitude, and it was one of the things I loved most about her. Wait. What? No. I didn't love Charlotte. I didn't love anyone except Savannah. I'd learned that lesson a long time ago. People you loved left you. People you loved died. I refused to open my heart up to that kind of agony ever again. And do you think any of that matters to your daughter? Charlotte asked, and it took a second for the question to cut through the sudden flurry of panic in my brain and for me to connect the dots back to our argument. She moved closer to me, her scent and heat swirling the chaos inside me to new heights. I wanted her so badly I hurt. I yearned for her, but I wouldn't have her. Not again. Not until things were crystal clear between us. This was a short-term, fling-type situation. We'd come together during a time of crisis for both of us. This wasn't love. It wasn't permanent. Wasn't forever. It couldn't be. Still, my traitorous body tingled and burned for her. She poked me in the chest with her index finger, jarring me back to reality. I can tell you from first-hand experience that it doesn't. It doesn't matter why you're leaving, just that you're gone. Savannah will still miss out on that time with you. Then she threw her hands up and turned away, stalking out of the kitchen and into the living room. I can't do this, not anymore. Her hair, which she'd piled atop her head in a messy bun, had started to come loose, and a strand hung down near her cheek, bobbing and swaying with every shake of her head. I felt a wild urge to walk over and tuck it behind her ear. My fingertips burned with the desire to touch her, but I forced it down deep, clenching my fists and grinding my teeth until they ached. Charlotte stopped, the couch a barrier between us, and gave me a flat stare. I can't give my heart to someone who's going to spend months on end, or maybe even years, overseas. I can't. She took a deep breath. So, we can be friends, Gabe. We can even co-parent Savannah, if that's what you want. But the rest of our relationship is over. My brain was still stuck on the fact that she'd been thinking about giving her heart to me. My own chest squeezed tight at the thought. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to drop to my knees and beg her to forgive me. For what, I wasn't sure, but if it got us back to where we'd been before, I'd do it. But then the rest of her words registered, and that moment passed, something precious and perfect dying along with it. I hated this. Hated being forced to feel like the bad guy when I'd been upfront and honest about my intentions the entire time I'd been here. And yes, things had changed. Some things anyway. But others hadn't. I couldn't turn my back on the commitments I'd made, even if the U.S. government wouldn't have had something to say about it. I wasn't built that way. My honor meant something to me, and I wouldn't throw it away over emotions that could be taken away without warning, leaving you alone and bereft, and without any purpose or direction in life. I had direction now. I had purpose, thanks to my team. They were as much my family now as the one I'd lost, and I owed them my life. Because without them, I was sure I wouldn't be here now, which meant it was time to leave. I couldn't stay here any longer, not after everything that had happened. I'd done what I'd come to do and more. I'd made peace with my family's deaths. I'd visited their graves. I'd spent time in my hometown. I'd helped put the police on the track of Alexis Barnes's murderer, and I'd found and claimed my daughter. I loved Savannah more than I'd ever have thought possible. In these few short weeks, she'd become part of my heart, my soul. But she was young, too young to even remember what happened right now. I'd go back to my team and finish out this enlistment. Then I'd figure out what to do from there. I'd come back for visits, like I'd told Charlotte. I'd made progress here, and I didn't want to lose that. But Harper's Ferry wasn't my home anymore. Hadn't been for a long time. Honestly, I didn't need a home. And, yeah, maybe I wasn't as keen to go out on another mission right now as I usually was, but I'd get over it. The timing sucked, sure. Each time I closed my eyes, all I could see was Charlotte and Savannah and how happy we'd been together these past few weeks. But that wasn't reality. Reality was, I'd signed on to be a SEAL, and I had obligations to keep. How I felt or what I thought about it didn't matter. Forget the stabbing pain in my heart. Forget the crushing weight of knowing the minute I walked out that door, I'd ruin any chance that Charlotte and I might somehow find a happy future together. She expected me to walk away, because that's what she knew. I expected her to let me go, because that's what people do. They disappear. And where did that leave us? Nowhere. I sucked in some much-needed oxygen, then gave a curt nod. She probably expected me to continue fighting about this, but I was done. There was nothing left to fight for anyway, right? Fine, I said, heading down the hall to the guest room, hoping she'd stop me but knowing she wouldn't. It was too late to stop any of this now, and I was too tired to try. I'll pack up my stuff and move out tonight. Chapter 25. Gabe. I moved into a hotel room in Harper's Ferry, close enough to walk to Charlotte's to be with Savannah, but far enough away that it gave me some much-needed space to work out the tangle of tension I now found myself in. After a few days, though, the short distance wasn't enough. I felt trapped in my head, and this weird suffocating feeling lingered in my chest. I needed out for a while. So, the next morning, I called Charlotte to make sure she didn't have anything important on her schedule that day, then asked if she minded if I got away for a bit. She said no. It was the most we'd spoken since our fight. An hour later, I was on a train heading into D.C. From there, I could transfer to another train that would take me to Quantico. I'd phoned Adrian and asked if I could visit. I wanted to thank him in person for his help in capturing Elijah Harris. And, truthfully, I'd been thinking a lot about his plans to start a new career in the FBI. I was curious about it, how it worked for a retired SEAL back in the real world. The constant sway and bump of the train was soothing, and between checking my emails on my phone and dozing a bit, it seemed like I was in D.C. in no time. And from there, the ride to Quantico took only a bit more than half an hour. At the station, I grabbed a taxi and rode to the coffee shop where Adrian had said he'd meet me. I spotted him through the big glass windows as soon as the cab pulled up. Always on alert, he immediately saw me too and waved me in. He got up to greet me as I walked inside and headed over to his booth. He looked pretty much the same as the last time we'd seen each other. Still tall, still muscled, still all long limbs and piercing stare. We shook hands, then exchanged a quick bro hug before sitting down, facing each other. There was a steaming mug already waiting for me. "Your coffee order hasn't changed, has it?" he asked. I took a sip. "It's perfect," I told him, and I meant it. Not that that was any surprise. Adrian never missed a detail, and his timing was always spot on. The coffee was so hot that he must have gotten it served right before I'd pulled up. "It's been too long, dude," Adrian said. "You still look the same." "You too." I grinned in spite of myself. I was still a little hurt at the way he'd ghosted us for the past year, but I couldn't deny it was good to see him. He looked so stable, so solid, that I felt my worries about him ease. I still didn't agree with him obsessing over that mission, but I no longer feared that he was getting trapped in some kind of self-destructive loop. "So, to what do I owe the honor of a visit today?" he asked. I shrugged. "Just need a bit of a break. Thought I'd see in person how you're doing, since I'm close by. For now. Cool. We chatted for a while about our history and our lives since we'd last seen each other. I ended up telling him all about Savannah, pulling out my phone to scroll through the dozens of pictures I'd taken in the past few weeks. Look at you, regular home and family guy, Adrian teased. He didn't mean anything by it, but I couldn't help bristling. I'm still a SEAL, through and through, I insisted. You never think about hanging it up? No, I said, hard and flat. Being a SEAL is who I am. Why would I want to be anything else? But Adrian kept pressing. Losing Kyle rocked all of us, right? I used to think I'd never walk away, but after getting out, all I could think was that it could have been any of us. You've got a kid now, Gabe. Don't you want to see her grow up? Of course I do. My feelings about all this were still too raw after the other night, and I didn't want to get into it today, no matter how grateful I was to Adrian for his help. It's not something I want to think about right now, okay? I snapped, sounding harsher than I'd intended. Got it, Adrian said, holding his hands up in a surrender gesture. You do you, man. Why don't you tell me more about what you've been up to? I asked, wanting to redirect the conversation. I thought he'd tell me about FBI training, but I was wrong. I told you what I've been up to, he said coolly. I've been looking into what happened to Kyle, so he really was obsessing about it. Dude, not this again. But Adrian was adamant. Anton knew something. He tried to tell me before he died. The informant? He was babbling, I insisted. He had lost a lot of blood and was talking nonsense. Adrian grew even more pensive. You're wrong. Something in his tone gave me pause. How do you know? What do you know? I looked for information on Anton. I've got access to a lot of databases now, and he was an informant. There should be notes about him in the system somewhere, Adrian said. His words were pitched low, and I had to lean in to hear him properly. But he's been scrubbed out. There's not even a warning about classified information attached to his name. He just doesn't exist, as far as any of our intelligence services are concerned. I frowned. Erasing Anton was like erasing the mission to the Row W, and that meant erasing Kyle and what happened to him there. That's messed up. Adrian hummed in agreement. All the emotions that had been roiling inside me since I'd first set foot back in Harper's Ferry. Sadness, grief, love, loss, anger, hope threatened to choke off my air supply. But I couldn't tell Adrian about that. Not with words, anyway. It was too real and vulnerable, and I wasn't ready. So instead, I asked, Do you know anything about that boxing gym across the street? Looks nice. Adrian gave me a penetrating stare, but then seemed to decide to play along. Yeah, it's not bad, he agreed. The owner's a good guy. Former Navy himself, not a SEAL, though. We met the other day. He told me I should swing by sometime. You looking for a workout? Yes, I said, getting to my feet. 20 minutes later, we were in the boxing ring, gloved up and throwing jabs and punches at each other. It had been a long time since we'd done this together, and I'd missed it. Adrian and I were about the same height and build, and our skills were well matched, meaning when I tried to get him in a headlock, he'd already anticipated it and managed to get out of it fast. Same with me. We went at it for a good hour or so, working up a sweat, and, for me anyway, working out some of my knotted feelings. It was fun, and I was enjoying myself, until something dark and dangerous that I'd buried deep inside rose to the surface. One moment, everything was bright and in color, and the next, it went all gray and shadowed. My chest felt tight all of a sudden, and I couldn't breathe. It was the same feeling I'd had after waking up from that nightmare all those weeks ago. Adrian kept egging me on, throwing punches and weaving away from mine, and a red haze descended over my vision as my mind filled with everything that was wrong, everything that had hurt me, everything that I'd lost or screwed up in my life. All at once, I wasn't playing around. I was fighting for real, punching and hitting and struggling to defeat all the demons from my past and my present, fighting for my future and for a life that made sense to me again. For his part, Adrian took it in stride, letting me tire myself out before he went back on the offensive and landed me on my backside with one well-placed left hook. 1 second I was facing him in the ring, and the next I was flat on my back on the mats, blinking up at the ceiling while my ears rang and my jaw ached. To say I was surprised was an understatement. In all the years I'd known him, Adrian had never beaten me in hand-to-hand before. Adrian was the strategy guy. I was the combat guy. We'd fought to a draw, yes, but he'd never put me down like that. He held a hand down to me and helped me up, steadying me on my feet. He shook his head, then spit out his mouthguard to say, "Dude, you're off your game if you're letting me win. Best get your head on straight and go home and fix things before it's too late." I stood there alone while he ducked out of the ring. Maybe he was right. Maybe I did need to go back to Harper's Ferry and deal with the mess I'd helped create there with Charlotte and Savannah. Maybe it was time to face it once and for all. What really knocked me back a step, though, was the fact that I'd put the thoughts home and Harper's Ferry together.
Chapter 26. Charlotte. My house was too quiet without Gabe, which was ridiculous because up until a few weeks ago, I'd been perfectly fine being here by myself. Now, though, I felt bored and restless, and I didn't like it one bit. Mainly because no matter what I tried to do to distract myself, my thoughts kept circling back to Gabe and the awful fight we'd had. I got up and paced my living room, scanning for any dust balls I might have missed. Sleeping had been a problem, too, my bed feeling too large and too cold without him beside me. It scared me, to be honest. What I should be doing was working on the plans to rebuild the tavern, but I was too upset about the fight with Gabe. Instead, I was cleaning. Using my hands relaxed me. But of course, the tavern wasn't an option now, so I was dusting and vacuuming my already spotless house. I took a deep breath and glanced over to where Savannah was playing happily in the corner. Maybe we needed to get out for a bit. Except it was chilly and rainy, so somewhere indoors, which pretty much meant my mom's. With a sigh, I walked down the hall to change out of my sweats into jeans and a cute top. Man, I was really hard up if I was willingly going to spend time in my mother's daycare. I snorted and went into the bathroom to tidy my hair. I mean, it wasn't like Mom and I hated each other. Things between us were just a bit strained sometimes. Mostly because she'd always kept pushing me to do more, be more than a bar owner in a small town. Well, I'd been perfectly happy being and doing exactly that. The pushing had started back in high school, when I'd made decent grades and gotten a scholarship to the local community college. The pushing had gotten worse when I'd graduated with my bachelor's degree in business and decided to take out a small business loan and buy the tavern where I'd bartended to supplement my income through school. She'd wanted me to move to D.C., maybe get a government job or work for a politician, but that wasn't for me. I loved my small-town life and my small-town tavern. Loved seeing all the familiar faces, hearing about their lives. At the thought of the bar and what I'd lost when it had burned, my breath caught, and my knees felt wobbly. I gripped the edge of the vanity and stared at my reflection. I wished things were different. That the bar hadn't burned. That Gabe and I hadn't fought. That our future together hadn't gone off a cliff. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head. Wishing things were different didn't help. Life was as it was, and the sooner I accepted it and moved on, the better. That was the pragmatist in me talking. Unfortunately, my hopeless romantic side was still a quivering, blubbering mess and kept throwing up images of Gabe and me together in my head. The way he smiled, the sound of his laughter, the feel of his arms holding me tight, making me feel safe, making me feel invincible. Number enough. Savannah squeaked in her playpen, and I forced myself to straighten, to square my shoulders and walk out of the bathroom and down the hall, head high. This was ridiculous. I wasn't the kind of person who needed a relationship to make me whole. Until Gabe showed up, I'd never even thought about getting married and having a family someday. I didn't like to be tied down. I picked up Savannah, and she threw her chubby little arms around my neck and nuzzled her face into my skin, and my chest constricted so hard and so fast I thought my heart might stop. She was so sweet, so precious, and now I couldn't imagine a future without her. Except that's exactly what I'd need to do, because Gabe was leaving, and Savannah was his daughter. Oh God. With the baby squirming in my arms, I tried to tamp down the growing anxiety and anguish inside me and focus on getting to my mom's. It would be better there. Noisier. She usually had at least 3 or 4 kids she was watching, and I could use the distraction of that. So I fastened Savannah into her carrier and got our things together, then locked up the house and headed out to my car. I'd forgotten to call Mom and tell her I was coming, but hey, that's what family was for, right? Besides, I didn't think she'd mind an extra set of hands to help her with the kids. As it turned out, Mom had 3 other babies that day, in addition to a couple of toddlers, so she was glad to see me. The toddlers were playing in the living room with the babies in playpens or bassinets along the walls. I got Savannah set up in her sit-me-up seat near the toddlers and gave her some toys, then went into the kitchen where my mom was getting me coffee. What else do you need help with? Mom glanced at me over her shoulder. I'm not sure yet. Let me think. I'm not used to having help during the day. I took my mug, holding the warm porcelain between my chilled palms, and rested on a stool at the kitchen island overlooking the living room. Savannah was gurgling and banging her toys around, having a grand old time with her new friends. For the first time in what felt like forever, I smiled. This was good coming here. I wanted to be busy. Needed to be busy to keep my ghosts at bay. I sipped my coffee, then swiveled to face my mom, who was futzing with snacks at the counter. Well, I'm yours for as long as you want me today. So, really? Mom looked up from the goldfish crackers she was dividing into piles. Nothing on your agenda today? What about Gabe? Oh. Hearing his name hit harder than I expected, which was silly. It was just a name, right? The name of the most wonderful man I'd ever known. Smart and funny and kind and considerate and sincere and honest and trustworthy and... I stopped that train of thought before it careened off the rails into forbidden territory. I shrugged and tried to sound nonchalant, even though I was aching inside from missing him. He went into Virginia for the day to visit a friend. Mom blinked at me a moment, then returned her attention to her crackers. The line between her brows was more defined now, meaning she was thinking about things. That usually meant trouble for me. She surprised me, though, by bringing up a friend of hers instead of getting on me about moving forward without the bar. Remember my friend Gladys? Sure. Considering the population of Harper's Ferry was less than 300, and between the bar and being a lifelong resident here, I knew pretty much everyone. It would be hard for me to forget. What about her? She dyed her hair purple, Mom said, then glanced up at me, eyes twinkling. Seriously? I must have been busier than I thought the past few weeks to miss something like that. Wow, that's interesting. Why? I don't know. Mom shrugged. She said she wanted to change. She's 55, you know. Same as me. Yeah. Mom and Gladys had gone all through school together and been friends ever since. Well, good for her, I said, and meant it. Change was good. Inevitable. Better to accept it than battle against it. I swallowed more coffee, glad for the scalding heat on my throat because it distracted me from the lump of sadness there. How does it look? Surprisingly good. Mom grinned now, looking up at me. Actually, I've been thinking about doing it myself. Maybe pink, though, instead of purple, because pink's my favorite color. What do you think? She patted her hair, the same sandy brown as mine, though hers was streaked with gray now. I talked to my stylist about it, and she said the color takes pretty well to gray, so it would look like I have streaks of pink in my hair. I squinted and thought about it for a minute, then grinned myself. I think you should go for it. You only live once, right? And if you don't like it, you can cover it up or wait for it to grow out. We chatted for a while about nothing in particular. The weather, the goings-on in town, My latest phone call with the insurance company about how the amount they were offering wouldn't even begin to cover the price tag to rebuild. Before my mom could respond to that last topic, though, Savannah started fussing in the living room, and I got up to tend to her. By then, it was about her lunchtime, so I scooped her up out of her walker and carried her into the kitchen with me to get her bottle ready. My mom was still standing at the island, getting the snacks and food ready for the other kids. She watched me as I fed Savannah, then finally took a deep breath and asked, "What's going on?" Frowning, I looked over at her, then back at Savannah, trying to dodge the question. "What do you mean?" "I mean, it's nice having you here today and all," Mom said, giving me a look. "But we both know it's not like you to come over here and volunteer to help for no reason." I exhaled slowly and forced my tense shoulders to relax. "It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't really want to talk about it." "Is it the bar?" she asked, not letting it go. "Because maybe this is a blessing in disguise, honey. I mean, I know you love that place for reasons I've never understood, but it was tying you down. Maybe not having the money to rebuild is a sign you should be doing something else." And there we went again. Scowling, I set Savannah's now empty bottle aside, then put her over my shoulder to burp her as I turned to face my mother. "It's not the bar," I snapped, probably more harshly than necessary. But what was it about mothers making you feel like you were 12 years old again with one stupid question? She raised a brow at me. "Well, if it's not the tavern, then what is it? Because that bar has taken up all of your time for so long, and..." Desperate not to go down that road again with her, not right now, I said the first thing that popped into my mind, which of course was, "Gabe, okay? Gabe?" she repeated, sounding surprised. "What about him?" I took a deep breath and cradled the back of Savannah's head with my hand, loving the silky feel of her hair under my fingers. She cuddled closer to me, melting my annoyance at my mother's questions. Maybe I should talk to her about it. Lord knew she'd been through it with my father. Maybe she could put things in a different light for me. And really, what could it hurt at this point? I sighed and leaned my hips back against the edge of the counter. "He's getting deployed again." "Oh." Mom looked sort of blank about it, and that was unexpected. I figured she'd be upset or perhaps supportive of me because of Savannah. But nope. She acted like I'd told her he was going on vacation or something. "Where's he going this time?" she asked, putting triangles of bologna sandwiches on colorful plastic plates for the toddlers, then adding a pile of crackers to each. "How long will he be gone?" "I don't know," I said, my shoulders slumping as Savannah gave a loud burp, then fell asleep against me. I didn't ask. Why not? There was that line between Mom's brows again, her expression concerned. "I don't want to know. I'm not involved in that." Mom's gaze flicked to Savannah, then back to me, her brow arching higher. Yeah, she wasn't buying that at all. "I'm pretty sure the judge would see that differently, since you're her legal guardian and all." Crap. This conversation wasn't going the way I'd intended at all. I shook my head, then stared down at the floor, digging my stocking toe into the hardwood. "That's just it though, Mom. I'm her legal guardian. All that means is that while Savannah is little, she stays with me while Gabe's away. But as she gets older, she can move to military bases close to him to be with her father when he's not working. It's all temporary." Doesn't sound temporary to me. Mom put away the lunch supplies, then got the toddlers set up at the table to eat before walking to the sink beside me to wash her hands. After drying them, she reached up to pat my cheek. "I love you, Charlotte. More than you'll ever know. But honey, it's time for you to stop being afraid of being left behind." I opened my mouth to argue, but she put a finger over my lips to stop me. "Or being afraid of leaving your comfort zone. Remember Dustin from high school? The guy I'd loved and lost because he'd gone away to England without me?" Yeah, I remembered. And yes, he'd asked me to go with him, but I'd said no. I couldn't leave Mom behind to fend for herself, and I wasn't the one who'd gotten accepted to college there anyway. Then he'd asked me to wait for him, but really, we were both young, with our whole lives in front of us. Waiting, expecting a high school relationship to last through that kind of separation would have been foolish. I wasn't a person who waited around for someone to come back to me. Period. End of story. At least that's what I'd always thought. The thing is, honey, Mom continued, I'm afraid that if you keep letting yourself get held back by fear, you're going to miss out on so much. She sighed. I don't want you to end up like me, stuck in this little town, wishing for what might have been. I'm not saying Harper's Ferry isn't a great place if that's what you want, but you should consider it carefully. When I met your father, I didn't do that. I was young, and he was charming and worldly and basically swept me off my feet. Rather than thinking about the long term, I acted impulsively with him. I'm not saying I regret having you. Not at all. In fact, the opposite is true. I never knew how much I wanted a daughter. How much I wanted you, until I had you. You gave my life meaning, purpose. You gave me a future. She took a deep breath. Maybe the tavern is your big dream. Maybe Gabe is the guy for you. I'm hoping you take the time you need to make the right choice for you and your life. Please don't let the past or some guy with charm and charisma convince you to do something you don't want to do. What if I don't know what I want to do? I asked. I think you do. Deep down. You just have to have the courage to make the choice and commit. Commit. There was that word again. I was so tired of hearing about commitment. Frustrated, I turned away. Anger bubbled inside me, searing my veins. I was angry at being called out like that by my mom. Angry at my life falling apart in front of my eyes. Angry at being stuck in exactly the same spot again, having to choose between love and life. Why couldn't I ever have both? But mostly, I was angry at myself. For not being stronger, for needing Gabe more than I needed my next breath, for screwing everything up like I always did because my father abandoned me. But I couldn't say or deal with any of that right now. It was too much, so I bailed. I need to go, I said, packing up Savannah and taking her home before my mom could say anything else and make me feel even worse about my crappy life choices.
Chapter 27. Gabe. There I was, back at the train station in D.C., trying to sort out my feelings. Loser. The ring of Adrian's voice in my head made me snort as I stared at the departures board above me. At least this time I wasn't quite so conflicted about going back to Harper's Ferry. That didn't stop me from pacing, though. I'd picked up that habit from Charlotte. One of many things I'd gotten from her that I'd carry with me forever. Truth was, I'd been thinking about my conversation with Adrian earlier. I still wasn't sure about his self-appointed mission to uncover some conspiracy about our mission in the row. But when it came to the other stuff he'd said, he'd given me a lot to think about, like my career. Did I really want to lose Charlotte over being a SEAL? If you'd asked me 3 months ago, I'd have said yes. No brainer. I'd rather have my career than a relationship. But now things were different. And what about Savannah? What kind of parent would I be, running off on active duty all the time? Would I be a real father to her, or just someone who drifted in and out of her life? We got sent into some of the most dangerous situations in the world. What if I didn't make it home? Then Savannah would have lost both of her biological parents. I hadn't spent a lot of time talking to the guys on my team about how they handled that situation, but I should. I needed to now. Things had changed. I sighed. It was stupid to deny it, to pretend I could go back to my old life when it no longer fit. Not the way it had, anyway. Then there were my feelings about it all. As I'd told Charlotte, I'd joined the Navy at 18, worked my way through training, and become a member of SEAL Team 4. They gave me a new purpose, a new way to be. I'd never questioned it. In fact, I'd embraced it. Until now. But if I gave up that persona, who was I? What would I be then? One more veteran searching for meaning in a civilian world. The thought made me shudder. I knew myself well enough to know I needed a purpose, a reason to get out of bed every day. The SEALs gave me that. But maybe there were other ways to find that too, ways I hadn't considered or explored yet. There was also a sense of honor that came with serving my country. In some ways, It had felt like a tribute to my family even. But now, well, perhaps now it was time to find a new way to honor their memories. And what better way than to be happy? Happy with Charlotte and Savannah, and the very real possibility that I could start a new family of my own, if I hadn't blown it already. God, what a mess. I scrubbed my hand over my face and stared up at the arrivals and departures board again. I loved Charlotte. I realized that now. Loved her more than I'd allowed myself to love anyone in a long, long time. But was that enough? From the fight we'd had, maybe not. She was determined to stay in Harper's Ferry, refused to even consider moving anywhere else with me, especially overseas. So where did that leave us? She was my daughter's legal guardian, but I wanted her to be so much more. And Savannah, I'd never felt more protective of another human in my life. She was a part of me, the best part, and I wanted to be there for her, for all the birthdays and graduations, for the dance recitals and the homework, and even the boring days where nothing much really happened. I needed to be there for it all, and I wanted Charlotte by my side during all of it. We made a good team, the best team. Now boarding, service to Pittsburgh, with stops in Rockville, Harper's Ferry, Martinsburg. The overhead PA system said, continuing to list stations before concluding, leaving track 19 in 10 minutes. Right, that was me. I wove through the people in Union Station, ignoring the glorious architecture around me, the soaring vaulted ceiling with its ornamented arches, the statuary, the ornate clock, as I hurried toward my gate, my boots squeaking on the gleaming marble floors. I had no idea how things were going to work out between me and Charlotte, but I knew I needed to get home to figure it out. And yeah, despite all my protests, Harper's Ferry was home. I got to the gate. Checking my watch, I fidgeted a bit. If I was lucky, I'd get back to Charlotte's house in time to help put my daughter to bed. On board, I found a seat near the window, then stared out as the train finished boarding and we pulled out of the station. The rock and rumble of the train around me was oddly soothing, and I couldn't help thinking back to when I'd first arrived here a few weeks ago. I'd been so nervous, so uncertain. I felt none of that now, only a realization of what I stood to lose if I didn't make the right decisions. I'd made peace with the loss of my family. Now it was time to make peace with my future, whatever it was going to be. Fatigue, bone deep and drugging, swept over me as we traveled out of D.C. and into the countryside. I hadn't intended on napping. I'd have said I was too keyed up to sleep at that point, but somehow, next thing I knew, we were pulling into Harper's Ferry. I yawned and stretched, rubbing my eyes before peering out at the familiar depot. It wasn't even a station, really, just an old wooden ticket office with faded green paint and an overhang. Nervous energy zinged through my body as adrenaline flooded my bloodstream. I was here. The time was now. It was the same feeling I got before a big mission, only what was on the line was so much more personal than any war or skirmish or regional conflict we'd ever handled in the SEALs. When I stepped off the train, gravel crunched beneath my boots, and damp, chilly air jolted me wide awake. I was starting across the small parking lot adjacent to the ticket stall when my phone rang. I glanced down at the screen, half expecting to see Charlotte's name there. Like maybe I'd somehow telepathically communicated how much I missed her. But no, the call was from Chief Wharton. I coughed to clear the disappointment constricting my throat, then answered as I began to walk the short distance to Charlotte's house. "Hey, Chief, what's up?" "Elijah Harris has escaped custody." That stopped me dead in my tracks, my stomach in free fall. "What?" My brain froze, stuttered, then began to churn, processing information as Chief Wharton explained what had happened. The immediate, intense kick of even more adrenaline into my system made me shaky and lightheaded. I needed to get home, get Charlotte and Savannah, get them to safety. Now I took off at a jog, moving as fast as I could while still keeping the phone to my ear. We were transferring him to the county jail to await trial, Wharton said, his tone hard and urgent. Somehow he got a knife. It's not clear whether he used his former LEO status to mislead one of the officers into assisting him, or what. That's something I'm going to be looking into. But right now we're in response mode. He attacked one of the guards, wounding him severely, then took off running in the ensuing melee. I've put out a BOLO and teams are searching, but we haven't found any trace of him yet. I stared at the area around me as I ran, as if Harris might appear on the street in front of me. We're doing everything we can, Wharton said, in full chief mode. He was clearly trying to put a good face on a complete dumpster fire. We've got everyone available on this, looking for him non-stop, but as of now, he's in the wind. Fear stabbed hot and deep inside me. This situation would be bad enough with an ordinary criminal. But Harris was a different case altogether. He was a trained law enforcement officer, so he knew all the tricks of the trade and could anticipate the moves before they were made. It made him even more dangerous. As if sensing my thoughts, Chief Wharton said, "Don't worry. I sent a patrol car to Charlotte's house, and they should arrive shortly. She and your daughter will be fine. We've got them covered." I wanted to believe that. I did. But I couldn't trust it. My parents and brother had been fine, right up until a random accident took them from me. And this situation was far more threatening than going for a drive. The mere thought of something terrible happening to Charlotte and Savannah nearly stopped my heart. What was more, while I liked Chief Wharton, his department hadn't done much to bolster my confidence in their crime-solving abilities. They'd only investigated Harris to begin with because of evidence that Charlotte and I had provided to them. I got that they were a small force, doing the best they could with the resources they had, but there was no way I was leaving the fate of the people I loved most in this world in their hands. If anyone was going to keep Charlotte and Savannah safe, it was going to be me. "Keep me posted," I said, then ended the call so I could focus. I needed to get to the house, find out what was happening there, then set up a proper security perimeter. My service weapon was at the hotel, and I didn't want to take the time for a detour. I didn't need a gun anyway. I'd do what had to be done with my bare hands, if necessary. I'd already lost one family. I couldn't lose another one. I was going to save my girls, no matter what it took.
Chapter 28. Charlotte. "What should we have for dinner, baby girl?" I asked Savannah over my shoulder. She gurgled at me, then shoved her little fist in her mouth to gnaw on it. Honestly, I had no appetite, but I knew I needed to get something into my stomach. It had been flip-flopping and twisting ever since I'd left my mom's. I glanced over at my phone where it was charging in the corner of the kitchen counter. I'd silenced it as soon as I'd gotten home, not wanting to see any calls or messages from my mom. Or worse, from Gabe. The situation sucked, and I needed some time to process all the thoughts and emotions that had come up after that conversation with my mom. I loved Gabe. I could admit that now without wanting to run away and hide. But did loving him mean I had to give up everything that was important to me and start over? I'd put roots down here in Harper's Ferry, and cutting them seemed wrong. Well, I sighed. Looks like frozen pizza it is. I'd just pulled one out of the freezer and set the oven to preheat when a huge crash sounded from the back of the house. I had no idea what had happened, and it took me a minute to register the heavy footsteps echoing down the hall. By then, it was too late. Elijah Harris stood in my kitchen, eyes wild and mouth sneering. My heart stumbled, stopped, then raced forward, slamming against my ribcage like a bird trying to escape a trap. Thoughts careened through my brain, juked up on adrenaline. Grab Savannah, run, get out of there. Unfortunately, Elijah was blocking my access to all possible exits. Thank God that I was between him and Savannah. Throat tight, I forced out words, thinking maybe I could stall him until I had a plan. His hands were empty, fisted at his sides, but that didn't make him any less dangerous. I'd seen the aftermath of what he'd done to Alexis. Those fists could smash bones and teeth, tear through flesh. They were weapons all on their own. "What do you want?" I asked, knowing it was a stupid question, but it was all I had in that moment. He was trying to look past me to see Savannah. "I want my daughter." "You can't have her." When he laughed, I realized how pathetic I sounded. But Elijah didn't know what he was up against. He had no clue how hard I'd fight to keep that baby safe from him. His gaze flicked from me to her, and any ideas I had about concocting some elaborate plan to trap him and keep him at bay until the cops arrived, if they arrived, seeing as how I hadn't managed to call them yet, evaporated. Instinct stronger than anything else I'd ever felt before took over. Primal, fierce, old as life itself. I yanked Savannah from her carrier and ran. By some miracle, Elijah went the opposite way around the kitchen table, dodging when I wove, which left me a slim passage to get down the hall. I ran faster than I ever had, wincing at Savannah's unhappy wail, but knowing this was our only hope of survival. His footsteps pounded down the hall after us, loud and fast and nearly overpowering the timpani boom of blood in my ears. With barely a second to spare, I skidded into my bedroom, bare feet squeaking on the hardwood floor, and managed to get the door closed just as he reached the threshold. Elijah body slammed the door, and I dug in my heels, leaning back against my side of it, using all my weight and willpower to keep him out as I scrabbled to lock it. Wham! Wham! The wood creaked and groaned under the stress, but held firm. Older houses had their shortcomings, but they were built solid. I said a silent prayer, Savannah's head cradled against my shoulder, my hand cupping the back of her head protectively as I tried to catch my breath. We were safe for the moment, but things weren't looking good. I'd left my phone in the kitchen and had never gotten around to having a landline installed. I'd never seen much point, until now. Okay. Think, Charlotte. Think. Elijah's assault on the door stopped, and I relaxed a little, though I still kept a shoulder against it. Through the crack beneath the door, I could see the shadow of his feet pacing back and forth, and he was panting hard enough to hear even with the thick wood between us. Savannah's wailing had shifted to scared whimpering that absolutely broke my heart. My arms were aching from holding her so tight. I didn't want to accidentally hurt her, and I had a feeling I'd need both arms to get us out of here. So I darted over to place her in the pack and play in the corner, kissing the top of her head. "I promise I'll keep you safe, baby girl," I whispered. "Whatever I have to do, I'll keep you safe." I scanned the room for possible weapons, but there wasn't much to work with. Maybe I could bust out the window and run next door for help? Yeah, that might work. I'd need towels from the bathroom, though, to cover my hands so I didn't cut myself to shreds on the shards like I did after the fire at the bar. Oh, God. The fire. Elijah had been responsible for that, too. All at once, I was back in that choking kitchen, the black smoke curling along the ceiling, the heat searing my skin. My chest squeezed and my throat constricted, my vision starting to tunnel. I was going to have a panic attack. I couldn't have a panic attack. Not now. Not with Savannah's life on the line. Hunched over, I gasped for breath and stared at a single spot on the floor until my heart rate slowed and my vision cleared. Good. All right. I was okay. At least until more pounding started on the door. The wood wasn't going to hold forever, I knew. Gritting my teeth, I stood up, preparing myself for battle. If I tried the window escape, I'd have to leave Savannah unguarded while I got the towels and broke the glass. I couldn't risk it. My brief meltdown had wasted precious seconds. With no other options coming to mind, I picked up an old glass perfume bottle from atop my dresser. The bottle was big and heavy and had cost a fortune when I'd bought it at a ritzy boutique in Baltimore. Weighing it in my hand, I walked back to lean against the wall beside the door. If the door opened, I could clobber Elijah on the head with it. It wouldn't take him out, probably, but it might buy me a few seconds to get past him and try to get Savannah to safety. I'd never have envisioned myself using a perfume bottle as a weapon or strategizing how to get a baby safely away from a murderer. Funny how the whole fight or flight thing sharpened your mind. Images of Alexis flashed in my head again. I wondered if she'd fought back too. But I couldn't think about that now. I needed to focus. "Give me strength, Alexis," I muttered under my breath, straightening, perfume bottle at the ready. Charlotte, Elijah said, his voice oddly calm, like he was strolling through a garden and not beating his way into my bedroom. Give me Savannah. She's all I want here. Just let me have her and I'll let you live. We'll go and you'll never hear from me again. He was not going to take my baby. Not happening, I shouted. He growled and slammed against the door again, sounding more animal than human. I squeezed my eyes shut and continued to barricade the door with my body as best I could. Savannah must have picked up on my desperation because she started wailing again. It broke my heart, but I couldn't leave the door unguarded to go comfort her. Hey, baby girl, I called, soft and sweet. Shush. Don't cry, it's okay. Everything's okay. The words came out blurry because of my tears. I hated that I was crying. I needed to be strong, to prepare for the battle ahead. If I was going down, I was going down swinging. I wasn't feeling sadness so much as a whirling combination of emotions. Fear, of course, but also anger and regret. That last one was huge. I regretted fighting with my mom earlier, because I knew she only wanted the best for me, even if we differed on what that was. I regretted that if Elijah came crashing through that door, there'd be little I could do to stop him from getting to Savannah, and God only knew what that would mean for her. But most of all, I regretted not talking to Gabe and working out the problems between us. Not telling him how much I loved him every second of every day we'd had together. Now I'd be dead, and he'd never know. A snarl of pure frustration ripped from my lungs. Enough of this. Elijah Harris was a killer. He'd already murdered my best friend. He'd probably do the same to me. But there was no way I was going down without a fight. I stepped away from the door at the same moment he slammed into it yet again, and this time the wood gave way in a horrific, splintering explosion. Then Elijah Harris was in front of me, teeth bared and eyes wild, glittering with menace. I put myself between him and Savannah as best I could, then swung the bottle at his head for all I was worth. My hand connected with the side of his skull, and beneath the heavy glass I watched as his skin broke and blood flowed into his eyes. He grabbed for me, catching my wrist and twisting hard so I dropped the bottle. I screamed and scratched, doing everything I possibly could to keep him away, but it wasn't enough. 1 second, I was standing in front of him. The next, he had me pinned to the wall, his fingers tight around my throat as my feet dangled helplessly in the air, kicking at nothing. I wheezed, gasped, fought for breath, but no oxygen was getting in. I dug my nails into his hand. Nothing. No response. Just a dead-eyed smirk. He was enjoying this. This was how I'd die, suffocated by this jerk. Black crept into my peripheral vision, slowly spreading, eating up the light in the room. With my last moment of consciousness, I saw Savannah. Her face red from crying, her little eyes wide as she stared at the back of my assailant. I'm sorry, baby girl. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry I wasn't enough. As Elijah's grip strengthened and my vision winked out, my last thought was for Gabe. I love you. I'm sorry. Then, nothing.
Chapter 29. Gabe. I ran up the street toward Charlotte's house. Despite the chief's promise of a police car, the siren I heard still sounded far away. I couldn't wait for backup. I could hear Savannah crying at the top of her little lungs inside, and that immediately kicked me into battle mode. I ran for the front door. If Elijah Harris had done anything to harm even a hair on Charlotte's or Savannah's head, he'd pay. I hauled off and kicked the door, but nothing happened. Crap. I tried again. I cursed these old houses and their solid construction. Adrenaline and desperation made me search for another way in. Spotting a small planter on the corner of the porch, I hefted it above my head and hurled it through the living room window, then climbed in after it, not caring about the glass shards cutting my hands or tearing my clothes. I quickly assessed the living room and kitchen before barreling down the hall toward the bedrooms. Screw finesse. I wanted this guy to know I was coming for him. I was ready to tear him limb from limb with my bare hands if I had to protect the ones I loved. I heard the cops pull up outside, but I kept going. No one was taking this guy down but me. At the sound of my entry, Savannah's wails had increased. I prayed she was just crying like a normal kid and that Harris hadn't done anything to her. I already knew he was a sadistic jerk who enjoyed other people's pain. Reaching the end of the hall, I found the door to Charlotte's bedroom door in splinters. Harris looked genuinely shocked when I ran into Charlotte's room, like he'd been so intent on what he was doing he hadn't heard me bust my way into the house. I surveyed the scene quickly. Savannah was wailing in her pack and Play in the corner, face covered in tears and snot, but otherwise seemingly okay. Elijah Harris, looking every inch the monster he was, all teeth and terrible cold glee, had his hand around Charlotte's neck, choking her against the wall. And Charlotte was eerily still under his touch, her face red and mottled, her eyes closed. Was I too late? I didn't have time to check as Harris released his grip on Charlotte, and she slid into a crumpled heap on the floor, motionless. Harris turned toward Savannah, and dark shadows gathered around me, that red haze descending over my vision again. My instincts were in overdrive, all the training deep in my muscle memory surging to the forefront. Above it all beat a steady stream of urgency and an unrelenting need to protect what was mine. Elijah looked back at me, over his shoulder, his expression oddly blank, completely devoid of emotion. I'd only seen that a few other times in my life, in the most dangerous battles I'd been in. It was the look of a man who'd broken, who'd given up the last shreds of his humanity, who loved the kill too much. Elijah Harris was a murderer. There was no doubt in my mind. And today, he was going to pay. The next few minutes seemed to happen in slow motion. Harris stepped towards Savannah, and I jumped on him, punching him hard in the kidneys. He bellowed and turned to face me, lumbering forward and swinging hard. He caught the side of my head before I could duck out of the way, ringing my bell a bit, but I managed to right myself. I felt blood trickling from my temple, but it barely registered. All I was focused on was bringing him to his knees, stopping him from hurting Charlotte and Savannah, stopping him from hurting anyone ever again. Behind me, I heard a feeble cough, then the sound of movement on the hardwood floor. Charlotte. My heart leaped in my chest. She was alive. Adrenaline surged through me. We could have another shot if I put this jerk down for good. Savannah wailed again, as if in agreement. I got you, sweetheart. Daddy's here, and he's never going to let you down again. Then Harris was on me again, and we were locked in combat. We tumbled across the floor, fighting dirty. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard the sickening crunch of my ribs breaking, felt the shooting pain in my side when I took a deep breath. But I couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. I kept wailing on Harris for all I was worth. He'd had training too, but he was no match for my strength and fury. He did land some good punches, one on my temple that split the skin and sent blood running down my cheek and into my eye, temporarily blinding me on one side. But I kept on going after him, pummeling him anywhere and everywhere I could reach, my only objective keeping him down until the cops arrived. Chief Wharton had assured me they were on their way, but who knew anymore? At one point we hit a wall, actually, and Harris was kicking and screaming and clawing at me, trying to choke me like he'd choked Charlotte. In his frenzy, he got sloppy. I struck out then, my own muscles shaking, as I grabbed a thick glass bottle that had fallen on the floor and bashed it into the side of Harris's head. The second my hand connected with his skull and I felt bone give way, I knew that was it. His eyes went wide, and then he slumped forward, landing atop me with a heavy thud, out cold. I shoved him off me and stood, kicking him in the side to make sure he was down for good, then venting my remaining fury in another kick. When he didn't react, I crawled to Charlotte's side, glad to see her eyes open. She was barely conscious, but alive and slowly coming to. Next, I moved to Savannah's playpen and got her out, holding her close and soothing her as best I could in my current condition. "It's okay," I murmured. "I'm here now. Daddy's here." Savannah hiccuped, her cries quieting at last as she looked at me, her little fist in her mouth and her lashes sticky with tears. Is she?" Charlotte managed to whisper, her voice wrecked from the choking. Reddish-purple bruises in the shape of fingers were already forming on her pale throat, and I had the sudden urge to kick Elijah Harris all over again. She tried to sit up, but fell back against the floor, too weak. "Savannah!" I walked on my knees back to her side, then slumped down against the wall, my strength waning as the adrenaline burned out of my bloodstream. I sat on the floor and turned to face Charlotte so she could see the baby. A weak smile formed on her lips, and I couldn't resist bending down to kiss her softly, even though my ribs screamed in protest, my heart overflowing with love and gratitude and respect for this woman who'd risked her life to save my daughter. Our daughter. The wail of sirens outside grew louder, and I glanced over again at Elijah Harris's body on the floor. Blood was trickling from the side of his head where I'd bashed him good with that bottle. He still wasn't moving. I sighed with relief. Everything was going to be okay. I felt every single one of my cuts and bruises and broken bones, but it was still the best day of my life. I bent to kiss Charlotte's forehead again, whispering against her skin the words I'd waited too long to say. "I love you." Charlotte blinked up at me. "I love you too." Then the EMTs rushed in, along with the police, and our moment was lost in the chaos. Chapter 30. Gabe. "Okay," I said as the EMT prodded my sore jaw. I wasn't a baby when it came to pain, but I didn't like to be fussed over. I tried to brush her aside to get back to Charlotte. "Seriously, I'm fine." "Sir," the EMT said, with patience I had to admire, "it's bleeding. It's not deep, but given the area it's in, you should probably have some stitches to keep it from opening back up again." I scowled, and she sighed. "Well, at least let me put a bandage on it so you don't contaminate the crime scene anymore." "Fine." Arms crossed, I settled back against the wall and gave her a curt nod. I'd already sat through her taping up my ribs. "Just hurry." While she worked, I kept my eyes on the cops arresting Elijah Harris. They were reading him his rights, again, as they handcuffed him. The other EMT was sticking a hasty bandage on the guy's temple, where I'd punched him good. I hoped it hurt. He looked up once and caught my eye, and I barely suppressed a shudder as a chill passed through me. Those cold, dead, emotionless eyes, the look of a true monster. Given what he'd done, I hoped Harris spent the rest of his days rotting in a prison cell. In another corner, an officer was keeping Savannah occupied. The woman was bouncing my daughter in her arms and holding one of her favorite toys, a stuffed duck, making it quack and talk to her. I was glad Savannah was too young to remember any of this later. Charlotte had been loaded in the ambulance already, and they were going to take her to the hospital to make sure she was okay. I'd grabbed her hand as her gurney had passed, and we'd exchanged a look. I was still trying to process what it might have meant. Pain zinged up from the cut on my cheek as the EMT dabbed more antiseptic on it, and I winced but didn't complain. Considering none of this would have happened if I'd been here with them and not off in Virginia. Pain was what I deserved. The guilt was eating me up. Guilt and grief, and this god-awful anxiety gnawing at my gut, telling me that even though the danger had passed, we still had a ton of stuff to deal with. Why had I walked out after our fight? Damn it, the best things in life took work. It was time to reset my default. No more walking away. The SEALs had taught me that. This time I was in it until the bitter end. The cops finished Mirandizing Harris and led him out into the hallway. He stumbled a bit, looking less than steady on his feet, and looked my way one more time. I bit back a screw-you smile. He didn't deserve it. Didn't deserve anything more from me or mine at all. Good riddance. The EMTs had told me I'd given him a concussion and an orbital fracture. Good. He was lucky I hadn't taken his head clean off. Chief Wharton finished talking with one of his officers, then came over to me as the EMT started packing up her kit. "We'll need you to come down and give a statement, Gabe. But with everything else going on right now, I think that can wait until tomorrow morning. Get some rest tonight." "Thanks, Chief," I said, giving the man a curt nod, my own head aching. Harris had clocked me good a couple of times. I wasn't paying much attention to that, though, seeing as Charlotte was waiting for me in the ambulance. I excused myself and walked outside, barely registering as they carted Harris away to jail. Instead, I climbed up into the back of the rig, only cringing slightly at the pull in my cracked ribs. The EMTs were outside the ambulance, talking with the cops, so we had a moment alone together. It was only the two of us back there, and I was grateful and intended to make the most of it. I took a seat beside Charlotte's gurney and grabbed her hand, kissing it before tucking it under my chin and watching her closely. Now that I'd said the words once, I couldn't seem to keep them inside. "I love you," I blurted again, watching her expression soften. "In case you didn't believe me the first time, I love you. I love you. I love you." She reached for me and placed her hand on my cheek, exactly where I had a constellation of cuts. I held back the wince because I didn't want anything to interrupt what I needed to hear from her. "I love you too." We sat for a moment, just being together, the world outside disappearing until it was only us. The harsh fluorescent lights in the rig buzzed and flickered a bit, and there was an antiseptic smell to the air. All my attention was on Charlotte, looking far too pale for my comfort against the white sheets. Finally, she swallowed hard, frowning. Her lips moved, and I had to lean in close to hear her words. Even so, I missed the first part. "Work things out. I can get used to deployments. Eventually." "Wait. What?" I stopped her there. "No, darling." I kissed her hand again and smiled, trying to show in my eyes all the love and joy and regret and hope I was feeling. "Number. I want you to know that I've already made up my mind on that front. I'm going to put in for retirement after this last mission." At her confused look, I added, "I'd retire now, if they'd let me, but the team needs me one last time. There's no guarantee the government will let me out of my contract early anyway, but at least I can try. Or maybe I can get a reassignment to a desk job. We'll see." Charlotte blinked up at me, her eyes huge and dark in the artificial light, her expression shocked. "Hey!" I bent and kissed her again, because it felt so good, then laughed. "Seriously, don't be so surprised. What you said the other night got me thinking, and you were right. You put down roots here. Now I think it's time I put down some of my own, so I'm all yours, if you want me." A niggle of old fear ate into my joy before I could squash it down. Now it was my turn to clear my clogged throat. After the way I'd screwed up the other night, and so many times since I'd been here, maybe things had changed. Charlotte loved me, but was that enough? I looked away. "I hope you still want me." The ache in my chest, the yearning, threatened to take me down faster than any punch. It scared me to say those words, to be so vulnerable. But that was what love was all about, right? Being open, laying it all on the line. It was time to stop running. I took a deep breath. "I really do hope you still want me, Charlotte, because I'm not sure I can live without you now. I'd be lost. Savannah would be lost too. You're the glue that holds us together." Her eyes filled, and she shook her head. "No," she croaked. "I don't want you to do that for me, Gabe. You love being a SEAL." She paused and swallowed hard, which must have been painful, judging by her wince. "You'll resent me for it. If we're going to be together, we should both sacrifice." "What?" I was the one surprised now. "It's no sacrifice. I'm ready. ready to retire and start the next phase of my life with you and Charlotte. It's time." At her incredulous stare, I said, "Okay, fine." If you'd asked me months ago, or I guess even a week ago, my answer would have been different. But that's just it. Things are different now. I'm different now because of you. So, yeah, I'm ready to start a new phase in my life, wherever you want to be. We can stay here in Harper's Ferry and rebuild the tavern if you want, and be a real family." I squeezed her hand and held her gaze. And that's something I'll never regret or resent. Not in a million years. Or we can still be a family and move somewhere else, somewhere new for both of us. Once this last deployment is over, the sky's the limit for us. She still didn't seem completely convinced. I wanted her to know, needed her to know, how true this was for me. "Look, you were correct the other night. I went into the SEALs because my family had disappeared in the blink of an eye, and I love the guys on my team. They're like brothers to me and always will be. But now I have a new family, and I want to do what's best for them. What's best for us, okay?" Finally, Charlotte smiled, her eyes wet and warm with love. "Okay. Okay." I bent for another kiss as the EMTs climbed on board. "Ready to head to the hospital, folks?" the EMT who'd worked on me asked, before hooking Charlotte up to a blood pressure monitor and checking her pulse. "ETA 5 minutes." "Ready?" Charlotte croaked, squeezing my hand. The cop who'd been watching Savannah handed her to me through the back doors of the rig, then shut us in. Soon we were rumbling down the road, Savannah gurgling and gnawing on the bill of her duck, Charlotte lying still while the EMT examined her, and me holding my daughter in my arms and feeling like I'd just gone 10 rounds with Allie. We were all bruised and battered and still beautiful in our own way. It wasn't quite the romantic reunion I'd pictured, but then life was weird that way. Weird and wonderful, and so very worth it, and I wouldn't change it for anything. At the hospital, while Charlotte was being examined and Savannah slept on my shoulder, I called Adrian and told him about the attack. "What do you need?" he asked, ready to jump in. Typical Adrian. "I was thinking about what you said, about stepping down." Adrian let out a whoosh of breath. "If you're interested in Quantico, I can get you whatever information you need." "No," I interrupted. "I'm not interested in going the Fed route, no offense." I heard him snort over the line. "Offense mildly taken," he joked. "You thinking of going local? The cops here are a bit of a mess, but Chief Wharton's a good man. I could work for him." "Officer Kelly does have a certain ring to it," Adrian said agreeably. "Did you want a rec letter from me? To get you into the police academy?" I was pretty sure I didn't need his recommendation to be accepted, but I wanted it anyway. I wanted Chief Wharton to know that I wasn't just a local boy coming back home. I would be a value add to his department. "If you don't mind," I said. Adrian, of course, agreed. Savannah stirred. She would be looking for another bottle soon. "I need to go, but, Adrian." "Yeah?" "When you figure out what happened in the Row W, call me. I'll help however you need." There was silence for a heartbeat. 2. "Then, thanks, Gabe. I'll be in touch." I settled back into a waiting room chair and fished a bottle out of the diaper bag. Savannah had just settled down with it when Charlotte came out. Battered as she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life. I stood, doing my best not to jostle the baby too much. "Ready to go home?" I asked her. Charlotte's eyes flitted to Savannah and back to me. She smiled. "Home," she agreed. Wherever she was, that would be my home from now on. The end.